Let us begin by seeking the blessings of Almighty. We invite Ms. Sri Vidya Aran, Project Coordinator, Life Skill and Counseling Services Program, Department of Epidemiology, NIMHANS, to give the invocation.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನೀನು ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure that this rendition has set a positive and reflective tone for the event. Now, I would like to recapitulate the essence of an old Sanskrit shloka, that is, Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya, Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityor Ma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. We would now like to commence the lamp lighting ceremony, a symbolic gesture to invoke the blessing of wisdom and knowledge. We request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp.
Thank you all. We now request Dr. B.S. Pradeep, Professor and Head, Department of Epidemiology, NIMHANS, to kindly welcome the gathering.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning. We are here today to actually celebrate youth in a sense. So these Y20 India 2023 consultations, this particular program is kind of a final run-up event for the major event which we are having within NIMHANS on June 23rd and 24th. So far in the past 3 months, we from the Department of Epidemiology and the Y20 Consultations Committee within NIMHANS have conducted 50 programs, such programs across the country in various facets, starting from Yuva Gram Sabha across the state in Karnataka and to various psychology institutes, social work institutes, medical colleges across the country. Thanks to our Y20 Consultations Committee and members to actually coordinating this throughout the country, as well as the student support network who has been very actively participating in all these events. So today, this is the 50th event which we are doing as part of the run-up events which we are supposed to do as per the directive of the Ministry of Youth Affairs. So in that sense, today marks kind of culmination of all the run-up events. And today we have all the youth to give their perspective on what needs to be their perspective or what needs to be the kind of recommendations which needs to go in terms of youth health, well-being and sports. So in that sense, this inaugural is very special. I welcome our respected director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, who has been the guiding force for us. Madam, we have been able to kind of reach almost about 70,000 youth across the country, including this. And this group of youth are actually from across different parts of Bengaluru, including rural Bengaluru, from the NSS, from the Bharat Scouts and Guides, the NCC, as well as different institutes working on yoga, psychology, and neurosciences, as well as students and NGOs are also participating in this program. So as a first half of the events are all mostly interactive and didactic lectures, and in the second half we break into groups and do some brainstorming sessions with youth where they get involved in building their perspective for a communique which you already know for all the G20 country youth. In that sense, we welcome you and we warmly, youthfully welcome you for this program. That's Khadi kerchief, which, yeah. And I also welcome our registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, who has been behind us for in terms of guidance, and he has been kind of looking at every minute aspect of this program, how this is going. Thank you very much, sir, and we welcome you for this program. We also have our Dean Neurosciences representing all the deans. We welcome you as well, ma'am, for the support. And with your support, we have got a host of student support network members who have volunteered for the Y20 program on 23rd, 23rd. With the same breath, I would like to welcome all the heads of the departments of different departments within the institute, faculty, administrative staff, and of course, the very youthful, colorful, young, curious, adventurous individual sitting in front of us. And we welcome all of you for a very youthful, creative, focused and objective driven consultation today in kind of giving a direction for youth health, well-being and sports. We were actually surprised with the number of registrations which happened. We were expecting about 120, 130, but now we have gone beyond 270. There are people who have been hosted in Hall C. They are all viewing there. So thank you very much for all this. And as I told you in the morning, we would expect a very consultative, very interactive program today, because we are here to listen and it's not the other way around as it happens usually. We want your perspectives, your voices to be replicated in whatever the communique which goes from our end, from the institute, as part of the youth health, well-being and sports. So we are fortunate as NIMHANS, as an institute, to get this opportunity to do this youth consultations as part of the G20 presidency of India this year. So we hope that it will be a very good, fruitful experience for both of us mutually, and let us all hope together for a better youthful future with the theme which goes for this G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that warm welcome. I'm sure that the audience is now thoroughly engaged and eagerly looking forward to the forthcoming events of the program. I would now like to call Dr. Prachetar, Associate Professor, Department of Epidemiology, to give us an overview of the Y20 consultation program.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, our respected Director, ma'am, Dr. Pratima Murthy, our esteemed Registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, our Dean, Faculty of Neurosciences, Dr. Yasha, and Dr. Pradeep B.S., Professor and Head, Department of Epidemiology, faculty members, staff, students, and participants, a warm namaste to one and all. It's indeed a privilege to be standing here on behalf of the organizing team to give a brief overview of this Y20 consultation program that is being held in our esteemed institute. The program has been designed as a run-up event to the main Y20 summit that will be held later this month in NIMHANS. That is going to be mounted on a much larger scale with not only national but international delegates. But having said that, I believe this program is also going to be a remarkable one. It has been conceptualized and designed to understand the need and importance of Y20 consultations and to facilitate conducive discussions on the effective means for improvement of health and well-being, including promotion of sports as an integral part of lifestyle. We do hope that we drive the incorporation of your perspectives into the overall agenda of Y20. That's something that we are seriously looking at. As you all know, we have a very packed schedule in this one-day program, but I promise you all it's going to be a productive day. We not only have young participants, but also young resource persons as well. Most of our resource persons are youngsters, yet highly accomplished in their respective domains. We already had 2 illuminating sessions in the morning, one by Dr. Lakshmi Nishita on yoga and the other one being substance abuse prevention among youth by Dr. Jayant Mahadevan. The subsequent talks as well would be as engaging as the first 2 talks. So post-inaugural, we have Dr. Geeta Desai's talk on well-being of young mothers. This would be followed by another session on sports as an integral part of lifestyle by Dr. R. Prithviraj, who is the principal of RV College of Physiotherapy, and a talk on nutrition among young people by an eminent nutritionist called Dr. Priyanka Rohatgi from Apollo Hospitals. Post-lunch, we also have 2 distinguished speakers from Sangat Goa, Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni, who heads the Addiction Research Group, and Dr. Urvita Bhatia, who's a research fellow. They would be talking about their innovative sports-based intervention to prevent substance abuse among young people. Then, thereafter, we would be breaking you all into smaller groups and conduct group discussions relevant to the theme. So this would give you a very golden opportunity to make your presence felt, to make a difference. This would give you an opportunity to interact and engage with each other and work as a team to come up with measures to improve health and well-being among youth. So please don't miss the opportunity. Please make your presence felt, open up, interact. So the program is quite comprehensive, but I assure you that the resource persons and facilitators would leave no stone unturned to make this day as interactive, as productive as possible. So as Pradeep sir rightly mentioned, more than 270 young persons from diverse backgrounds from various parts of Karnataka are here with us. We have students pursuing medicine, dentistry, public health, psychology, integrative medicine, physiotherapy, nursing, allied health, naturopathy, yogic sciences, sports, engineering, arts, commerce, management. We have program officers as well as volunteers from NSS as well with us. So Y20 India believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Therefore, we wanted to be as inclusive as possible and ensure that youth stakeholders from different disciplines participate. And I'm glad that this program has generated interest and helped us garner a very good positive response in such a short span of time. In fact, it was only 2 weeks ago that we disseminated the brochure of this program. So though this isn't a formal vote of thanks, I would be failing in my duty if I do not profusely thank many people who are responsible for this program. Our director, ma'am, Dr. Pratima Murthy, and our registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, for their unstinted support and guidance. My sincere thanks goes to Dr. R.N. Murthy Foundation for Mental Health and Neurosciences for funding this program. I extend my gratitude to all deans of faculty NIMHANS for their support. I also thank Dr. B.S. Pradeep, Professor and Head Department of Epidemiology, for entrusting me with this responsibility, for giving me an opportunity to coordinate this program, and also for his constant guidance at every stage. I thank all my faculty colleagues from the Department of Epidemiology for their support and good wishes. I also thank the members of the Y20 Consultations Committee for their support. Friends, a strong team can make any vision turn into reality. So I'm blessed to have a team of postgraduates pursuing Masters of Public Health and members of the non-teaching staff who have supported me in this program. They have made painstaking efforts towards organizing this program. So kindly pardon me if I've forgotten to acknowledge someone's contribution to this program due to time constraints. So I sincerely hope this program turns out to be an enriching experience for all of us. Thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you, sir, for that brief into the need for this program. Carrying forward the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, one earth, one family, and one future, we would now like to present the Y20 badges that symbolizes our coordination in this meaningful attempt to improve the well-being of youth through inclusion of their perspectives on current issues of national importance. We request the dignitaries on the dais to officially launch the Y20 badge by unveiling it to the audience. We also request volunteers from the audience to join the dignitaries on the dais to receive the Y20 badges on behalf of the audience.
Some of you, not all of you.
3 of you, I think 3 or 4. 4, no?
4 of you.
Can we take this thing down? Take this thing. Yes. We are extremely elated and deeply honored to take this opportunity to call upon Dr. Pratima Murthy, Director of NIMHANS, to deliver presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, those of you on the back, at the back there, how many of you have good knees? Put up your hands. Good knees. Yeah? None of you has good knees? Yeah. So those of you who have good knees and can sit down, my suggestion is come and sit down. There's lots of place. Come. So feel comfortable because, it's going to be a long day. And you don't have to necessarily, stand up there at the back all the time. You can sit at the side if you wish. You can sit on the steps, but do sit down. So first of all, a very good morning to everybody. It's really wonderful to see all of you here today. All my friends on the dais, off the dais. Truly, this is a morning with a difference. Before I start, I must make a voluntary disclosure. Normally, at the beginning of any talk that you give, if you must make these disclosures. And my disclosure is, I was also young, like many of you in the audience once. But there's a song which goes, 18 till I die. And my husband sings this song very often. So I keep telling him, if you're 18 till you die, I'm 16 till I die. So I think being youthful is a matter of choice. And I think all of us must strive to be youthful in the way we think. And therefore, the one important way to do it is by mixing with young people. So it's really wonderful to have a youthful atmosphere, a lot of young people, and a lot of thinking for young people. And of course, all young people, like everybody will say, nothing for us without us. So I think participating in any program which looks at youth well-being is very important to have adequate number of youth participating in it. And it's very exciting for me on two counts. The fact that you brought a lot of traditional groups. You mentioned the NSS, you mentioned the Scouts. These are organizations that have been there and stood the test of time. And of course, I see a lot of young people from schools, colleges, the huge list that Dr. Prachet mentioned in terms of disciplines that you come from. What else can one ask for to have this kind of a multidisciplinary, well-engaged group of people? I'm sure it augurs very well for all of us. So I want to really congratulate the 250-odd young people who've chosen to come and participate in this program. And really, I hope that you enjoy the hospitality that NIMHANS traditionally offers to all of you. We do know that we have one of the youngest populations in the world. Traditionally, we talk about youth as having challenges. So we talk about the problems among youth, the difficulties that they're facing, the crisis that they're facing, substance use among youth, but I think it's important to also recognize young people as one of the most important talent in our country. And therefore, to really transform this dialogue into a dialogue of positiveness, of learning good life skills, of being able to deal with all the challenges of meeting ambitions, of being able to, plan for a successful, happy adulthood. And that's where it becomes very important also to learn what we call well-being and resilience. Well-being is something that we should all perceive automatically if everything is right around us. But sometimes, even when challenges come in front of us, being able to cope with it, being able to do, to really handle it well and emerge out of it with good learnings becomes very critical for all of us. Because really, there is nobody in life who does not have challenges at some time or the other. The challenge is to be able to deal with it and come out effectively. So to be able to do that, traditionally the World Health Organization talks about life skills, of how to be able to communicate, of how to be able to resolve conflicts, about how to learn to solve problems, about how to learn to solve decisions and to make the right kind of decisions for ourselves, what to avoid. And we also know currently that when you really look at holistic well-being, it's not just the absence of an illness or a disorder, you're also looking at eating well, having good physical exercise, sleeping well, and of course, having enough enjoyment in the things that you do and having a sense of purpose. And how do we all develop that? Some of the things may be innate, but a lot of things can be learned in terms of how we can help ourselves. I see Dr. Seema in the audience. Dr. Seema is also one person who, along with a set of colleagues, as well as colleagues in the epidemiology department, who are doing a lot of things for positive youth development and mental health promotion among youth. So there are lots of things that can be done. Dr. Pradeep and his team have been doing something called Yuva Spandana, which really looks at empowering youth from all parts of society, both urban, rural, people who have different ages, gender empowerment, a whole lot of things I think that can all come together to make our young people be very good, have positive energies, and to be productive and successful in their future, development. And remember that success is not only coming first or getting a prize for something else. It's very important to remember that success is being happy with what you're doing, having goals and reaching them, being able to work together. Everybody was talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So really looking at not just oneself, but oneself in the context of others, and really looking at collective things that we can do to help each other. Success is also about getting social support from people we have around us, so that at times when we feel down, we can have networks that help us. In fact, that is to me part of the success of a place like NIMHANS, that we all have good networks where we support each other and come together for events like this. I was very excited to see several of the colleagues whom I work with making presentations in the morning. I think Jayant, you made a presentation. Geeta is going to make a presentation. I'm just calling them Jayant and Geeta and all of it, but they're all very, very highly qualified people who are all professors and assistant and associate and additional professors. But to me, they're all a good group of friends who all come together for a cause. And in the afternoon, we have, do I call you Professor Abhijit Nathkarni? No, I call him Abhi. So there's Abhi and Urvita who are going to be there in the afternoon and talking about how is it that we can make ourselves feel good, feel positive, feel productive, and what are the things we should avoid. Also, I know, for example, in law schools and so on, they have moot courts, they have moot UNs, they have a whole lot of things which really tell you and prepare you for the big world out there, so that you become engaged, we all become engaged, not just with our local environments, but with global issues as well. Because I think that becomes very, very important for all of us to engage with larger issues, exchange ideas, to discuss issues, and to reach consensus. So there are several, groups here who have been part of Y20 organizations. I know several universities across the country are organizing such events. And of course, I think Prachet mentioned to you that the main Y20 event is being planned on 23rd and 24th. And we're going to have topics today that revolve around many themes. I'm not going to repeat it because Dr. Prachet has already told you that. But remember, one thing that Dr. Prachet said is that you must participate. Okay? So although there might be some lead presentations by some colleagues, don't forget that this is your forum. So you want to ask about how sports enlarges your mind, how sports keeps you away from drugs and alcohol. Urvita and Abhi are probably the people to ask these questions of. To ask about what are the expectancies young people, I hope they've asked you these questions already, Jayant? rush session. No, we shouldn't have rush sessions. We should have enough time for all our young people here to ask questions, because it's really when you ask questions and think about all these issues that making informed choices becomes important. And remember, you're not here as individuals yourselves. You're going to be ambassadors to actually talk to your friends, to your peers about some of the issues that you're going to be discussing here. So do participate, do take, an active role in everything that you do here, because a lot of these themes are very relevant to you, are things that, even if they may not have immediate consequences for you, are things that happen in the environment around you, which makes it necessary for you to be engaged. So, for example, Dr. Jayant may have spoken about what produces risk what are the risk factors for a person to go towards substances. But remember, the risk is not just for the individual alone. There's a lot of risk for the community around us. There's a lot of risk for the families. There's a lot of risk for educational institutions, workplaces, the community, society at large. So it's very important to engage in these conversations. I'm confident that this is going to be a very fruitful deliberation. I want to congratulate the Department of Epidemiology for leading this initiative. I know several colleagues from several departments are involved. So again, a very warm welcome to all the older people in this audience. And I hope all of us will remain 16 till we die. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful, thought-provoking and youthful insights. We now request Dr. B.S. Shankaran Rao, Registrar NIMHANS, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. G20 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ Y20 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. So most importantly, as several events which are occurring all over the country, and it's a great opportunity for the country to host G20. And it has been identified that India is a young country, lot of resources, and youth are the resources of the country. So all the time, when you have a huge number of youth resource in a country, you will also have certain issues pertaining to the youth-related aspects. So that is the reason the NIMHANS has taken the leadership in terms of conducting various run-up events related to the youth. As Dr. Pradeep mentioned, we had about more than 50 various programs of various stakeholders has been conducted. And all these events is going to culminate into 23rd and 24th of June this month, a larger event where you have the international as well as the national participation, looking into the various aspects of the youth and what are the modalities and also what are the strategies the government has to evolve in terms of protecting the youth of our country. So on behalf of each one of you, I take this opportunity, our director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, for her leadership and also guiding us the various activities. And she participated in several G20 related activities, and the Y20, this was a huge responsibility. Government of India has vested on NIMHANS to conduct the Y20 events. So on behalf of each one of you, and I thank our director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, for her leadership and also guiding us and mentoring us for various activities, including this most important event of Y20. So we also have a wonderful team of deans, associate deans, various departments, HODs, and each one of them, they provide a significant contribution in terms of fine-tuning various events of the institute. And representing all those mentoring team, we have with us Dr. Yasha. She is a Dean of Neurosciences. And on behalf of each one of you, I thank you profusely. And she is also our Students Affairs Dean. and she takes care of several issues pertaining to the students and student-related issues, not only in terms of examination and also related to the well-being and also various components of the comfortness within the campus. So thanks to Professor Yasha for coordinating those events and helping our youth as well. Thank you, madam. And thanks to the entire team of Y20 consultation. There are advisory team, and we have the HODs, we have the participation of the departments, of various departments, and most importantly, we have the student population. We have a student support network. All the students, and they are part of that network. They help each other, and also they are helping for this Y20 event. What is most important, as our director mentioned, the NCC, NSS, Scouts, Bharat Scouts, each one of them, they have evolved over a period of time, and they have contributed significantly for the well-being of the youth and bringing the discipline and also contributing for the growth of any country. So I am so grateful that we have all those three wings, and in addition to that, we have only the representation from the various schools and colleges. So that's why you get to see only about 5 to 6 of them have been deputed for this activity. But as our director mentioned, each one of you are the ambassadors. Once you go back after the discussions and also various issues which has been discussed or deliberated during this meeting, once you go back to your colleges or to the schools, that is the time you are going to discuss with your peers in the college. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋಂಥ ಸಹಪಾಠಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ತಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಓಕೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಯೂತ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನಿ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ youth population, and I am very sure that the discussions what we are going to have here, that is going to be very helpful. So it's only based on the participation of the youths of a different schools and colleges at different levels. We have the scientific program is at the very kindling level. So they are going to kindle certain thoughts associated with the mental health, well-being, or the sports, or various issues which commonly the youth face. I am very sure that the learning which we are going to have and have a discussion with our resource people. On behalf of NIMHANS, I thank all the resource people who are participating and also their valuable suggestions and the discussions which we are going to have during this meeting. So on behalf of entire team of Y20, I welcome and I also thank each one of you. And I thank the entire team of the Y20 headed by Epidemiology Department. I'm sure that when you have a larger event of a national event and where you have the national and international participation on 23rd and 24th of June, again all of you are welcome. It's going to be a mega event, and there will be several issues will be deliberated and discussed during that time. On behalf of NIMHANS, on behalf of Government of India, I request each one of you to be a part of that event as well. So thank you very much. Dhanyavad, namaskara.
No need to play. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I would now request everyone to kindly rise for our national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय
After tea. First ಇವಾಗ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್
High tea.
let the dignitaries go.
From the room, they told they will give the badges.
Who told?
That's what they planned.
Let them give. But you have to announce that high tea is there, no?
No, we'll announce that. We'll also say that make sure that you receive the badges from the volunteers on your way out.
Yes. Tell them.
I'll tell them.
Tell them. No, we can announce. Ma'am has gone. Yeah, announce.
Attention everyone, high tea is being served in the dining hall near the ground floor. Kindly help yourselves and we'll be rejoining after 15 minutes.
Please make sure that you also collect your Y20 badges. Y20 badges ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಎಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ವೈಲ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಎರಡದು ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ದೆನ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Open this and take it there. Katri allo ittu Pallavi. Please don't take it again at the outside. You want more? You can put it to the same place. pack the cover. The last cover. You want me to open this? One more one is there. That's what I told. ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ
दो वायर ऑडियो का लगा हुआ है।
लगा है, ये पीपीटी का है, ऑडियो का है।
उनको लग रहा है वहाँ से ऑडियो का वायर लगा हुआ है, निकला हुआ है, इसलिए आवाज़ नहीं आ रही।
नहीं,
और वहाँ से अगर
बीच
connect
में
करते तो
बीच में आकाश ने निकाल के डाला भी था उसने।
नहीं तो वो वहीं से कुछ दिक्कत है और ऊपर से उन्होंने बोला कि वो चालू करते हैं, वहाँ से चालू करते हैं, वहाँ से चालू करेगा तो यूट्यूब स्ट्रीमिंग चल रहा है, वो चला जाएगा। इसीलिए मैसेज किया कि तुम गा लो।
इसके लिए फाइन, इसके नेशनल एंथम के लिए फाइन।
रजिस्टर क्या बोल रहे मुझे याद आया कि 3 महीने से पूछा था 2 या 3
ये वो जो डीन आई थी ना, वो स्पॉन्टेनियस था। हमने पूछा प्रजित सर से बुके नहीं है क्या करना है, तो उनको बस कर्चिफ ही दे दो।
तो वहाँ पर बात किया तो उतने में मैं नीचे आई रही थी भागते देखने के लिए कि सर बोल रजिस्टर लेकिन हैंडल और उनको बुके दे और 30 स्केल तक करते देखते बुके पहुँचे। वो फिर हम लोग पीछे से वैसे हो गए पर कैसे कैसे वहीं तो ज़्यादा सिंदूर गिरने वाला मैं वहाँ तक आई 3-4 कदम करके ये पीली चुन्नी पहन उतनी देर में बुक
आई एम नॉट वेरी, यू नो हाउ दिस इज, इसका हाफ ये ऐसा है, इसका प्लेटफॉर्म
वो
ऐसा।
पहनती वैसे ना वैसे चप्पल वैसे नहीं वो पहनती वैसे
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं होगा
ये पहनती थी क्या कहाँ पहना है
ये इस लैपटॉप ना, 1 मिनट, आई डोंट नो मैम। शी वेंट फॉर ठीक पलक, इसको हटाना, इसको हटाना, ये इसको निकालना था मेरे को, पर इसमें ऑडियो था तो मैं यहीं पे रखी। वो उसको
is operating from there.
ये क्या करना है तुमको? ये इंस्टीट्यूट का लैपटॉप है।
बेंगलुरु में अभी तक नहीं आया। This is department. Then how you going to copy to pen drive? I have a. कहाँ से ऑपरेट किया? ऑपरेटिंग वो वहाँ पे किसका लैपटॉप है? आर्ट डिपार्टमेंट लैपटॉप।
इसको फोटो से क्या मतलब है ब्रो? क्या कर रहे हैं? फोटो निकाल रहे हैं उनसे। ये इसको पकड़ना, इसको नीचे कर देती है, बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस है ये।
Actually, I said the people.
इसको हटा।
Wait.
टेक दैट।
अरे I did that you remove.
Surya, take those chairs, Surya. That's what I messaged you for.
Yeah, I agree. I am saying, and I also wanted to come, but that people.
Audio play नहीं।
But that day.
अभी नहीं है, हो गया सब खत्म है।
पर देख लो वो क्यों नहीं है?
But they're there, no? They said if you come in between, they will scold like that. They said that's why.
Don't go in.
No, I didn't ask him to come in between. बीच में actually discussion होने वाला था, जो
Yeah.
नहीं हुआ।
In
तो
between-
वो discussion के
In
वक्त
between
मैं
yoga
coming
session and that Jain sir
there was
session,
supposed to be a
there is no
discussion.
point of 30 seconds also no gap. That's why. When
I saw that.
ये चल ना
But now we will take it off.
Good morning. Members of the audience are kindly requested to come back to the hall. I request you to please communicate the message to your friends. We would be starting the sessions shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, one and all. So I request the members of the audience, the participants, to kindly be seated. We are going to restart our sessions. So it will begin with a question and answer session on prevention of substance use among youth. So I request Dr. Jayant Mahadevan to kindly come up on the dais again. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Kindly open up, interact. This is your platform.
I think tea and bondas have satiated our desires for the time being. It's okay, fine. Okay, sir.
Mike, ask someone or one more mic.
Huh.
Pass the mic to audience. We have one more mic. I can.
They are not into substance use. Some of them are into substance use, not really abuse. Those are the claims we get. So when it comes to people asking us when we go out for a sensitization program, how to say no is a question. Because there is a lot of peer pressure or influence for somebody to start use of substances. So, yeah, okay, to repeat for everybody's this thing. See, the program US Spandana which we have, we come across clients and people in the audience who kind of ask us how to say no to peer influence or peer pressure in terms of use of any kind of substances. It is like talking to them on inducing them in terms of in gansadre tagolo, in nan frienda. These are all the kind of pressures or coercions which happens. So how do they manage in the community, or how is it that we talk as resource person to them is one question which I am sure.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for getting the ball rolling. So I think as Dr. Pradeep had mentioned, one of the major issues that young people face is inducements towards being part of what other people are involved in. Again, I think if somebody were to say, come up to me and ask me this, what would I do, or what would I tell them at that time? First thing you would discuss with them is what is it that they really want to do. So what are their values? Are they very clear about the fact that this is something which they are not interested in, and why is it that they're bringing this up to you? If it's very clear that this is not something that they're interested in doing, again, it's not for me to tell a person whether you want to make a decision to do this or not, right? The easiest way to go about it is, again, to just very firmly say that, I mean, ultimately people will say whether you're my friend or this or that or the other, but this is something I am not interested in, right? I do not want to be part of this. There are many other things which I am interested in, but I am not interested in this, right? So as long as we can connect on a whole host of other issues, I'm perfectly fine with that. But as far as this one particular thing, I am not okay with it. So, and the ambivalence is where problems really arise from. So when you're not clear about it, when you're not categorical about it, that is where the risk of inducement becomes more. When you're very, very clear about it, people will ask you once, they will ask you twice, but they will not continue to keep talking to you about it. So.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
I had this doubt regarding substance abuse and addiction. So when people, especially guys, they go on religious phase, for example, Shabrimala Male. So it is so easy for them during that phase. It's so easy for them to quit everything, whatever it is, let it be drugs or smoking or weed or alcohol or anything. But once they're done with it, it again becomes difficult for them to quit these substances. So what happens during that phase that motivates them to to avoid these substances? Can you please add a note on this, sir?
I ask myself this question every time I see people coming to the clinic wearing a mala. Most often, unfortunately, at least the people who we see in our clinic come in not a very good physical condition when they stop drinking suddenly. But, right. Give me about 2 seconds to compose my thoughts with regards to this, and I will come back to you. So, see, the thing is, ultimately, when we talk about impaired control over use, we said that addiction is characterized by impaired control, right? Impaired control is not yes and no. It's not 0 and 1, right? It lies on a number from say 0 to 100. I'm just trying to explain that to you. So there can be situations where even an automatic behavior can be overridden by a force of will, or where you're actually taking a decision, or you're kind of holding yourself back from that. And in that context, again, as a scientist, sometimes it feels a little anachronistic or kind of antagonistic to talk about this, but where it has been seen that the will of faith in certain contexts in this kind of way, people are able to actually delay the use of substances during that period of time. But as you mentioned, the hallmark of addiction is as soon as that 40th day gets done, right, the next day they are back to using substances again, right? Which again talks about the fact that even though I'm able to delay it for a brief period of time, right, that period of time does not last for a longer period of time. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer to the question is, to be very honest. Probably, I think at that time they are able to override the loss of control by a force where they say that, okay, yeah, this is something which is more important for me at that point of time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, everyone. It was a very nice experience. I'll hopefully be back in the afternoon again for the group discussions and the consultations at that time, and probably we can discuss a little bit more. If anyone needs or wants to get in touch with me, my contact details are with Prachet and the team, and so you can drop me an email and then we can take it forward from there. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Dr. Jayant. So I now request Dr. Lakshmi Nishita, if you are around, you could please come up on the dais. So we can have 2 questions on the session that Dr. Lakshmi took, yoga and traditional medicine.
Hello everyone. So yeah, so if anybody has, I saw a lot of people coming near the tea place asking a lot of questions. If anybody has questions here. Yes.
Hello ma'am.
Hi.
Loved your lecture.
Thank you.
My question is, so when we focus on our breath during yoga, how do we calm our minds? Because my thoughts are all over the place. It's really hard to focus just on your breath. How do you go about that?
So it's something that you do not get at once in one session. It's like, but if you're trying to resist thoughts, that phenomenon of pink elephant, so you don't want to see something, it comes more often. So it's not that you have to restrict your thoughts or avoid certain thoughts when you're doing the practice. You just, whenever you're lost, like you have got that insight that you're not with your breath, you're going somewhere else. You just bring your attention back again. As you do that, whenever you're again losing the track, you again bring it back. So repeated, when you repetitively do this, with practice, you actually will be able to do it better. It doesn't take a lot of time, just a month of regular practice does a lot of difference. That is what we have observed in the sessions that we take in the morning for well-being.
Thanks.
It's not a concern, it's a way, you take it as a progress. You are able to even watch the thought, and you being swayed away with the thought is itself a growth. You're able to, watch it.
Because it's very uncomfortable in the beginning.
Yeah. So whenever you observe that, you again try to bring your focus back to the breath, rather than fighting the thought.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, madam.
Especially for students who are sitting for their board exams, do you have any specific time, like 6:50 or 6:30 that you have your time? Students can't join in. So do you have something in the evening, or you come to and visit schools and you organize any kind of yoga
If we
sessions?
get an invitation, we do offer programs like that.
Okay.
We have specific validated modules that we also offer just before the examinations, also at workplace.
So where do we get this information? In your webpage? Or?
Yeah, it is there in our webpage, nimhansyoga.in, or you can also write an email to imd.nimhans@gmail.com. Yes, sir.
Recently, I heard that yoga is more about breathing or controlling ourselves. So they were saying that the tortoise lives, has a more life, 200 plus years, because tortoise has breathing process where it slows itself, whereas the dog has the fast breathing and it lives for 20 years. So is it really true, or?
So, as we discussed in the morning, we actually contrasted the breath patterns that you see in positive states of mind when you're joyful, and also contrasting it towards the negative states of mind like fear, anxiety, and stress or anger. So, as you see that naturally when you're in a state of well-being, automatically your breath is, goes slow. It is slow and deep. As soon as your emotional state changes, then you see that it becomes more erratic, more fast, and then it is shallow, and at times very deep. It is very erratic. So obviously now we agree this, that less stress you take, you being, if you have, less stress, less anxiety, and you're in state of well-being, your lifespan is better. Yes, and if you're stressed and you take a lot of anxiety and there is a lot of stress, then automatically you are prone to a lot of other mental health disorders, cardiovascular disorders. Lifespan is reduced. So I would not want to comment on the breath rate that you were talking about, but otherwise, when you are able to reduce your respiratory cycle to lesser number, so we do something called as Vibhagiya Pranayama that you just practiced, we all practice together, where we aim at bringing the breath rate to 6 cycles per minute. It automatically brings a state of well-being and calmness at your mind. That means that it has, positive effects on your body. Ultimately, it'll, have an effect also in promoting your positive well-being and improving your lifespan.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, one last question since he is already has the mic.
I just have one question. How does the body, breath, and mind enhance the Panchakosha model? Like, does it enhance Panchakosha model from inward to outward, that is from Anandamaya to Annamaya, or from outward to inward? And if
I
it's-
didn't get your question, sorry.
How does the body, breath, and mind together enhance? Does body, breath, and mind togetherly enhance the Panchakosha model? That is the Panchakosha.
See, the Panchakosha model basically says that all your 5 layers of existence are in close harmony with each other. When you lose harmony, then there is a disconnect. Yeah. So when you do yoga, when you're using your body, breath, and mind as tools to bring that state of well-being, or you're able to access your Vijnanamaya Kosha or the Anandamaya Kosha, that means you're able to actually enhance it, right? So you're asking the Anandamaya Kosha is outside or inside?
No, ma'am. How does it enhance? Like from direction, I'm asking, and the mechanism behind it.
So it is dual. It is not one direction. Like we saw that the body can do an influence, can have an influence on how you feel, but also how you feel also has an influence on the mind, on the body. Like see, when I feel sad, naturally I'll close down my body, I'll slouch. Yeah, but through asanas, what we are trying to do for especially people with depression or low mood, we try to give them a lot of chest opening and back bending practices, just doing the reverse of what it does to the body. So it is dual way, it's 2-way, it's not one-way traffic.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patient listening. Namaskar.
So thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Nishita, and thanks to the participants for interacting. So let's move on further. So we have a session on health and well-being of young mothers by Dr. Geeta Desai. Dr. Geeta Desai is a professor of psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore. So her area of interest, she's an expert in perinatal psychiatry, women's mental health, and she has more than 100 publications to her credit and numerous research grants, and she has won several awards and honors. Ma'am, we are extremely lucky to have you here. I request you to kindly come up the dais. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Geeta Desai. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. Before ma'am takes over, we have an announcement. There is one phone that was found, smartphone that was found in the dining area. So if any of you have dropped your phone there, you can come to the announcer's desk and collect it. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. And so before I begin, Prachit, I don't belong to your young resource person by WHO definition of what is youth. So, but I still think I'm okay. I'm all right. The second thing is, I see that, the topic, probably you must be wondering why mental health of young mothers, because I see that the age range, I am sure there are very few mothers here. There are very few probably fathers as well. I think it's an important topic. The reason is, I'm sure some of you at least might be considering getting married or having children. So this is something that is very, very important because of the importance, the impact the parents' well-being has on children. But I also, at the end of it, I also think that you can be a little kinder towards your parents. When you understand what actually happens to your mums, I'm sure all of you must have gotten upset. Why is my mum doing certain things? And, why is my father behaving in a strange way? Right? How many of you read romantic novels? One? Come on, it's okay. There's no embarrassment in reading a romantic novel. Okay, there are a good number of hands. Do you know how they all end? They all end in marriage. Nobody tells you after that what happens, right? So I'm going to tell you what happens after that. All right. So let's just begin with, I think even before I talk about, mothers, I think it's very important for us to understand that it's not just about mental health of mothers. I think we should start considering mental health and well-being even before the discussion of pregnancy and other things. That's why I feel that mental health should, many of the young women who do consider motherhood, it should begin even before they start thinking. Because I think there are many components. So let me start with the next slide. Okay, it works. Okay. Yeah. So I think a mother's well-being, when I say well-being, it includes both physical and mental well-being. I'm sure you've heard definitions of what is mental health, what is mental well-being. Our director also gave you glimpses of what are the components of what well-being is all about. It's not mental health and mental well-being is not just about being happy, right? It's about also not being positive all the time. It is about being able to have a purpose in your life, able to manage day-to-day stresses of your life effectively, able to make some meaningful social connections. I think these are all components of what mental well-being is all about. Now, when it comes to why we talk about mental health of mothers is because it can have a significant impact on how the baby, not even post-delivery, I'm talking about even in the womb. Like, let's say a mother is stressed, mother is depressed, it can have an impact on the growth of the baby. Birth weight, and in terms of even long-term impact has been there. Mothers who are very stressed and mothers who are depressed, the babies are likely can have emotional difficulties and other behavioral problems. So that is the impact that and enormous studies have shown. I think Sangat also has done some work in this area. So there's no doubt that maternal mental health has an impact on the babies. Now, if that is significant, we know there's enough data. It's not just about illnesses. Now, I'm not even talking about just maternal mental illnesses. I'm talking about even stress. Right? So I think we discussed this. So what are the things that can affect young mothers' well-being? Now, we know that in India, many, it depends, depends on what strata of women are from. The age is about 18 to 20, many of them consider pregnancy. So if you look at the definition of who's a young mother, is less than 20 years of age. They consider it, as most of the studies look at it like that. So if that is the case, and we also have a large population of young mothers in India, and so that is where it's very important. So is there a particular age where you think, women are ready to plan pregnancy or conceive? I think it's very important for us to discuss this. Extremes of age are associated with problems in pregnancy, whether very young mothers as well as, elderly mothers. So at the same time, if one is age, second is also about mothers who are from a very, poverty or lower socioeconomic, a lot of financial difficulties. Again, this is a risk factor. We also see that mothers who have migrated from most often we see that migration into urban areas is associated with mental health problems. If you look at it, most of these look like social causes, right? I'm not even talking about biological causes or obstetric issues and other things. So somebody who has gone through a life event, or let's say mothers during COVID had significant amount of stress because they had difficulty in accessing services and the other things that, like for example, let's say, COVID was one disaster situation. It can be even conflicts. You're living in an area where there are conflicts going on or social issues going on. So that itself can be a risk factor. Now, these are just the social causes. And for a person if they have a biological risk factor, like for example, somebody in the family has had depression, or even before they became pregnant, they had a depression, then they're more likely to face challenges, right? So that is where I think it's very important for us to identify what are the risk factors that are likely to be there. Second, let me just take one example. Like, for example, I'm sure some of you have, had women who work. I'll give you an example of a lady who was working for us. She was 38 when she was working with us, and she had a daughter who was she used to say she's 16, but I am very sure she was not 16. She was not 18, but they got her married. And now that lady, she's just turned probably 18 according to me, but she already has delivered twins. You can imagine what amount of stress this woman must be going. I'm just giving you an example. First of all, there is a financial insecurities because the mother, they lived in a slum sort of an area, so they felt that there were a lot of risks for the woman's safety. So I get my girl married because there was a son who needed to be studied, right? Who needs to study? Son needs to study because the girl can get married, and it's no longer my responsibility to about her safety. So the girl gets married and she discontinues her studies. She's married off to a person who probably is about 10 years older to her. He was a daily wage worker, uses alcohol. So it's there are significant risk factors you can imagine for this woman, and she's just 18. How do you think she's expected to handle all these responsibilities? So that is where the health issues, and I think probably now if you see, even during her pregnancy, she was under tremendous stress because she was facing difficulties in her home. Her husband was abusive. And then the family here were also not very well off to support, and they had a lot of stigma about, oh no, she cannot come back to us even despite she facing violence because, she's married now. So again, and she gave birth to twins who were premature, low birth weight, and she had great difficulty in breastfeeding because she was young and things were very hard. And then babies were formula fed, so babies used to have repeated infections. So again, you can see that the whole situation, and the babies obviously will have some or the other difficulties now, and they are in the household where they're going to be exposed to father's drinking, violence, and other things. So the cycle continues. What we could have probably done, this is one example of gender-based violence as well, because where there's gender disparity. The son can study, but the daughter needs to get married and plan motherhood. And then there are about rights in terms of who makes the decision in a couple, who makes the decision? Do women get the decision to plan their pregnancy? Are they aware of contraception? So all these are very important questions, even before we address anxiety, depression, and other, because I think it's very important for you to understand. Do they have the knowledge about what contraception? Do they have the knowledge about what pregnancy is all about? Even people who know what pregnancy is all about, when they do experience a lot of challenges, right? So I think it's very important for us to understand these social factors as well. Then the second thing, what are the challenges? Like, for example, I know that you all are quite aware of what anxiety and depression is, or maybe they will discuss, but pregnancy is a phase where there are a lot of changes that are likely to happen in not just the physical aspect of a woman, but also mental aspects as well. So let's just look at what these are some of the mental health problems. So one is, there can be change, like for example, body image. A woman post-pregnancy is likely to have, weight gain, or her body changes significantly. And on social media, I'm sure all of you would have seen posts of celebrities post-motherhood, fit and, getting back to their original shape, whatever it is. So there is an immense pressure to look good, even on Instagram. I mean, forget about celebrities, women putting up stories, But I'm also glad that there are women who are saying that, no, it's okay. There are celebrities who are actually saying it's all right. So there is one body image. they're very conscious about it. Second thing is, at that age, you also probably, when you're not ready to be a mother, there's some degree of social isolation also happens because you are away from your friends, you're young mother. Many mothers are not let out of the house with the baby because there's in the postpartum period, or even otherwise they have to care for the young, so there's a responsibility, so they graduate, and probably their other friends might be in the same situation, or they might have moved on. So body image is one thing. The second thing is handling a baby. Handling a baby involves dealing with lot of day-to-day challenges, including feeding, taking care of their health, and emotionally being very sensitive. Like, for example, the mother should be able to sensitively interact with the baby. Now, if the mother is very stressed and distressed, how will she be able to identify what the baby wants, right? Now, one of the most important findings of many of these studies have been how many mothers who are anxious and depressed are not providing the sensitive care to their infants. So that can have an impact on the child development, right? Now, if the mother has to provide that kind of a care, then the mother has to be well. I'll also tell you the other side of it. Many of the mothers are told, no, you have to feel happy, you can't feel anxious, you can't feel sad during pregnancy. That is another pressure that they have, that, you have to be constantly be happy. But we all know every day there will be something or the other which will make you feel sad, make you feel anxious, right? So I think it's very important for us to understand that how young mothers can face challenges at various. One is body image. Second is about, withdrawing from their peers and social relationships. Third is about, it will also have an impact on their relationship with their partner and spouse, because once they're pregnant, there are other challenges and responsibilities. So they can also worry a lot about their children's well-being because they don't know what to do when the baby falls sick, how to go about it. So there are, the last few are not psychiatric disorders. I've just put a broad spectrum of what are the challenges that the mothers can face. Of course, we know that at least in our country, the percentage of women who experience in the depression in the postpartum is around 20%. And again, there are significant risk factors that I mentioned. So what is it that we can do I'm not talking about treatment of depression and anxiety here. What are the things that can be done to help our young mothers to deal with these situations? I think we need to create awareness about maternal mental health. And like I said, maternal mental health, it's not just about anxiety and depression. Also, a lot of information needs to be provided about the normal changes that happen during pregnancy and mental health. What are the anxieties? Many mothers have a lot of anxieties related to that. So I think creating an awareness is very important. Support networks for mothers. I'm sure in your families, if there's a young baby, you see that grandmothers and sisters and every cousins and everybody they can be a good source of support, but they can also be a source of stress. So having a good supportive network, because I know that many mothers, when we see in our perinatal psychiatry clinics, we also see mothers having difficulty because each one will tell them, okay, this is the right thing to do. The other person will say, no, this is not the right thing to do. You should do the other way. So they're getting constantly different messages, or there are a lot of stereotypes of motherhood. Your mothers have to be like this all the time. They have to be caring, they have to be loving, they have to be providing. So there is a lot of glorification of mother's role as well. So I think in that sense, having a support network which is culturally sustainable, because I see that online there are n number of support networks for mothers, but that might be very urban centric, but in rural areas also there are support groups which probably I think we need to strengthen them. In health systems, so what is it the health systems can do to provide support to young mothers? I think identifying mothers who are at risk for developing problems, psychiatric problems or mental health problems at initial level itself, like let's say somebody is pregnant, they go to an obstetrician, is something that is very important. Many a time these issues are not discussed with them, and only when there is a serious problem they come to the forefront. And often it's a very disease model that's put forth. Many talk about only screening for anxiety and depression. Screening for anxiety and depression, and they don't generally talk about what is it that one can do to improve their mental health. And when I say mothers, I think we should also include families. There are many families where there can be potential problems, so getting families to support the mother is something very important. I think as a lot of young people are there fighting stigma against mental illness and mental health issues is something that I think you people have a major role in terms how we can talk about these things. And it's, I would probably, that would be my dream, that when a mother says, no, I am stressed and I need help, and I don't have to worry about what another person says, because many mothers who come, they say that, you know, they have, in fact, they've spoken about their distress to someone, but they all say, no, it's either it is normalized or it is said that, no, it's okay. Nothing needs to be done, or you ignore what is happening. So I want those statements to come down, and then people are more supportive of what mothers go through. Other thing is accessibility to services. I think if I look at the distribution of mental health professionals, majority are in Bangalore. And as I move towards Bangalore to other parts of Karnataka, the number, again, there also it's a district setups where there are a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists. I think we need to probably look at other methods of supports for mothers in rural areas as well. And this is something, the last one is important, because there are a lot of young women who are also studying. I'm sure you all have dreams of becoming, achieving something in your life, having a career and having, moving forward, and then get married. And what I see is all probably now even parents support both education of a girl child, but once they get married, and then the issues start. And I think having a good support for childcare for mothers who want to work or who are planning to work is a big thing that we can do, because many mothers discontinue working after childbirth because one, they don't have adequate support, or they do not have proper childcare facilities. So I think, like, one, what a mother can do to improve herself, her health. The second thing is, largely I feel it's just not the mother's responsibility, but it is a responsibility of the society. Various systems have to come forward to support the young mother. And I think the last line of mine would be it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes everybody in the family and the society. It is everybody's responsibility to contribute towards young mother's mental well-being. The last one I think I put was the way forward. I think this is the last side. Most of it I have discussed, It's not just a psychiatrist or a psychologist, right? It's everybody's business. And while we focus so much on mothers, I think it's also important to focus on fathers as well, because I think that is where we strengthen our probably services. So fathers also should not be neglected. Even as young women who are here, pay attention to your physical well-being as well, nutrition, because nutrition also has an important role in your mental well-being. So discussion should start now, and then only you can take it forward, and not wait until we start thinking about pregnancy and parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for that very thought-provoking talk. So, questions, please. The floor is now open for discussion.
Thank you for the session, ma'am. It was a great session. But my question is, when it comes to spreading awareness about these issues, there's a big taboo, not just in society, in school, everywhere, right? So, is there something you can suggest that we as a school could do to spread awareness, or just take it forward than considering it as a taboo and not speaking about it at all?
Okay. I think it's a very good question and a practical question, because I told you to spread awareness. So one of the things is, I think at least initiate discussions. You know, there are, like, for example, I think many schools have discussions about menstruation and menstruation related problems. But there is also mental health component related to menstruation. So I think people should start discussing that. The second thing is also about, like I said, we focused on pregnancies, lot about reproductive health among young women as well, lot of issues related to that. I think creating that awareness is also very important. And like, for example, I know that in schools, when somebody says, oh, I'm feeling anxious, and you know, if someone comes to know that they're taking treatment from a mental health professional, there's a lot of bullying that happens. And I think that is something that we should, create awareness about. What is it that one can do? Having information is very important. You know, like, for example, in schools, one thing you could do is having a short plays, or, you know, creating awareness in terms of posters and getting people to talk about it. You have your functions, annual functions and things like that. So have a space where you can, because when I talk about it, I talk like a professional. When you talk about it, you talk it about a person who has gathered this information, has had and heard from someone else. So I think there are various levels. So first is, what is mental health? And second thing is about, you know, talking about stigma, that itself. And I know that schools can organize competitions on how to beat stigma, you know, in terms of having posters and things like that. But most of the one thing that works is about our own internalized, the way our attitudes have formed. Many of us do it without being aware of it. We still have attitudes. I know that even as a doctors, many doctors will not come to a mental health professional, right? So I think just start having small groups, create a circle, you know, mental health circle for yourself. So get students, your friends and people to talk about it, different things.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe that side you can give. After that.
Hello, ma'am. So I am a women's studies student. So my question is, when young mother is a witness of domestic violence, so at that time they feel most of time anxious and fearness. So how they can work on the well-being at that time?
Okay. I think that's a very important question, practical question. When a woman is in a situation where this is also a very common scenario. First is making a safety plan. I think that is most important. Is the woman safe? If she goes back to the same place and is in the same situation, like, for example, so there is something called making a safety plan with the mother, identifying sources of support. Like, many a times they don't discuss this with their mother or father because they feel that they're burdening them, or they are in such a situation where they cannot. And providing them with sometimes emergency helplines. They may not have access to these resources. First, address that. And then they also identify in terms of what is it that they can do. Because many a times, I think, as everybody says, oh, if the person is so abusive, why don't you leave? Or why don't you leave the house or go somewhere? They're not in a position to do that. So, but at least if you can reduce the distress, or making sure that the person has way out, like, let's say if somebody, you know, the his spouse is being very abusive, what is it that they can do? Including, I have done things like, you know, don't keep any heavy objects in and around, because he comes home intoxicated. And the woman refused to leave the person because she said, I have children and I don't want to do. And we gave her all the options, but she just chose to make these, okay, when the person comes, if he's intoxicated, I will not engage in any conversation, I will just stay out. and probably come home or, talk to him. And so I think making that safety plan and then start looking, because there are laws, there are domestic violence laws, everything is there. Many have information, many do not have information. Our option is to provide them with all the possible options that are available, making a safety plan. If you feel that the stress and anxiety is because of the violence that person is going through, ensure that the violence is addressed first, and then the anxiety and depression will come down. Because merely I can give medications to reduce anxiety, but if I don't address that problem, it is just of no use.
Thank you, ma'am.
One last question.
Ma'am, this is regarding, you told about cities having lot of consultation, especially on the pregnancy and the awareness, but we don't have it in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So is it, being the NIMHANS, being in the front about the health and mental issues, NIMHANS has taken any possibility or opportunities to extend their hands and go forward to do any of these schemes? That is one first question. And the second,
can I answer the first question before I answer the second? So the first and foremost is we want more professionals. We have created quite a good awareness among many psychiatrists as well in district hospitals. So they are quite aware of it. And with lot of efforts, there is something called a Thai card. There are 2 questions related to asking mothers about their mental health. So that is like all pregnant mothers, they are asked this question. This is an initiative that's started. And if there is an issue, and they are referred to the care that is being, and we have trained medical officers also in terms of addressing maternal mental health problems.
And the last one, ma'am, because there is lot of difference in the wisdom of ancient pregnancy methods followed and the new methods. Like when I say new method, on all the methods we generally follow. So you think there is a gap to understand for a woman, because when you go for an ancient, you talk with a grandmother, so she will give you a different wisdom, and you try to follow it, and when you go outside, there is a panic created by a hospital or a doctor. So is it also adding more to a pregnancy and also a depression or anxiety issues for a woman?
I won't say, it's like saying everything modern is good, everything ancient is bad. There is a balance between that, right? Some of the practices can be harmful. Like, for example, eating certain foods is not okay during breastfeeding phases, or you should not breastfeed during particular times of the day. And some of these are not okay, and because you need to address it scientifically. But it's not that, like I'll tell you one example is about putting that kajal, no? So the mother said, I don't think it's a good practice to put it inside the eye, because the baby was developing eye infection, right? So that was the bone of contention. So no, the drishti, I don't know, how, all of you, I hope you know Kannada, drishti agate. So I think the mother was smart. The mother decided, okay, you feel that way, then you put it on the sole of the foot. That is how but I think we need to test out some of the techniques. Like, for example, yoga has been considered as one of the useful intervention in promoting mental health during pregnancy, right? So some of these issues are there, and like, for example, some of the postpartum practices are good for our mothers, the massages or probably the rest that they give, or the kind of foods that they give, very enriching foods, are good. So it's like, I think it's the balance. I don't know whether it directly leads to a mental health issue, but it can increase a little bit of stress if there is already existing conflict. Okay.
First off, madam, the topic you spoke about was very enlightening, because as students, it's not every day we get to talk about topics like these. So I wanted to ask you this. So I've noticed a trend among my relatives and cousins. So they all have children because they have to. Like it's a cycle, they live in a loop. They just have children because they have to, and it's what the society tells them to. But also, most of these parents, like the ones I've seen, they're not ready to be parents. And the friends I talk to, they tell me they're unwanted, or they feel like they don't want to be here, they're not needed. And how do we as youth know that we have a choice here to make, and to avoid cases like the shaken baby syndrome, and for children to be ill cared for?
Okay, that's a very good question, and I'm so happy, when kids talk in the uniform. This is a very good question, and you're so aware of things. I think this is about autonomy. Can the couple make a choice? That's why I said there's a woman, forget about women, even the men sometimes don't have a choice. There's so much of pressure. Right? So for me, the thing is, it's about education. And as parents, if the parents teach their children how to make decisions, when to say that, no, doesn't fit with me. Many a times people feel that if the children let's say the couple makes the decision, it is not disrespecting your elders. Because it is ultimately the parents' responsibility to bring the children, whether you have grandparents, granduncles, anyone. Ultimately, it is the parents' responsibility. I think it may not happen right now, but I urge all of you, when you become parents, to ensure that, irrespective of whether you have a boy or a girl, please give them the autonomy. And to give that autonomy, you have to give them value-based education, that how to make a right decision. So that's where all your life skill education comes in, right? So, yeah, I think, I'm not sure if a friend of yours has said that she feels like an unwanted child, but it's not nice to be in that position where you feel that you are not wanted by your parents, right? So you can see how, if you take this story backwards, you can see the parents themselves were stressed about having a baby and then the impact on this particular child. So that is why it is so necessary to talk about these things. Because I think for us, all the movies show that how the mother is so elated, she's pregnant, and that's why I said romantic novels should end there only. They should not. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure having you here. I request you to please stay on the dais. I request Dr. Urvita Bhatia from Sangat Goa to kindly present a memento to our speaker, Dr. Geeta Desai. Thank you, ma'am, for that thought-provoking talk. Thank you. So moving on, let's go to the next session, which is on sports as a part of lifestyle. So our next distinguished speaker is Professor Prithviraj R., who is the principal of RV College of Physiotherapy. Sir's areas of interest are physiotherapy administration, musculoskeletal and sports physiotherapy, and he has a special interest in shoulder rehabilitation. He is a life member of several organizations like Indian Association of Physiotherapy. He's been a presenter, resource person, guest speaker in several conferences. He is a member of the Advanced Research Monitoring Board of RGOHS, member of Board of Studies of RGOHS. He is also a member of various committees, including the Vision Group of Karnataka. So, sir, I request you to kindly come up the dais and deliver your talk. Let's have a round of applause.
Sure. Warm good afternoon to one and all. Can we have the slides? Slide changes. Slides. Okay. So, how many of you amongst you probably have played any sport, maybe in the last 1 week? Yes. Good to see many hands having risen. So then there's a fair chance that your mental health and wellness will be taken care of. And we'll see how that happens. So sports as a part of lifestyle is what I'm going to speak about. Where should I point out? Point out to the screen? Yes. Yeah. So sports means all forms of physical activity which through casual or organized participation aim at expressing or improving physical fitness, mental well-being, forming social relationships, or obtaining results in competitions at all level. Now this becomes a very technical definition of sports, or rather a description, but sports can be much beyond this description. So all of us through our growing years have fond memories of playing through our time at school, during our PT periods, physical education, and then we took special interest in some sports at some or the other time, and then probably also got trained and developed our skills, and probably also reached to compete at a certain level of, achieve certain level of competitiveness. So I'm sure there are many sports persons right now sitting in this room who have gone through these phases. So the indoor and outdoor sports, just for the sake of classification. So how did it all begin? In the first place, I think the origin of sports, if you look at, it's been there from time immemorial, from the days of mythology to the historical days. We have seen as how sports has developed on this planet. So in the ancient forms, we had the Greeks who invented, so ever since the humanity settled down from being hunters and gatherers, got into agriculture, and from then on there was a lot of spare time by when people started exploring their own bodies like never before, and saw to it as how they could push their limits. And if you come to our ancient mythologies, there have been sports that have been there from time immemorial, from the days of Mahabharata and onwards, where a lot of these sports, be it wrestling, archery, so on and so forth, have been in vogue. So in the past few hundred years, since the colonial influence, we have had modern sports emerge in our country, and the sports like cricket, tennis, badminton, soccer, hockey, all of them have gained immense popularity and are being followed by millions of people who not just play sports but also actively involved in watching these sports and are a part of the fan club. So in the post-independence era, we have seen how cricket has emerged in our country, where our sports stars have claimed many international trophies, like the ones of the ICC trophies have been won multiple times. This has been our success at the international cricket in terms of winning multiple ICC trophies in many formats, one-day international as well as T20. And it's not just all about cricket. If you have keenly observed in the last couple of decades, we have seen this other sports emerge and taking center stage, where our athletes are able to deliver results in the international arena, including that of Olympics in sports like athletics like javelin, badminton, weightlifting, powerlifting, boxing, so on and so forth. and I think ever since the advent of IPL, a couple of decades back, and since then, we have had professional sports in the form of leagues which have emerged, which have got immense funding from the corporate houses and has gained much attention and has an immense fan following. So therefore, the sports culture, sports as a culture is picking up at an unprecedented level. Is there some issue with this? Yeah. So just have a look at how the lifestyle has evolved from the days from when we have come out of the caves and have probably tilling the fields to the current day, as how we are just involved ourselves, immersed ourselves in terms of how less and less physically active we have become. So how has this lifestyle evolved? So as I was mentioning earlier, from the caves, from being hunters and gatherers. So I think there's an interesting description. The men, folks were the food chasers, and the women back home would probably secure the family within the caves. So from then on, the agriculture, settling down, settlements from being nomads to being settlers, and from settlers in the industrial era, we became workers in the factories, and with that came modernization, where we started migrating to urban areas and started living in urban environment. And with the advent of technology and advancement of technology, now everything is moving towards a digital space. So if you note, from the hunter-gatherer phase to the era of digitization, progressively the demand for physical activity has consistently diminished. And it's just not stopping at that. The world around us is continuously evolving. So much so that we are lost. We are just lost in this sheer madness of technology as to how it is evolved and has taken over the entire urban spaces. So the technological advancements have ensured that we devote much of our time not to communicate, to relate, or to connect with the real people around us, but virtual world engagement just does not happen more in a physical format, but more in terms of our time devotion onto the screens, various screens. Of course, this digital transformation has also enabled us on many accounts, has made our efficiency, work efficiency, the delivery of goods and services to the next level, but it has come by with a lot of drawbacks, which has made our lifestyle into what it has become now. So in this interconnected, globalized world, we cannot but escape from this reality, which is the digital transformation, which currently we are all a part of. And I think most of you here are probably the digital natives. It might be absolutely normal for you to spend 6-8 hours on the screen, but then if I were to see my son doing that, it's immensely painful, and I am just about not knowing how to deal with it. And that's the sad reality. So of course we keep working on it, but then that's how it has become. So what is the price that we are paying for this transformation that is taking place, or rather taken place in the society. It's just not happening without the cost. And the cost of our lifestyle is the increase in non-communicable diseases like obesity, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, certain cancers, and in terms of the impact on the health, and then the information overload and the potential mental fatigue, resulting in many of the mental disorders or illnesses like increase in anxiety, depression, and other mental disorders. It's not just that, it is also affecting the way we can perform our day-to-day activities, or the work output, if you may call so, because of the shorter attention span that we have and the poor interpersonal communication skills, so that we are unable to manage good interpersonal relationships. So there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of strife that can come in. So how sports can be a part of the solution? So when one engages in sports, so the benefits are manifolds. It's not just on one area, it's on multiple areas. Like it improves the physical health, it improves the mental and emotional well-being, and then it also enhances the social and interpersonal relationship. So in terms of the physical health, the many parameters that can get better when someone engages in active sports on a day-to-day basis, like the cholesterol levels can come down, they have good control on their weight, any kind of a weight-bearing activity promotes bone health, and the bones can get stronger, can mitigate the impact of aging, as some of these bones, people with, as they age, have a tendency to develop certain bony problems like osteopenia, osteoporosis. And yes, ultimately it does also have a positive impact on the immunity. Whenever you are inactive, your immune system also goes down, and that can predispose you or make you vulnerable for developing many illnesses. Boosts your confidence from a mental health perspective, improves the mood, combats depression, and can effectively help you to manage the day-to-day stress. So when it comes to the social health, so it fosters teamwork, builds trust and resilience amongst the team members of the sporting group, enhances the leadership qualities, and provides you the opportunity to demonstrate these leadership qualities. And sports are highly unpredictable. You go with a certain level of uncertainty, and when you play any sport, there is no certainty that you are going to win or you are going to lose. So in these moments of uncertainties, you develop your inherent qualities and capacities to deal with pressure, as to how you can handle pressure and still come out of it. So it's not all that rosy in terms of what good adopting sports as a part of your lifestyle can do to you in terms of your physical, mental, or emotional well-being, but it's a double-edged sword in the sense that it does not necessarily always have a positive effect on your health. There can be the negative as well. Okay, so the positive effects, as we have listed, the knowledge of nutrition, exercise and health, the psychosocial development of both the young and old with personality development can also happen because of sports. When it comes to the negative effects, the risk of failure leading to poor mental health. Now this has been a reality. Somebody is unable to perform to meet their own expectations or the expectation of their coach or the family, then there is every possibility that they can go down the negative spiral. Can increase the risk of injuries, especially when you are not performing well. Could result in certain eating disorders, burnouts, and other issues with the GI system. So how much physical activity should we be aiming for? So the general guidelines or recommendations is that of at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity aerobic physical activity per week, or about 75 minutes of vigorous intensity activity per week. So whether you are a weekend warrior or you play sports through the week, you can plan it accordingly so that you get the minimum activity level. Just take a minute of your time onto the screen and then just see what's happening. So how many of you are seeing the animation walking towards you? Please raise your hands. How many of you see it as walking away from you? Quite a lot. So seeing is believing. What you can really trust? Can you really trust what you have seen? There were some hands for going away, there were some hands of moving closer. And that is about your perception. And sports is one means of expanding your perception that is ultimately going to reflect or generate the reality that you are going to live in. Okay, so another small trick. So you have an orange dot and a yellow dot, and then you have balls moving across. Take a minute, blink your eyes, have the gaze again. So how many of you see the balls moving clockwise? Clockwise around the orange dot. Is it moving clockwise? Anti-clockwise. Does anybody see it moving clockwise? No. What about the yellow dot? Anti-clockwise. Does anybody see that moving clockwise? One gentleman sees, the photographer. I think he has the best pair of eyes, if I may say so. And it is absolutely normal for people to see things differently. And the same principle of how one's perception views the reality is something that we have to understand, and which is the one which can actually expand. Sports can provide this opportunity to expand our perceptions and therefore expand what the reality could be for us. We have two orange dots. The first one is surrounded by bigger circles and the second one is surrounded by smaller circles. I hope all of you are able to see that. So are the two orange dots of the same size or different size? Same size. You all have got used to that, but then if you just were to give that's big. Yes, somebody is saying that's big. Yes, that does appear big. That's how we are perceiving it right now, but in reality it is of the same size. So in the words of renowned neuroscientist Dr. Lotto, the brain didn't actually evolve to see the world the way it was, or rather the way it is. The brain has evolved to see the world it is useful to see. So engaging in sports does enhance our perception, and it will definitely provide us an opportunity to see the world in a much better way. So sports can challenge our perception and help us discover our true potential, and that is the reason why we need to make sports as a part of our lifestyle. Perception being an active process, just like sports, requires active participation. So engaging in sports allows individuals to fully immerse themselves, hone their skills and experience the world through movement. And mental health, well-being, sports, I would like to add another term, movement wellness. Movement wellness is something that we all need to understand as how it is the key to the rest of the things. If we are moving adequately through the day, that's about how we can maintain our health. Sports teaches you character, it teaches you to play by rules. It teaches you to know what it feels like to win or lose. It teaches you about life. And let's make sports a part of our lifestyle. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Hello? Hello. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful talk. So, ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿ. So, we'll have time only for 2 questions. The remaining questions you can pass it on to our volunteers. The volunteers will take it down and we will get in touch with the resource person and seek answers. So, yeah, please.
Hello, sir.
Oh.
So my question is, how do we change the perception of parents who force their kids to quit sports because they believe that academics is more important?
I'll just give you from my own understanding as a parent. I have a 14-year-old son who's just gotten into a school basketball team. So when he came up with this idea, in 2 years into the lockdown, no physical activity at home, he had put on about 6-8 kgs, and me being a sports physiotherapist that I am, so I encouraged him to physically become active, and fortunately we had a coach within our community who was training boys into the basketball training. So my son got an opportunity to get trained, and then that resulted him in being selected to the sports, school team. So when this idea came that he is going to spend much more hours outdoor practicing or training himself with the school team, I did have my reservation in terms of how he is going to cope up with his academics, and but when I see that he's ever since he started playing basketball, he's also becoming good in his studies. So that is the whole idea that the parents need to be open to, that if my son or daughter, if my child can pick up some sport and he does take that seriously in terms of his dedication, discipline and devotion to it, then it automatically rubs off into the other spheres of life, be it his academics or his behavior and so on and so forth. So maybe the child who wishes or aspires to get into sports can engage the parent and make an effort to demonstrate with his action that here I am going to sports, and there is a chance, and there is a good chance that I may also do well in my academics, and once the parents are convinced with that, then they will support you to the hilt. I think that's my belief. Thank you.
So one more question we can have from this side. Anybody, you can ask in Kannada also. Kannadadallu kelbodu. Dayaviಟ್ಟು ಹಿಂಜರಿಬೇಡಿ ಕೇಳಿ.
No, sir. So when the child takes the decision when he is coming to his boards, exams or anything like upcoming studies, while that, how can he manage both sports and as well as his academics in his own field?
It again depends on what expectation he has from his academics and from sports, not just his expectations but also the expectations of his parents. So if he is aiming for some higher academic achievement and the sports is just more for recreation or as a stress buster, he can still actively participate in sports in a scheduled way so that it doesn't come in the way of his academics. Or if someone is aspiring for a higher sports achievement than his academics, then by then the parent should have been convinced as to how they can support him through this phase where there is a board exam coming up, but then there is also training for a major competition at a at whatever level, national, international, or a state level. So not just parents, even institutions, when such students are a part of institutions, we provide them with special privileges in terms of attendance and so on and so forth, so that we accommodate their sporting schedules within the academic framework and try to help them. So sports achievement or academic achievement, there has to be a decision made, and accordingly one needs to proceed. And in any case, even if the academic achievement takes precedence over sports, then still being a part of sports in an organized way, in a very scheduled way, does help also to impact or enhance the academic performance, because it can act as a stress buster. If somebody is so hooked up with all their texts, books, studies, projects, so on and so forth, and if they can get some time off and where they can just go and play, that does help them to relax to such a great extent that their performance can automatically improve in their academics as well. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracefully accepting our invite and delivering this important talk. Sir, I request you to please come back on stage, sir. I request Dr. Pradeep BS, our Professor and HOD Department of Epidemiology, to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude to Dr. R. Prithviraj. Thank you, sir. So before we look after our nutrition, we are going to have a short important talk on nutrition. So we have Chief Clinical Dietitian and Head of Apollo Hospitals, Bangalore, Dr. Priyanka Rohatgi. She has more than 20 plus years of experience in clinical dietetics and research. She has won 8 gold medals and she has been awarded with international award from the UK. She has green belt in 6 Sigma certification and she's contributed many articles both in press and print. She is a very eminent nutritionist. So let's all put our hands together. Let's give her a round of applause. Over to you, ma'am. The slide changer is there, ma'am. Yeah. Very shortly your PPT will play.
Yes. Good afternoon. Are you all very hungry? Yes, so we are really hungry for right information. I'm not here to give you any gyan, which I'm very sure all of us have lots and not many of us are ready to get more gyan. Just want to sensitize you. I have a lot of slides and I want you to have a keen look at the screen for the next 30 minutes. You can see the picture in the slide. Every morsel that we eat is an opportunity to feed or fight the disease. And how many times do we eat in a day? Multiple times, not just 3. We had a tea coffee break also. We had an early morning tea coffee or a milk break as well. We go back home and we'll have something, and maybe bedtime we may indulge into a dessert. So will we remember this picture? Every time we put our hand into our mouth, will we remember this picture? We should try to, because we don't want to visit any of the hospitals as a patient. You may have seen, if you visited any hospital, it's not a very pleasant feeling. I'm not able, yeah. So what we are going to talk about is, why are we talking of this topic today? Who are we talking about? How we can make these modifications, and what is it that is in store for us and our family. We know that multiple studies have proven that adolescence is the most vulnerable age at this point of time, because what people see from outside is that my child is putting on weight. And weight is not the only criteria for you being fit or unfit. So we have to look at what problems we are facing in adolescence, and that is passing on into the youth. We hear so many sad stories in the morning that a 20-year-old died or a 22-year-old died. They died in sleep, they had a heart attack, they had hypertension, things which we had never heard of maybe 10, 12 years back. So certainly this is an area of concern, and if we look at statistics, we know that 1 out of 5 has mental health issues. Gut and brain are directly related. So if you are not happy in your brain somewhere, your health is also not at the best metabolism. cancer incidence has gone up so much. We have so many children coming in for cancer treatments, and it's a painful treatment going through radiation and chemotherapy at such a tender age of your life. We also find so much of type 1 diabetics where they have to prick themselves every day multiple times for insulin. So these problems are umpteen, and we can definitely address it if we have the right state of mind, and we don't want to be in news for wrong reasons, right? So we don't want to contribute to this upward trend as we increase. We want to contribute more towards our growth and success. These are some more data which shows us how these trends are increasing. This is just to sensitize all of us that we are just sitting on a time bomb and we don't want it to be ticking as fast in the wrong manner. This is another very important slide which shows us how the death rates in adolescent and youth are getting impacted. Leading causes of death between 15 to 19 years of age is accidents, rash driving, suicide, homicide, and apart from that, a lot of lifestyle-related parameters. Fundamental cause of any disease is any kind of toxins. Do we eat toxins? Knowingly, unknowingly, yes. The plastic water bottle that we carry, or the Swiggy packets that we get with hot food in a poor quality container, or any of those packaged fancy foods, imported stuff. So a lot of toxin goes every day in our mouth. We eat a lot of pathogens in the form of the roadside charts or any other food which is kept for a very long time. Metabolism gets impacted. We also have poor genetics because India is the capital of diabetes and heart disease as well. So we are getting a lot of inheritance from our parents as well. And then there's a lot of trauma around everything. And all of this contributes to a lot of inflammation, in simple words, swelling in our body cells. This can lead to 80% of the diseases. And the good part is all these 80% are preventable. So let's make an attempt to reduce them. Is the slide visible? This was a very, very popular slide in the COVID times because people were wondering, I am very healthy, how come I am getting COVID? And even if I get COVID, I'll come out of it. And we saw in the second wave, the worst hit were the young population. And we lost so many young people because what we were seeing is when there was no house help available, no cooks coming to your house, no Swiggy, Zomato at the strength at which it should have been, people were making moong dal halwas or baking as a hobby or, all high calorie, high fat stuff, or they had bought air fryers and they were making a lot of barbecue stuff, thinking it is zero fat, but then the heat and the kind of interaction between the food was very, very harmful. And that what hit the first wave in the young population, and they lost most of their immunity and they were really badly hit in the second wave. So food certainly has a very important role in our immunity. But what do we do? Immediately when we have a headache, we start looking up on the Google. And we think that, oh, there's a brain tumor that I'm, living with. Or maybe if I have an acidity, this is certainly a stomach tumor or a cancer that I have. Is this the right information? And unfortunately, technology is advancing, but we are just dependent on that gadgets and technology. We are not looking beyond that. We are not correlating. We are not rationalizing. We are not thinking, which is the main, quality of a human being. So what we need to do is get the right information from the right sources. It's not too hard. Go by your gut feeling. Don't just go by anything and everything on the Google. Look for authentic sources when you look for information. Now let's go forward. When we see the global picture, we see undernutrition on one side and overnutrition on the other side. Most of us sitting in the hall are on the right-hand side of the slide. We know that we are well-fed and we still are overindulging into wrong things. So I would be addressing the right-hand side of the slide, which is clearly showing us that we are, through all the guidelines, certainly the overfed population. And this is very important at adolescent because you are achieving the best of your physical growth. We have body image issues when people, talk about it, which you should not be bothered at all. Our brain is developing. We are developing the best IQ and understanding of what we want from our life. We also have to do our daily activities, be it sports, be it regular eating food. We have to live up to the performances, be it whatever in our academics or sports. We don't want to fall prey to diseases. We want better future, and we want to reduce the outcomes of all these health issues. This is not very difficult because our body and our age is by our side. So what happens is, in adolescent, you can still do away eating some additional calories, however, if they are also nutrient dense. So if we have two choices, I could have a fruit milkshake, I could have a aerated beverage. What do you think is a better choice? We didn't have to really look at Google, did we? All of us know about it. So that was an opportunity where those 200 ml volume could give us some nutrients in addition to calories vis-a-vis just empty calories. So that choice has to be made every time we pick up a morsel. I don't say don't take aerated beverages, but ration out your choices in a manner that it supports your body growth. If you look at the physiology right now, this is the time in adolescence when your body is actually forming a good calcium bank, a good body composition. All of us have a specific weight. For that 50, 60 or 70 kgs of weight that we have something called our bone mass, our fat percentage and our muscle mass. The higher the muscle mass, the better is our immunity, the better is our metabolism on a day-to-day basis, and we can get away eating higher calories. And that comes from good physical activity, from good nutrients that we eat on a daily basis. How does fat come into our body? By sitting for long hours. So if you look at a buffalo and a horse, who do you think is fatter? Buffalo? Please Google the weight of both the animals and you would realize that horse has a higher weight. But look at the shape. And what is the physical activity that a horse and a buffalo does? Buffalo is most of the time sitting. You hardly find it running. You would have never seen it running. Walking, maybe if you're lucky. Or if somebody is just grazing them away. And what have we become? Are we horses or are we buffaloes? Sorry for this comparison, but of late our lifestyle has become such that we are all the time just sitting like a buffalo. And that is what is making our liver a very slow liver, slow functioning liver. And most of us, when we do our ultrasound, we'll realize we have grade 1 fatty liver. So we have to really make an effort. We don't have to sit for more than 1 hour. If we are doing some work, some studies, or whatever, a class to attend, just make an effort to do a 5-minute stretch or a 2-minute walk in and around your place or campus. Also focus as preventing most of these problems. Now let's look at how do we do it. Now every time we eat food, we eat it in a plate. So a plate is a very good picture if we divide it into 4 parts. We make sure that our carbohydrates coming from chapati, rice, pasta, bread, millets, whatever kind of carbs you are eating, is just 1/4. Does that happen? Or we eat a mountain full of rice. We take a mountain full of rice and we take little portion of sambar, little portion of curd, little portion of rasam, and finish our meal. So can this slight change be made right now? We don't really need so much calories, but we need so much more protein in our diet. And every day when we look at our newspapers, some or the other study comes that 80% Indians are protein deficient. And it's right there in our food. So why not make an attempt and cut down that excess weight, improve our metabolism and enhance our muscle mass. Where does protein come from? From our dal, from our dahi, from the eggs, from the chicken that we eat. So we can easily make it 1/4 of our plate. Can we? Is it very difficult? In the form of sundal, in the form of sprout salad, in the form of soya chunks, in the form of dal or sambar. There are many opportunities in which we can add the protein, but it has to be 1/4 of the plate. Will we do that? And the remaining half is for fruits and salad. Now, since we've had a big meal, we may not want to add fruit right there, so we could push the fruit to the snack time. So we have our breakfast. Now 1/4 fruit that was left becomes our mid-morning snack. And we don't indulge into snacking with biscuits, breads, murukus, mixtures. They're again carbohydrates. So if we keep this my plate in mind, we can definitely strike a balance on every meal that we eat. Is it difficult? Is food available to all of us? I'm sure if we tell our mothers that please add a little more sambar or dal or sundal to my tiffin, or give me a cup of buttermilk or give me a cup of curd, she'll be more than happy to do that. And we have to make sure we eat regulated meals. We just don't eat as and when food is served to us. Now, if I say that let's meet for a cup of coffee, we are happy to meet at McDonald's and we are happy to have a large meal. But was that a meal time? No. So please regulate your body with equal loads of work. Eat at regular intervals so that the body knows that this is the time I'm going to get the workload to work upon and the metabolism is regulated. Snacks is a big, big problem in India. What comes to your mind when we talk of snacks? Samosa, kachori, chips, biscuits. And these are all industry-driven, media-related, price-driven advertisements. But are they really healthy for you? Have you tried reading a label of a packet of chips? Okay, let me give you an example. When you open a packet of Lay's, say any chips packet for that matter, one chip that you pick up is 10 calories. When you pick up a packet of nuts, one badam that you pick up is 7 calories. Can you eat full packet of badam? But can you eat a full packet of chips? Do you realize that how many calories have gone in? And would you get something better if you would have eaten a badam or a walnut or a pista for that matter? So much satiety, so much good fat for the brain, so much nice nutrients, magnesium which is very good for gut lining and memory. So why not indulge into right kind of snacking? It's not very difficult, it's just a mindset on where I spend my money on. And we have to make sure that all this exercise of eating also is going to our muscle in the form of regular physical activity. Is it very difficult? We postpone our physical activity or our gym membership to next year's resolution. But we forget that we eat 3 times a day. So we can easily spare 1 hour or 45 minutes for our physical activity. So let's start doing that in small bouts, maybe 10 minutes every day. So 30 minutes is easily maintained if you do it 3 times a day. Simple ideas on how we can pack our meals. I know it takes a little effort, but if we plan things well in advance, we can easily do it. Is it attractive? Is it doable? It is certainly doable if we want to do it. And this would give you a good satiety as well. So what we have to make sure is we ensure that we focus on eating as one of the important tasks in our day's duty, and it is not with our mobile in the hand or watching TV. We pay attention to what we are eating. We focus on the chewing that we are doing because that is processing the metabolism in our body. Skipping meals is very convenient, but you get into a starvation mode and you become static on your weight and you bounce back with more weight. So don't skip your meals. Rather focus on making it wholesome with the good My Plate method. Rethink on the snacks that you eat, especially the beverages. They are loaded with sugar. So next time when you pick up something, always read the label. When you pick up a packet of bhujia, it says 1 serving is 21 grams. Who stops at 21 grams? 4 teaspoons. Will you just finish at stop eating at 4 teaspoons? And that 4 teaspoons is 500 calories. God forbidden, nothing close to our breakfast, lunch or dinner also. So be very careful. This is all what is fueling your body. You are investing in good health. So read the label. Do you ever identify how much sugar we tend to eat in so-called foods which are not sweet? Ketchup, in the aerated beverages, in the breakfast cereals, in the ice creams. Would you ever eat so much sugar otherwise? So if we cut down and make sensible choices, rather eat a fruit. A full carrot of around 100 grams will hardly give you 1 teaspoon of sugar. And the satiety and the nutrients that comes with it is umpteen. So let's look at that. Sugar works like cocaine. The more you eat, the more you feel like eating. So we have to make a conscious effort of cutting down the slow poison in the diet. Fast foods are definitely unhealthy because they are filled with high fat, salt and sugar. And at that young age, your kidneys are not ready to process so much of salt, and that is why we are finding so many young children coming with kidney impairment, high blood pressure. You don't check it, so you don't know it. But ignorance is no longer a bliss. If we go for a health check, we would realize that so many of us already have high blood pressure. So let's cut down the devil in the diet so that we don't get those problems. Plenty of fruits and vegetables. If you make it a principle that I'm going to eat food which is grown on a plant rather than manufactured in a plant on a daily basis. Sometimes if I indulge into junk, it's okay, but it should not be a daily intake of mine. Some other options on snacking could be nice, healthy homemade items which you can store at home. If you want to freeze it for yourself, it's even much better than eating a 2 minutes Maggi or a ready-to-eat cereal or something of that sort. This is another concept given by US FDA, which is called as My Food Pyramid, where we need to eat each and every food item. Don't get carried away with any of these celebrity diets or fad diets, like, you have an almond diet, you have a South Beach diet, you have a ketogenic diet, and you'll see people losing 10, 12, 15 kgs of weight in a month. You did not gain weight overnight, so you cannot lose it overnight. But if you do such drastic things, you are playing around with your gut health, and that would give you long-term bad effects and bring down your immunity. So we have to make sure we make right choices. We also understand that our nutritional requirements are much higher than what any other age group is. And this nutritional requirement is not just calorie protein. It's much to do with the minerals that I'll show you now, which are directly going to feed our brain. So we have to make sure we eat good amount of these. Again, my plate, yeah. So if you look at calorie protein, this is sufficient, and most of us achieve it throughout the day. What we don't get is our minerals throughout the day. We don't get our fiber throughout the day, which we will get only when we eat fresh and natural unprocessed food. We are suffering from overnutrition, but at the same time, we have this hidden hunger of undernutrition of micronutrients, which is directly affecting our fatigue. We are all the time tired, ready to sleep. We are all the time, brain fogged. We don't want to look at new things. We don't have fresh view to anything, which is not the right perspective. So if we really want to get the maximum output, these minerals are what is going to do the magic. So iron, calcium, magnesium, potassium, and you don't get it in any packaged food. You don't need to get fortified food. You just need natural, homegrown or, plant-grown food items. Magnesium is something very, very important, and most of the Indians are deficient in that mineral. Have you ever thought about it? Magnesium comes from the soil and the vegetables and the grains and the nuts. But what we eat is most of the times the processed packaged food, so we don't get enough magnesium. A simple migraine can go if you just apply magnesium oil, or you start supplementing nuts in your diet. If you have menstrual cramps, if you have a lot of leg pain after a good workout or good playing in the school, you have severe cramps in your shin area between the ankle and the knee. That can easily go if you replenish your magnesium. So these are small things, but you don't really need tablets for them. All you need is good eating. Average salt intake. Have you ever calculated your salt intake? We don't. And we think we don't eat enough salt. We don't need excess salt, obviously. That's the first statement we say. But if you pick up a packet of chocolates or a packet of cornflakes, that gives you enough salt for the whole day. And we don't really count that, isn't it? Because we don't look at it as a salty food item. So these are abuses that are going on a daily basis in our diet, impacting our liver and kidney. So be a little sensitized on that. Look at good amount of iron, because that will give you the brain alertness, immunity, and performance to get a good IQ. And iron comes from all leafy vegetables. You have it coming from the animal products where the bioavailability is better. If you're a vegetarian, you can still depend on millets, leafy vegetables, chana, jaggery, things like that, and make it a point that you eat on a regular basis. Add good amount of vitamin C in the form of amla or raw mango or lime in your diet, which will again enhance the absorption. So we can look at these foods, not very difficult, easily found in our fridge. We also need to make sure that we take enough calcium. Many children come to us and they say that they don't like milk because milk causes a funny feeling in the stomach. Most of it is a perception. Milk is a very, very good item for calcium rather than drinking your aerated beverage, which has phosphoric acid, which causes dental caries and sort of demineralizes your bone. Milk is a much better option. You could make it in the form of a curd-based smoothie or a paneer-based item or a buttermilk or a milk combined with some nuts and fruit in the form of a milkshake. But milk is very, very important to give you the calcium. Why we are talking about it right now? Because you have something called calcium bank in your body, which is formed only up till the age of 32. So beyond that, how much so ever calcium you eat, it will not be absorbed. You can see your mothers, grandmothers struggling with knee pain, and they may popping in tablets, but they're not getting maximum benefit, which you right now can form a good bank and get for your old age. Energy balance is important through good physical activity. Food for anxiety. Food has a direct correlation with your anxiety. Don't link it with chocolates and high sugar content. It only gives you that cocaine effect, and then you'll pile up a lot of kilos. Curds can be a very good option. Nuts can be a very good option. Salad, vegetables, beans, legumes can be very good option to fight your anxiety. How does that happen? Proteins have something called the amino acid L-tryptophan, which in the body forms serotonin. That will give you a very good skin, at the same time good sleep, and you'll have very good mood and anti-anxiety performance throughout the day. Is it doable? Do you really have to take those anti-anxiety tablets? If you have an aggravated problem, yes, to some extent you may need, but when you don't want to create it by eating wrong foods. Physical activity is very important. If we can't do 60 minutes at a stretch, let's divide it into 10, 10, 10 multiple times of the day, or 20, 20 minutes multiple times of the day. Physical activity is also related to your cognitive ability. People who are into sports, as the previous speaker told us, they have better performance because they are able to grasp better. So you have to make sure that you mitigate your own lifestyle. Would you do that? Is it possible? We have a choice every time to either eat a brain booster or a brain burner. So we have to make that right choice and ensure that we do not eat overtly sweetened items on a daily basis. Natural sugar coming from fruits and vegetables is fine. Added sugar in any form is always harmful because it gives you that cocaine effect. Breakfast is a very, very important part of the day. Do all of you eat? We should never ever skip our breakfast. If we are time pressed, we can always carry something in our tiffin, something as simple as a bread omelette sandwich, a fruit, a handful of nuts, which are easy to, eat on the go. But never skip your breakfast. Some simple options could be, let me show you, a nice millet chapati made overnight. You can just roll it up and carry it as your tiffin. Very difficult? It is doable provided we have the mindset and we want to do it. We need to ensure we have enough protein in our diet from whatever source depending on our food choices. We need to make sure we hydrate ourselves well. Every 1 hour, 1 glass of water. Easy to do, unsweetened, unsalted beverage. Simple ways to include water and make it interesting is make it in the infused form. You could put whatever fruit of your choice, and that has a very good calming effect because it leaches out a lot of magnesium and potassium in the water to drink. You could even make up your breakfast into interesting smoothies by adding wholesome foods, and this becomes a nice, interesting item which is satiating as well. These are different options. People who are into sports or different activities can look up these options. And we can make our diet and eating very healthy, cohesive enough to ensure that we have a good IQ and good support. Food again works as a good mood booster, as we discussed. It reduces a lot of hyperactivity if we eat at the right timings and the right kind of choices. Avoid all these additive foods with a lot of colors. Donuts and pastries which come with a lot of colors have very harmful additives and they impact your liver and kidney health very badly. So healthy food is not, a luxury. Healthy food is something all of us can easily plan. It's just a matter of having the right mindset. Oils, the lesser the better. So every day we require 3 teaspoons of any cooking fat. Let it not be vanaspati or hydrogenated fat which is present in most of your bakery foods. So we can easily strike the balance of good healthy fats. We don't have to be on a zero fat diet ever in our life. Something went wrong. I'm not able to. Time of eating is important. Don't get dependent on any kind of dependencies like smoking or weeding or any kind of those wasps that you're taking. Alcohol is never a recommendation. You may read any amount of papers, newspaper comes with red wine is good for men health, women health, whatever. This is never a recommendation, and this actually harms your body because every ml of alcohol works like fat in the body. It gives you 7 calories per ml, and it is going to tax our liver. So if you're not an alcohol drinker, please don't start under any kind of peer pressure. Caffeine is again not a great ingredient. 1 or 2 cups as a habit is okay, but not like every 2 hours having tea or coffee or a black coffee or a black tea. Trajectory is, at adolescent, things are taken care of because you're still under the shell of your parents. The moment you move into youth, you continue eating large portions of food, but the growth stops. You will no longer increase your height, so you start putting on a lot of weight. So this is the time when you have to mind the gap and cut down your calories. So with that, I think I've covered most of it, and I would like you all to take whatever message you understood practically in your life and implement it in however way you can. It's just about making the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very interesting session and for being very articulate and for those words of wisdom. So we'll have 2 questions here. So we'd rather have a new person, somebody who's not asked a question. Yeah, yes. Dr. Shubhi is there, yeah.
Hello, ma'am. It's a very nice session.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I want to ask how to deal with peer pressure. So I'm sure we all have that one friend in our group who is eating unhealthy on table. I have one. And whenever we ask her, she'll say that we only live once, so we can eat unhealthy. How to deal with it?
It's basically a mindset that you want to have for yourself. She may live once, but she may spend the rest of her life in the ICU. So we don't want that. And we want the maximum part of our life to be performing well, not to be dependent on anybody, to get the maximum output from the body that we have. So I don't think we should be influenced by such people. We are gaining, better health for ourselves. We are a different individual. So I have to have my own precision-based nutrition, not looking at anybody else as a reference.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I hope she's here and listening.
I deal with it every day. Every morning is like a MasterChef competition in my house because I have 2 adolescent boys. And it's very difficult when they say the others are bringing all this, they're bringing donuts and stuff. Then you have to really convince them and say, okay, fine, we'll have it on a weekend as a cheat day or something, but it cannot be an everyday indulgence.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, I agree that we have to eat vegetables and fruits to maintain a good diet. But nowadays, the vegetable itself is contaminated. We are not getting pure vegetables, and farmers are using lot of chemicals to get more yield and to get faster yield. So, including these contaminated vegetables, how can we get a good diet, ma'am?
See, among the pesticides and the insecticides that are present in the food, still when we cook our food, we get good amount of nutrients. So if we weigh the benefits versus the drawbacks, we still get good amount of benefits eating vegetables. The more toxins come in from the packaged food, the silver foil, the non-stick cookwares, the air fryers, the Swiggy containers, those are more toxic than anything else that we use. Microwaving, these are techniques which are making us more vulnerable to getting toxins than, the pesticides coming from fruits and vegetables.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni, who heads the addiction research group at Sangat Goa, to kindly present a memento to our speaker, Dr. Priyanka Rohatgi, on our behalf as a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am, for graciously accepting our invite and delivering this very insightful talk. We really appreciate and we are thankful to you for that. So if there are any more questions, you could please hand it over. You could please write it down in a piece of paper and hand it over to our volunteers. We would definitely relay it to the resource persons and they would be happy to answer that, I'm sure. So now let us break for lunch. Let's have a very, very quick lunch. As ma'am said, physical activity is important. We are all youngsters. So let us go have lunch and maybe half an hour we'll join back for the post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
Laptop. Laptop. अभी निकला ना वो वाला. Okay, okay.
तो फिर 12-12 डिवाइड करते, क्योंकि अगर 250 अप्रॉक्स मान रहे हैं तो एक ग्रुप में 12.5 लोग। नहीं, मैं 20 टॉपिक्स की हिसाब से सोच रही हूँ। 250 डिवाइडेड बाय 20 12.5 होता है। फिर वो बहुत बोलने को बहुत मुश्किल होता है। मैं सीट के हिसाब से भी पीछे से स्टार्ट करती हूँ। मैं मिडिल रो को हर एक रो नैरो डाउन हो रहा है, तो एक ग्रुप में ऑलमोस्ट 8 लोग हैं। तो अब एक को किसी और ग्रुप से कैसे लैपटॉप लगा दिया इसको
नहीं लगा है ना।
हाँ मतलब रख दिया था।
जाके खा के आइए जल्दी।
खाने का टाइम नहीं है अभी। चार चाहिए ना इधर। चार कितने हुए? 17। 3 और बचे।
वही देंगे ना चिट्स फर्स्ट वी डिवाइड देन use mics also the whiteboard chart on the stage. They can hold, we can ask them to come to the stage. Hold. Holding will be better. We can ask two people to hold. Heavy. You have Shanmuga's number. How many participants are there? All them here. Call them here. They put chairs. Stairs. Some we can have on stairs, but some chairs here. One row we can see now. Pura family. This line we have one row of chairs. That time we can. Good afternoon, everybody. The participants are requested to kindly occupy their seats. We will be beginning the post-lunch sessions very shortly. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಗ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ನಾವು ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ನ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೇವೆ. So I request the audience to please be seated. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. And please call your friends who are outside. We have lots to do yet. So please cooperate with us. Once again, a humble request, please call your friends. We would like the participants to join us at the earliest. We are already running behind schedule. I request the postgraduates from the organizing team to kindly mobilize the participants who are in the dining area and at various places in this convention center. it is there. The latest one, no? Latest one. She has checked it. Please occupy your seats quickly. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Yes, so without further delay, let us begin the post-lunch sessions. I request the participants to kindly come in and settle down in your seats quickly. Yes, please occupy your seats and settle down quickly. Okay, are you all ready? You got to tell me yes or no. I need a loud yes. No, who said no? Then you will never be ready. Okay. On that note, let us begin the post-lunch sessions. We have a very interesting session wherein two distinguished researchers from a very good organization that has done exemplary quality work in the field of mental health, Sangat. The headquarters is located in Goa. So we have two eminent resource persons. One is Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni. Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni is an addiction psychiatrist and a global mental health researcher. So he is NIHR Professor of Global Research at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and is also based in Sangat, Goa, where he is the director. He chairs the Addictions and Related Research Group. His research interests encompass global mental health, particularly alcohol use disorders in low resource settings. He is leading and collaborating on several projects in India funded by various agencies like MRC UK, NIHR UK and Wellcome Trust DBT. These includes very diverse projects as examining the burden of domestic violence related to alcohol use and developing and evaluating technology-based interventions for alcohol use disorders and tobacco use. So it's very actively involved in capacity building of mental health researchers and lay health workers. He also tutors on the MSc in the Global Mental Health and Leadership in Mental Health courses for the Pacific Islands and Eastern Mediterranean regions. He is also the course director on the Leadership in Mental Health Sangat's flagship annual international short course in Goa. So his achievements are endless. He continues to train lay health workers in community-based mental health care programs. He is also a member of various committees at the national level, the Government of India's Ministry of Health and Family Welfare's task force to develop operational guidelines for the integration of mental health care services into primary health care, being the most prominent. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us here, for coming all the way from Goa, and we look forward to a very insightful talk from you. And we also have Dr. Urvita Bhatia. She is a psychologist and clinical researcher. She is currently pursuing her doctoral studies at Oxford Brookes University, UK, through a Global Challenges Research Award. Her PhD is focused on development of a sports-based adolescent substance use prevention program in India. She is a research fellow at the Addictions Research Group in Sangat and is a part of the NIHR Global Health Research Group focused on developing a package of care for the mental health of survivors of violence in South Asia. She was previously awarded a Wellcome Trust DBT India Alliance Research Training Fellowship to work on the adaptation of an evidence-based intervention for family members affected by a relative's alcohol use. So she completed a master's. She's been trained in clinical psychology in India before completing her MSc in global mental health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the King's College, London. She's been working in India in a mental health research NGO called Sangat, the prominent and famous organization that has done quality work in mental health. She has focused her efforts on interventional research for more than a decade. Her research interests include community-based intervention and treatment approaches for substance abuse related problems, both at the individual level and also at the family level. She is also interested in culturally appropriate treatments for addictions, gender-based violence, and intimate partner violence. So we are also very happy to have you here. So we would request Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni to kindly come up the dais and deliver his talk. So I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting and insightful session. So let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Abhijit Nadkarni. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Prachit. Everything that we have been told over the recent years indicates that the attention span of young people is not more than 20 minutes at a time. But you guys have proven it wrong. At least this morning, you've been sitting through a lot of theory-intensive talks. You've been bombarded with a lot of information over the morning. And there's going to be some more of that. Hopefully this will be the last of it, and then you get an opportunity to talk about what your needs, desires, wants for the future are when it comes to your own well-being. When I prepared my talk, I had quite a few slides in here talking about the burden of substance use amongst young people, what we can do about it, how does it happen, what are the risks, what are the protective factors, etc. But thankfully for you and also for me, Jayant, when he did his talk in the morning, took care of half of it. So half of my slides have now become redundant. So what I'm going to do in the first part of my talk now, both in the interest of time and the fact that I don't want to bore you with the same thing that has been said in the morning, I'm going to rush through my first initial slides, which are about the burden of substance use amongst young people globally and in India. I'm just going to kind of headlight some of the key points in there, which I think would be useful for you when you go out there and do the consultation bits of it, as information that you might have, which will kind of strengthen your arguments that you make. And then I will just stress a little bit more on the evidence base around the responses or the interventions for conditions related to substance use amongst young people, basically doing a critique of what works, what does not work, what might be helpful in our settings, what might not be helpful in our settings. So as I said, I'm just going to kind of quickly move through these slides, just trying to highlight a few important things that you should know. The first being that substance use is usually initiated amongst young adolescents, and in the later part of adolescence, the use accelerates. The kind of substances that young people usually use are, to start off with, tobacco and alcohol. And increasingly, globally and in India as well, now cannabis, because it's relatively more easily available, and also around expectancies related to that it gives you a good time. And relatively less expensive as compared to other illicit drugs. The numbers indicate that across the world, the numbers indicate that the disability or the burden related to substance use amongst young people, along with mental disorders, is pretty high. A large chunk of that mortality that is related to substance use is related to alcohol use. So if young people and other people, of course, die when they use substances, it's usually because of alcohol. And the morbidity, that is the disability and the burden that occurs because of substance use, is also pretty high, both for alcohol and drug use. This has probably been hammered into you quite a lot. Why does India matter, and why do we need to be speaking about this issue at the moment? The reason being 1 out of every 5 young people in the world live in India. I mean, India is a country which has the largest absolute number of young people living in this world at the moment. And hence, looking after your health and well-being becomes a priority, and hence we need to look at substance use. Just looking specifically at India and substance use in India, usually it starts in the social context, as you will see amongst friends and peer pressure, which has been spoken about quite a lot, is what commonly happens. The commonly used substances in India would be again alcohol and tobacco to start off with, and for certain vulnerable populations such as young people who live on the streets, rag pickers, etc., it's inhalants which are easily available and very inexpensive. What we have been seeing over the years is a gradual increase in the prevalence or the proportion of young people who are using substances in India as well. And this is something to remember, because most of the times we keep hearing that in India we do not have the kind of substance use problems that you see in other parts of the world. And finally, as with the rest of the world, initiation of substances is starting at an increasingly younger age in India as well, and accelerates as you grow up in your adolescent factors. Again, something that Ajay spoke about in the morning, and I don't want to kind of get into it all over again, the risk and protective factors. But I think the key messages that I want to highlight here is all of us, all young people, have both risk factors and protective factors. What determines outcomes is the balance between the risk factors and protective factors. The more protective factors you have and less risk factors you have, better the outcomes. More risk factors, lesser protective factors, worse the outcomes. That's one thing to remember. Second thing is, a lot of the risk factors or the pathways that lead up to adverse outcomes in young people are common. It's not just specific for substance use disorders, but common pathways for a range of different outcomes. So for example, the pathways that determine whether you will use substances and it will cause harm might interact with the same pathways that lead to you driving a vehicle very fast or a bike very fast without using a helmet. It might interact with the pathways which lead to young people having unprotected sex. So the pathways for a lot of these risk factors remain the same, and that has a bearing on the interventions that we would choose, and that's why I would want you to remember this very important bit of it. And finally, the fact that these risk factors operate at different levels, at the individual level, as Jayant told us in the morning, at the people around us and society in general. So there are concentric circles of influence of these various risk factors that impact on young people, and hence the responses also can happen at each one of these different concentric circles. So having established that the burden of substance use amongst young people across the world and in India is high and growing, we need to be looking at where we respond. Right? We can respond at different parts. We could look at responding to people when they have developed a problem, which is primarily about treatment and rehabilitation, or we can respond early, nipping the problem in the bud. Right? So that is what prevention is about, and that's what I'm going to talk a little bit more about. And within that, you can have, even when you're preventing, you can do this at 3 levels. One is we apply an intervention to everyone. We don't care whether that person has a high risk or not. Or we apply which is the whole universe, everyone who is in a community gets the intervention. Or we apply it to people who have a high risk. So for example, young people who are bullied in schools have a higher risk of developing mental health problems or substance use. So we find such people, deliver the intervention. Or we deliver the intervention which is indicated to people who have started developing the problem. Again, very early in the initiation of substances, we intervene so that people don't develop problems. Just looking at the first one, which is where everyone gets the intervention. Okay, you might have substance use, you might not have substance use. Everyone receives the intervention. And this is to do with what I spoke about earlier. There are common pathways to various adverse outcomes. So what you're doing when you're targeting through an universal intervention is targeting multiple different pathways. So you're not just targeting an adverse outcome like substance use, but you're looking at various adverse outcomes that can happen to young people, looking at common components of the intervention and delivering those to people who are who are kind of at that age group that we are looking to target. So what are the kind of common interventions that are delivered when it comes to substance use? Universal interventions. The most common one and most popular one is school-based interventions. It's common and popular because that's the easiest captive audience you can get. Most young people go to schools, so you are a captive audience, we can deliver the intervention. It's relatively inexpensive, And usually, most of these interventions are designed to be delivered by teachers because they are the people who you come into contact very commonly. So there are two basic things that happen in school interventions. One is information. So you get information about substances, norms around substances, etc. So it builds your awareness about substances. And it also gives you various different skills which allow you to not initiate substance or delay the initiation of substance use. So for example, saying no to peers. When your peers force you to use a substance or try to tell you how great it is and why you should use it, it gives you the appropriate skills to say no. So it's skills based. It's not just telling you that this is what you should do, but it helps you to build up your competencies to be able to say no. So this is real skill building to reduce the chances of using substances. What we do know is that if your school-based interventions is primarily focused only on giving information, it doesn't work. You need to have the skills. Just knowing why substances are bad and why you shouldn't be using it does not work. So most school-based, successful school-based interventions will have a skills-based component to it. Also, what a lot of school-based interventions do is not focus purely only on substance use, but work on building up your skills to improve the whole school environment, which is called as school climate. So it's building up your skills, but which are not specific to substance use, but will help you to kind of stop initiation of substance use or delay it, but it also improves your school environment, what we call as school climate, and hence most of the interventions are made up of multiple different components. So it's not just one thing that you are taught in terms of skills, but multiple different skills, and these are life skills which will help you in various other domains of your life. The other commonly implemented interventions across the world are family-based interventions. Again, quite popular. You can do it in two ways. One kind of family-based intervention is where you target only the parents. So you train parents to have appropriate skills which will help the child, in this case, in terms of substance use or delaying substance use. The other intervention or other type of family intervention is where you work together with the parents as well as the child to kind of implement or deploy the intervention. Now, amongst these two, it's common sense would dictate that it's the latter that's going to be more useful because you're engaging both the parents as well as the child, and that's true, that's what evidence shows. The problem, especially in a country like India, is trying to implement an intervention like this where you can get the parents and the child to come to a place at any given point over a period of 3 months or 6 months for that intervention to be delivered is very difficult. Feasibility is very low, and although we know that this is something that will work, it is very difficult to deploy in the settings that we work in. And also the evidence base, unlike for some kinds of school interventions, the evidence base for parent delivered interventions or family delivered interventions is mixed, is not as good. Although you might see a lot of family based interventions that are being put out there, the evidence on it is not that strong. And finally, what I like the most and what Urita is going to talk about in terms of a sports-based intervention is a community-based intervention. Again, there are lots of models of community-based interventions. The most popular one or most spoken about one is Icelandic model because it has shown really good results for a very sustained period of time even after people have moved away from that program. That's one. Second thing is a community intervention is deployed at different levels. So it's not about only the individual. It's working with the individuals, working with families, working through schools, working through various other organizations that work within this space. And very, very interestingly and importantly, the communities are key stakeholders in deploying this intervention. So for example, if this intervention is being deployed in your community, then various people from your community will be involved in planning and deploying the intervention. So it's a very stakeholder-driven model of intervention. So it's not a top-down approach where some expert sitting somewhere says, this is what we are going to do in your community because it's helpful, but people from the community sitting together and deciding this is what we want to do because this will be good for our community. So what's the evidence base? The evidence base shows that if we intervene early, we can delay substance use initiation amongst young people and also delay and also kind of reduce adverse impacts in young people who start using substances. Having said all of this, If we come to India, we have problems around implementing some of these interventions. First, in terms of translating what I spoke about from evidence into change on the ground because of the resources that we have and do not have. The other big problem is most of the evidence that I spoke about, what works, what does not work, has mostly come from high-income developed countries, which might not apply to the settings that we work in. So we have to be developing our own models. Third big problem is what we are doing at the moment in India is we are focusing on two things. One is giving a lot of information and awareness building, and treating people who have developed problems, but not doing anything in the middle where we do something so that people do not develop problems or have the skills so that don't have develop the problems. So we are working at two ends of the spectrum, one which we know doesn't work that well, which is just giving you information, and two, which is important and needs to be done, but many times is too late because you already developed problems because of your substance use. So the problem in countries such as India is, one, a lot of these interventions are delivered or developed or deployed in a very ad hoc manner because we think, oh, we need to do this now, and we do it, but it's not well planned. And two, and very importantly, is once we deploy something, we don't evaluate it. We don't check to see if it works. A lot of these things are done in good faith because we think this will work, but unless we check to see if it is working, it doesn't help, right? So evaluation of programs is not that great. So these are some of the programs that we have in India, and we know, for example, the RKSK program struggles with lack of resources, but more importantly, what it mostly does is gives information and builds awareness, which, as I keep saying, is not the best in terms of reducing the problem. So the problem, the way we are responding to the problem in India is it's not a concerted response. We don't have various different stakeholders, including young people, schools, the legal system, health system working together if we have to respond to this problem. That's not happening. We are focusing a lot on treating people once they have developed problems, or focusing on delivering awareness, which does not work. So in conclusion, one, we know that substance use and substance use problems is a big issue and is growing in India. Two, we know in India that the age of initiation of substances is reducing. Three, we know that substance use, initiation, and continuation leads to a range of adverse outcomes in various domains of young people's lives. Four, and very importantly, we know that if we intervene early, we can reduce all of these impacts. So that's the most important message that we need to focus on. And five, which is again very important and very important for the consultation today, is that although we know that there are various things that work, we don't really know what will work and what works really well in India. What is suitable for our settings? What is feasible for our settings? What will be acceptable for young people like you? Because unless it's acceptable, you won't participate in it. So we don't have enough information and knowledge about that. And that's where some of the innovative programs that are being kind of developed in this country become very important. And that's where I will stop and kind of hand over to my colleague Urvita, because she is going to talk about one such program which we have developed at Sangat, which is looking at delivering skills-based programs. Thank you very much. Skills-based program layered onto a sports platform, which gives you the skills to not initiate substance use or reduce the impact of substance use if we develop it. Again, keeping in mind, as I said right at the outset, that some of these skills that you acquire through this program, although we have designed them for substance use, are life skills and can help you in various different other domains of your life, including improving your mental health and well-being. Thank you very much for a patient hearing. This was all the theory bits of it. What you're going to hear now is a lot more interesting, because that's what we actually did and the practical aspects of the program, which I hope you will enjoy. And hopefully you ask us some questions and give us some feedback on the program so that we can make it better, because your feedback as the target audience for some of these programs becomes very important for us to improve these programs. Thank you very much.
thank you on behalf of Abhijit with the picture of our group in Sangat. The other slides are here as well. We're just searching for the slides, so just bear with us a minute. It's not combined.
Is it combined?
No, I just see that.
Just a
No.
minute, they're getting it. Actually, it was there in the other laptop. I have received only this, ma'am, from you. Presentation final.
If you give me, can you open that? There were two presentations.
One was intro. We found only 2 PPTs in the mail.
Yeah. Do you want me to resend it to you?
Yeah, you can just resend it.
Do you want me to send it?
Sure, yeah. So just a couple of minutes. We'll be resuming shortly. So till then, if you have any feedback to give us so far how it has been, you can please feel free to do so. Or any other, some of the topics that we have covered. If you have anything, any insights to give us, this is your opportunity. We can make use of this break to interact. So how many of you are students here? Very good, almost everybody. How many of you are faculty? How many of you are working in organizations like NGOs? Good representation. How many of you are NSS coordinators associated with NSS program officers and volunteers? So good, we have good number of people. So anything you would like to share? Because you all are youth leaders, you are the future for tomorrow. Feel free to do so. We have around 2 minutes time. Yes, let's hear it. So your name is Mr. Bhaskar? Yes, Bhaskar. So he is Mr. Bhaskar, NSS coordinator of SJP College. SJP College, Sri Jaichamarajendra College of Bangalore.
Yeah.
It's just 2 minutes you can.
Thank you. So ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಲ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Okay. So myself, Bhaskar, working as a senior faculty in SJ Government Polytechnic and also a program coordinator. Okay, so ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ನನ್ನ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂಥ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. So I want to share some few things. Okay. So ಯಾವ ಥರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗಿನ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 1 month ಬ್ಯಾಕ್, ಸೊ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್, ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಹಿ ಕೇಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಮದರ್ ಟು ಮೈ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ರೂಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹರ್ ಮದರ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸೊ ವೈ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಹರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸೊ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೀನ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಸೊ ಒಂದಿನ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ. ಸೊ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ದಿನ ನಾವು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಟಿಫನ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ, ಲಂಚ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್, ಟಿಫನ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. 100% ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ 100% ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸ್. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ನೀನು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಪ್ಪ, ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ. ಅವನು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನು. ಸೊ ಅವನು ಗ್ರೌಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದ ಅವನು. ಸೊ ಈ ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನನಗೇನೋ ಡೌಟ್ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನೋ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೂರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಮೇಡ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಟು ಸಿಟ್. ಏನಪ್ಪ, ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಮು, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳು. ನಿಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಓದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. SSLC, you have got SSLC 98%. So getting computer science seat in SJP is very, very difficult. So 98, 99 ಇದ್ರೇ ಸಿಗೋದು. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ಯಾ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೂ ಬಂದಿರೋ, ನಾಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಇವನ್ ಅ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಸೊ ಟೆಲ್ ಮಿ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಸರ್ ಅಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ. ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳು ಅಂದೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್, ಸರ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್, IPL ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಅವನು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು IPL ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ IPL ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 5,000 rupees. ಸೊ ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫೀಸ್ ಇರೋದೇ 3,000 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ, 5,000 ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ, ಸೊ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದು, ಸೊ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಈ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಾಂಗ್. Then why are you playing? He told addiction. So ಏನು ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಜಯನ್ ಸರ್ told and Abhijit sir told, addiction not only with the substances. So addiction playing with a mobile. So ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಗೇಮ್ಸು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೊ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ದ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮಂಗೆ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಮದರ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಶಾಕ್ಡ್. ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಈ ಥರ ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾನೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ರಮ್ಮಿ ಸರ್ಕಲ್, ಡ್ರೀಮ್ 11. ಸೊ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೊ ಯಂಗ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಬರೀ 16 ವರ್ಷ 17 ವರ್ಷ ಹುಡುಗರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ದುಡ್ಡು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದೇರ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್. ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಲೋನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಸೊ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಏಜ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಏಜ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸೊ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ದ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ವಿಚ್ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್, ವಿಚ್ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್. ಹಿ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಲೋಟಸ್ 365. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ಹಿ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅವ್ನು ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಹಿ ವಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಔಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಸೊ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಾಂಗ್. ಸಿ ಪ್ರೀ-ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲೇಜಸಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದರೆ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಸ್ಕೇಟ್. ಈಗ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಮೇಲೆ ಸೊ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವಿಲ್ ಸೆಂಡ್ ದ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. ಸೊ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ವೀಡಿಯೋ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ. ಸೊ ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮಿಸ್ಯೂಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. 1 month ಬ್ಯಾಕ್, ಸೊ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಕೀರ್ತಿ, ಹರ್ ನೇಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೀರ್ತಿ. ಸೊ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಫಾಲನ್ ವಿತ್ ಲವ್ ವಿತ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ದೇ ಟುಕ್ ಟು ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ. ಸೊ ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನೀನು ಓದೋಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಲವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ ಬೈತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ವೆದರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಲವ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೈದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನೀನು ಈ ಥರ ಓದೋಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನೀನು ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಂತ ಎದುರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸುಯಿಸೈಡ್. ಇದಕ್ಕೇನಂತೀರಾ? ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಅ NSS ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು NSS ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಎಮೋಷನಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ದೆಮ್. ಸೊ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಏನು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದು? ಸೊ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡೆತ್ ನೋಟ್. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಸಾವಿಗೆ ಯಾರೂ ಕಾರಣ ಅಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ನ ನನ್ನ ತಂಗಿದಿರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ. ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮೈ ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ 1 month ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದು, May 5th. ಸೊ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ yesterday one of my student, he was crossing the road in KR Circle busy road. ಸೊ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಮೆಟ್ರೋಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ, ಅವ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೊರಟೋದ. ಸೊ he was crossing the road, he was seeing the mobile. ಸದ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಇತ್ತು. 2 minutes. ಸೊ ರೆಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಗ್ದ ಅವನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ, ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್, ಸರ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಬಿದ್ದು ಯಾವ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ಗೂ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನು. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ದ ಯಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಸ್, ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಯಾವ ಥರದ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಲಿ. ಸೊ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಔಟ್ಡೋರ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೂ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಆಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 80sಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಹುಡುಗರ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಗ್ರೌಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಲ್ಲ, ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲೇ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಶೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಗೇಮ್. ಸೊ 4-5 ಜನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವನು ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡು. ಸಿ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಭಿಜಿತ್ ಸರ್, ಜಯಂತ್ ಸರ್, ಸೊ ಏನು ನೀವು ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಬೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು ಯುವಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ ಅನ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್.
Thank you, Bhaskar sir, for highlighting those real life issues. We really appreciate that. Sorry for that technical glitch. So we are back. So I request Dr. Urvita to please take over. Sorry for that.
No problem. Still searching for it. Give me a second. My slides are not open. Oh, okay, it's open there.
It's open, yeah. You'll have to.
I won't be able to see it here.
Yeah.
Okay. Won't be able to see it here, right? Okay, no problem. All right. Thanks for your patience, and thank you, Prachit, for having us over here. I think it's an absolute pleasure to talk about something which I have spent the past 4 years day and night on. And I'm, of course, taking off from where Abhijit stopped. So I'd like to start off with a program that we have developed and designed with young people, for young people in Goa, with the intention that we use a program like this in other parts of India as well, and hence we're here. So I'd like to start with 2 problems and then transition to one solution. The problems are something I will not go over because thanks to Abhijit, they have been covered earlier. But just to reiterate that the age of substance use initiation in India is reducing, which means that younger people are having substances at an earlier age. And we know from his presentation also the fact that that leads to more problems in the future. The second main problem I'd also like to highlight is that in addition to having this issue of increasing burden of substance use, we are not effectively responding to substance use in adolescents. So against this background, we started this research around 4 years back in Goa. The main purpose of this research was to understand from the perspective of young people. The slides are changing from that end as well? Not from here? No. No, it's not changing from this side. It's confusing. Okay, so if it doesn't work, then perhaps I could request the organizing team to go on to the next slide. Yeah. So the purpose of this research was to understand what exactly influences substance use in young people. What are some opportunities for prevention and opportunities for innovation? And you might wonder, why did we do this? Because we already know a lot of that from previous evidence. But the reason why we're doing this is so that we're able to contextualize a program that is relevant for young people, but also acceptable by them. And hence, we conducted this research in a small community in Goa. And of course, with the intention that we can learn and apply findings from here to other parts of India as well. We found a number of things which you would be able to either see or relate to or understand or know. The first, that young people do try out a number of different substances ranging from alcohol and tobacco to drugs. We do know that the age of initiation in these communities is between 12 to 13 years of age. And initiation typically happens in a social context, so for example, with peers. The second set of interesting insights that we got from these interviews was, why do young people drink and smoke or use drugs, initiate drugs, for instance? And we found that, okay, I'm sorry, the slides are going back again. Would it be possible to have it here, because then I can change it quickly? I'll go on, and if it's possible to have it here, then I'll change it quickly. So we also had very interesting insights from young people on why they consume substances, why they initiate substances, and they identified a number of positive reasons for doing so. So these included curiosity, wanting to have a positive effect that was a result of the substance. And when we asked them questions around why would they continue using substances, the reasons that they gave us were more negative, which were they wanted to cope with a very distressing feeling, for instance. Okay, the slides work on the computer, so just give me a second. Right. We also got to know from the perspective of young people as well as parents, what did they think were effective prevention strategies? So how did they think we could effectively reduce substance use in young teenagers? And they gave us very good ideas around helping young people develop skills. So we do know a critique of previous programs is that they're too heavily focused on information-based approaches. So young people themselves found that anything that's focused on skills was considered to be effective for them. They also said that they would love to engage in alternative pursuits, including engaging in music, in sports, in dance and arts, and in a way through those forum to learn new skills that are relevant to substance use as well. We also had interesting insights from parents on what they thought were effective prevention strategies, and they particularly emphasized the relationship between themselves and their child that needed to improve, including communication patterns between the parent and the child. So a number of conclusions from this work. One, that it is important that we identify specific reasons why adolescents consume substances. And it's important that we know that from the local context, because if we understand that locally, we are able to design better solutions that will work locally. Second is that parents and peers play a very important role. So we can't look at prevention of substance use without looking at them as well. So we need to have targeted strategies that focus on parents. And the third and the most important one is that young people receive a lot of mixed and inappropriate messaging around substance use. So we need to be very cautious and careful around what we're exactly communicating to young people, but also acknowledge that there will be this mixed messaging and to reflect on that with them. Against this background, we then try to figure, okay, we've learned all of this. We've learned that substance use is a problem in India. We've learned that we've responded very ineffectively to it in the past. And we've also learned in the local context, what are the different ways in which, what are the different reasons why substance use happens in the local context. So with that knowledge in mind, we try to think about what do we do over here? How can we effectively prevent substance use and not make the same mistakes we've been making all of this while? And at the same time, create a program that young people themselves want to come to and find exciting. And that leads to the introduction of the MEV Sports Program. MEV Sports Program stands for Mental Wellbeing and Sports. And over here, when I use the term sports, I don't mean professional forms of sport. I mean any kind of community sport. So for example, playing football or basketball or hockey. The main objective of MEV Sports is to reduce substance use initiation, which is the first time that one would consume substances, but also to reduce the likelihood of misuse in the future. Of course, the intention of that is that if they reduce substance use and if we delay substance use early on, then young people will not develop these problems as they grow up. MEV Sports is one of the only mental health promotion and prevention programs that looks at the potential of sports in the context of substance use prevention. And you might wonder, why did we choose sports? I think the earlier presentation, which focused on sports and mental health, really set the case for that. Sports is a very unique and appealing and a participatory platform through which we felt that we could not only improve mental health and well-being and physical health of young people, but also look at preventing substance use. And there are a number of ways in which we felt that sports would help, including the fact that sports involves play, it involves physical activity, and it also involves group-level bonding with your peers as well as the coach. So overall, we felt that it was a great opportunity to look at both substance use differently, but also community sports differently, and to somehow integrate the two so that we're able to achieve a better impact on adolescent health. The intervention is a universal prevention intervention. So if you remember from both Abhijit's as well as Jayan's slides, universal intervention is an intervention that's delivered to every single person, irrespective of risk. So if I were delivering a universal intervention over here, I would deliver it to the whole room that's here today. The elements that we derived for the program were derived from systematic and rigorous research that we conducted in Goa. So this was through consultative work that we did with young people like yourselves, ranging from 10 to 24 years of age, as well as experts and family members. The unique aspect about MeV Sports is that it's delivered by coaches and by youth champions, and I'll also go on to explain why we deliberately chose that. Another very important way in which MeV Sports is conceptualized is that we're not intervening late. So we're intervening very early on. So we're looking at intervening at the ages of 11 to 12 years old, with the intention that if you intervene before the behavior develops or emerges, you're more likely to successfully prevent that behavior from happening. And finally, another and the most important characteristic of MeV Sports is the fact that it heavily relies on active and meaningful participation of young people. So young people are just not contributing to it from the sidelines, but are part of the heart and soul of the program. There are a number of differences between what we see in everyday programs in prevention work across the world as well as in India and MeV Sports. So on the left are the characteristics of what you typically see with prevention programs, and on the right are characteristics of MeV Sports. So just to very briefly go over these, because they're quite self-explanatory, but the approach that we use in MeV Sports is moving beyond awareness, so moving beyond information, because information in itself is not enough, and also, to be very honest, young people know a lot more than what all of us know. When I say all of us, of course, I mean all of the panelists who came and spoke. So it moves beyond information and covers skills that are important for young people to learn so that they're able to effectively make healthier choices. The setting that we're looking at is moving beyond schools as well, because we know that not all young people end up going to school regularly or college regularly as well. So we have moved beyond school-based settings so that we can reach out to a range of different groups. And these you would typically get outside of schools as well. So the program is couched within schools as well as in communities and villages, wherever young people collect and meet together to have fun, essentially. It's delivered by a number of people, but not only the expert. So the expert plays a very important role in MeV Sports, which is they provide technical input, but they do not deliver the program. And the reason why we deliberately chose that was that we do not have enough experts in the country. So if we really want this program to be delivered in different parts of the country, we need more people who are in regular touch with young people to deliver this program. And also they're hopefully to be as effective as experts in delivering a program like this. So there's an equal emphasis on both coaches to deliver this program as well as youth champions who are just slightly older peers who are trained in the program. It moves beyond classroom-based teaching, so MeV Sports does have a small emphasis on classroom-based teaching, but most of the learning happens on the ground or in between the classroom and the ground. And the content is not only focused on consequences. A lot of the promotional content, awareness content around substance use talks about, say no to drugs, it's bad for you, or the consequences of XYZ substance is X. So MeV Sports moves beyond that and gives accurate information on relevant topics beyond just consequences, so that we're able to have a more comprehensive discussion with young people about it. And lastly, what I said earlier, that it's very young people centric and does not keep young people at the sidelines. So this is a photograph from our previous training as well as sessions which we had on the ground. The team comprises of these coaches who are on the right side. This is a team of experts who were involved in training the coaches. And he also is an expert sport for development professional who was training the coaches. So these are the coaches over here. They are trained in some form. They've completed some degree, for example, in physical education, or they've been trained in the sport of choice. And in this case, the sport was football. we delivered the MeWe sports intervention, which was universal, as I was saying earlier, universal prevention intervention. And just to give you a glimpse of what that includes, it includes substance use education. So this is substance use education focuses on factual information around substance use and misuse. The reason why this is important is because, of course, young people do have access to a lot of information, but there's mixed messaging that they receive, so it's confusing for them to make meaning of what they're seeing around them. And also they hold a lot of misconceptions around substance use in the community as well. So the purpose of substance use education is not to tell them that we know better than you, but is to acknowledge that there can be conflicting information, and this is the appropriate, accurate information that we can rely on, that you can consider to think about. The second is skills. So looking at specific skills which are relevant in substance use situations. So how do you say no? How do you refuse drugs when a friend offers that to you outside your school? How do you set boundaries? These are examples of skills which we feel young people need to possess so they're able to manage those situations. And it, of course, moves beyond substance use education and skills. It looks at mental health education as well, because you can't effectively reduce substance use without improving mental health. As Abhijit was saying earlier, or as well as Jayant, that all of these risk and protective factors cluster together. So substance use, mental health are definitely interlinked, and if you want to see improvements in substance use behaviors, you need to target mental health as well. So there's a big focus and emphasis on mental health and mental well-being, and over here we cover factual information around mental health and mental health problems. We also encourage them to recognize mental health problems and to seek help if they experience distress. One of the most important bits of the program is what you would otherwise see around as life skills. So we call that social competence skills, the same thing. Over here we strengthen aspects around the adolescent's functioning and skills which will help them in making healthier choices. So this could be problem solving, coping skills, learning how to manage your stress, learning how to manage time, recognizing your emotions. And finally, because we cannot really intervene with young people if we do not intervene with people around them, because they also contribute to the distress or the positive experiences the young people experience. So there's a very strong emphasis on peer, parent, as well as teacher support. So an example of what we do with teachers is we psychoeducate them or educate them about substance use as well, so they have access to accurate information, so they're able to provide better support to their students. Another ineffective behavior which we very commonly see in schools as well as family settings is the immediate response to any recognition of substance use is punishment. So we then teach them healthier ways to respond to their child, because we know that punishment is not going to help with changing the behavior. As I was saying earlier, we are not envisioning this program to be only situated in schools, although what you're seeing over here are kids in a school uniform. This is an actual picture of the program that was run in Goa. So the program is run in schools, but also outside of schools on any empty ground that might be available in the community. And the most important feature of this program, which is one of the last few slides about MeWe Sports, is the way in which we deliver it. So what's unique about it is that we go beyond information, as I said earlier, but we go beyond information in a very innovative manner. So We Learn is something that basically describes the education part of MeWe Sports. So over here the emphasis is on learning facts and learning information around substance use and mental health. We Reflect is a reflective component of MeWe Sports, where adolescents then come together with the help of the peer and the coach, with the youth champion and the coach, and reflect on the content that they have just learned about, with the intention that they have an opportunity to ask questions and to ask those questions in a safe manner and in a safe space where they're not punished, for example, for expressing certain thoughts. And finally, ACT. We Act. We Act involves the actual use of play and sporting activities to impart skills that are relevant to young people's health. So an example of We Act, which we have connected with We Learn, is through play, you learn the importance of boundary setting, right? If you don't maintain boundaries, you might get out, for instance. And we have connected that with the boundary setting module of the substance use content. So through We Act, we cover skills which are inherent features of sport, which are anywhere there, And we emphasize those skills in the We Reflect sessions with the intention that the adolescent gets to learn the information, gets to practice that, and then gets to reflect that on that with their peers. Finally, what did we learn from this whole experience? And I hope that this final slide helps you think a bit more about this program and also think about how you can potentially apply it in your own communities. As Abhijit was saying, we would love to also get feedback on it. So we learned a number of things from this experience of ours, which has spanned around 4 years now. One is that we found that young people found it very beneficial to undergo the program. They reported not only enjoying the program, but they also said that they saw differences in their own confidence levels. They were able to speak to their peers. They were respected. They were included in other groups as well. So we saw all of that as very positive benefits that these young people reported. This information helps us because, of course, it will continuously help us improve the program, but it will also help us understand how do we now best implement it in the future. The second experience that we heavily relied on during this work in Goa was also to learn about what changes we need to make in the delivery and the content of the sessions. So a simple example of that was, because this is a sports-based substance use prevention program, we couched it within the PE classes in the schools. But as you would imagine that you're an 11-year-old and in your PE class, for around 20 minutes of the class, you're sitting in the classroom and learning about alcohol. So that didn't work at that point of time. So they requested that we do all of our sessions outside on the ground, and preferably starting off with some form of play and then moving on to learning the concepts. So they were interested to learn the concepts, but it's just that during that very prized PE period of theirs, they did not want to remain indoors, and understandably so. So we learned changes which we could make to delivering the program as well as the content of the program so that we could improve how it's accepted in the future. And finally, we learned, and of course we started with that basic premise as well, that it's very important to engage with all stakeholders. So over time, we not only meaningfully engage with young people, but we also engage with teachers as well as experts who work in the field of addictions and adolescent health to help us improve the program. And we very much see that as continuing in the years to come. So with that, I'd like to end the slide. I just wanted you to leave with two thoughts from this whole segment of half an hour plus that we had on prevention approaches. One is that we should think differently about substance use prevention, and this is a good example of that. And the second is that we should try to avoid making assumptions about what young people feel is good for them or relevant for them, and instead get them to come and speak about it. So I'd actually love to hear your thoughts about the program. And if we don't get time to speak about it, please feel free to drop us a line and would be happy to chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Urvita and Dr. Abhijit, for that wonderful talk. So let's take questions. Yeah, please pass on the mic. Dr. Abhijit also will be coming up. I request Dr. Abhijit also to please join us on stage. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say a very interesting initiative, and hopefully it keeps growing and we can make it a worldwide initiative. My question was, just like mental health, even substance abuse is taken as a very big social stigma in our society. And considering we are approaching the 11 to 15 year age group, and parents who are very much involved in their lives, so aren't parents, like usually parents, they don't like any talks about like mental health or anything about drugs to even come near their kids, right? They will be like the fearing ki, okay, so just now they got to know about this, so they would like to experiment that. And because of which you might feel some pushback for the same reason. So did you guys have to face with any of such situations? If so, how do you guys deal with it?
So thanks for that question, and thanks for the enthusiasm for the program as well. Fingers crossed for the worldwide domination of the program. So I think that's a very valid question, and we went with the same assumption as well, that it's a stigmatized topic, and parents will likely not be comfortable to allowing their child to go through this content. But we were really surprised. We were really surprised that not only children were very comfortable to attend this program, but also ask questions and knew what they wanted to ask. But surprisingly so, parents were absolutely on board. And what we found was that parents actually wanted to know more information about it. Because this is a research program through which this program has developed, we actually had to take consent from parents. So we did have interactions with the parents, and there was definitely buy-in from them. The problem that arose was actually engaging with the parents. So if you remember, one of the components that I spoke about was peer, parental, and teacher involvement. And I said, you can't really change something at the level of the young person if you do not look at the outer circle within which they live in. And we had a session that was dedicated for parents on a day that was convenient for them, and no one turned up. And of course, Abhijit alluded to that point in his presentation around the critique of family-based interventions. I don't think they didn't turn up because they didn't want to know. I think they didn't turn up because they just didn't have the time. And also that would mean many things, including losing their daily wages. So we need to, I think the next major part of this program is to try to figure what is ideal level of involvement with these outer systems, because we have somehow cracked the code with the young person and the coach and the youth champion, but not with the teachers and the parents. I welcome any insights that you might have as well.
If I may quickly add on to that in response. Usually it's you can sit down. You can sit down. I think usually the issue is around how you package these programs. As you rightly said, I mean, the word mental has now become so stigmatized. Even when you use it in a more positive manner, that it's using that is not very useful. So we go down the route of well-being. So it's how you package it, and especially for parents and teachers, if you are able to in a way convince them, which is true. I mean, we are not making up things, but convince them that doing this will lead to better outcomes in their academics, in their lives, etc. It's more acceptable rather than saying, oh, doing this will ensure that they will not get depression, or doing this will ensure that they will not use drugs. So how you package it and the words that you use and the terminology that you use is very, very important to kind of increase acceptability of a program, not just for this particular one, but the larger kind of space when we work with issues and problems which are stigmatized in society.
I have one question here. Good afternoon. Two things I wanted to ask. Both of you did mention that the age for substance use initiation has reduced, right? So I would like to know the factors, contributing factors for that. And second question is, when you implemented this as an intervention program or a prevention program, were there any gender-based challenge as such? Because when we say sports rights, it's mostly for boys, right? And personally, for a girl, probably she may not be very comfortable being a part of a sports team or being a part of any sports-related program as such. So what was the challenges you faced from a gender point of view? And the first question about the age getting reduced for the substance use.
So responding to your first question, I think the simple answer to that is, in the modern world, everything. I mean, I don't know whether you're a teacher or but I think we know that in the modern world, younger people are becoming older very fast, right? So everything that was happening at a later stage is happening at a younger stage, both because physiological changes as well as cognitive changes in young people are happening at a faster rate as compared to before, and there are several reasons for that, including exposure to the outer world through media is happening faster. That's one thing. So young people are becoming older very fast. The other big thing related to substance use, basically, and changes in initiation of age is around accessibility. Substances are more easily available now. Younger people are also having some amount, not everyone, but some amount of disposable income with them as well, or disposable, I mean, money to kind of, buy these things. So that is two. And three is, especially, although I don't like the word, but with these gateway substances like alcohol and tobacco, the way they are being advertised in the media, both surreptitiously or directly, I think that's creating problems, because the there are three best by interventions if you want to, best by policy interventions if you want to reduce substance use. So one is increasing price, which is not happening. We are reducing prices on a lot of these things. Two is reducing advertising, which is absolutely not happening from what we see on television these days with surrogate marketing of tobacco products. So that's number two. And number three is reducing the density of where these things are available, right? So you reduce access. None of these three things are happening. In fact, it's going in the other direction. So that is leading to increase in substance use or initiation of substance use at a younger age amongst individuals in India at the moment.
Thanks, Abhijit. Thanks for both those questions. I just wanted to comment that one of the perceived enemies with regards to the first question is the peer. If you ask anyone, why do young people have substances, why are they having it so early, they'll usually blame the peer. But again, what was very interesting in this work was that we saw the positive role that peers played. We often hear about how they pressure young people, but they actually also positively influence the adolescent. So I just wanted to say that in case that comes to people's mind as well, that we need to think about peers differently. And actually these wider social or structural level factors are what are contributing to the reduced age. With regards to gender, yes, we anticipated that as well. One way in which one of our partners addresses that is that they do not allow the schools to mandate that we have a boys only or a girls only team. So they, whenever they go in the school, and if the school is saying that, they say, okay, fine, we're not going to run this program. So one way in, of course, dealing with it is being very clear with the school that if we really want this program to be impactful, we want equal participation of all genders. We didn't find that same problem because the school was ready to have mixed gender teams in this program. So a few things that we saw were, of course, young girls initially in the first few sessions particularly, they were very shy. They were made to feel very uncomfortable. The boys were laughing at them when they were coming out and playing or when they were responding to the coach. And the good thing is that we had trained the coaches to address all of this. So we knew that this would happen, and we did see that play out in how girls received the program early on versus boys. And then over time, we saw that actually the girls benefited much more than the boys by the end of the program. The point that I was making about confidence came from a girl, very young girl of 11 years old, who was not accepted in any peer group, and then after the program found her home in one of a mixed gender peer groups. So we saw that actually girls benefited a lot more. We found that you need to go in with these by preempting these situations and also have solutions in place. Of course, insisting that you have mixed gender teams is one example. Ensuring that the play involves all genders as well. Also, our coaches we ensured deliberately that our coaches and youth champions are of more than one gender too, so that there's comfort level early on. Yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah. Yes, Dr. Jayant.
So, not youth, but a couple of things I just wanted to understand.
The director in the morning said that all of us
are youth.
if not young at age, we are young at heart.
Bilkul. So, two things. I mean, firstly, it was really wonderful listening to the way that you guys have developed and kind of rolled out this project. So thank you for sharing those experiences. Two things. So people have talked about parental buy-in, and they've talked about some difficulties with gender. I think wonderful questions. What about institutional buy-in? How easy or difficult was that? Because one thing that we do see, especially when you want to change the mold in terms of messaging, in terms of the way that you deliver your interventions, is that people expect a certain thing. Institutions also expect a certain thing in the way that they are delivered. So how did you go about encountering that and addressing that? Is one thing which I wanted to ask about. The other thing was, again, in terms of people who have, I mean, you've talked about sports being the way, I mean, that was the medium through which it was delivered. But we do know that there are people who have difficulties coming onto the playground, and where actually physically it's difficult to be able to do that. So, I mean, how do you encounter, how do you involve people who may have some different abilities in those contexts as well.
I'll answer this second question first, and thanks, Jayant, for those questions. Yes, we did, and we did see that as a possibility playing out on the ground, that we might actually not be able to include everyone from those classrooms. In fact, if you put me on the ground and if you ask me to play, I might be not be able to play effectively as well. So we did have, I may have mentioned this earlier, but we did have a lot of consultative work which went into the development of MeWe Sports. And back in 2021, we had one of the participants who was an expert in the consultation group ran his own set of programs which were meant for children with disabilities. And he gave us really interesting insights around how we can include every child on the ground. Of course, for a program like this to succeed in the future, we need to have more concrete strategies to ensure that people of different abilities and capacities are able to participate. One thing that we have deliberately done is to keep the play very light touch. So you do not need to have advanced skills. You do not need to engage in every single activity as well, as long as you are part of the group and as long as you engage in something that you feel comfortable with. So there is no emphasis on you have to go and do 5 drills, for instance. It's very open, the environment over there. It's based on the comfort levels of the child. And of course, over time, we are expecting that it also takes into consideration various abilities. The other deliberate feature of this program to address a issue like this is that we've made it completely sports agnostic. So although we've used football in this program in Goa, we are hoping that we can implement a program like this in any sports context. So say, for example, basketball as well, or just having a ball on the ground. So the games that we have designed also are not football specific games. They're just games that children can play to enjoy themselves and at the same time learn skills. With regards to the first point, yes, institutional buy-in is the most important, actually, right from the outset of the program. Luckily, I think with a sports program like this, which is occupying a PE period, I think generally speaking, institutions are very happy because they feel that they do not have capacity to do beyond what is already happening in the school. And if you're coming with something exciting and different like this, they are very happy. But one of the limitations of MeWe Sports, which is actually meant to be resolved in the next few years by broadening its scope, is we could not effectively intervene at an institutional level. So I'll give you an example. If we are teaching children that, and their parents and their peers, that it's not okay to be punished if you're talking about substance use, if your friend has been found with drugs, and the school goes ahead and does that, that's 2 different messages that you're giving children, right? So MeWe Sports' success is only dependent on how successful these outer interventions are. And that's the intention of MeWe Sports, which is to transition to a whole of school, multi-component approach, where we intervene at various levels. If you remember in the Icelandic program slide, there were interventions at various levels that operated on various different factors that mattered to substance use prevention. So I see that MeWe Sports will transition to that because without institutional buy-in, it's definitely not going to be as impactful. Yeah. Anything you'd like to do? Thank you.
So we had a very conducive discussion. Thank you for your questions. So now it's time to thank our 2 distinguished resource persons, both of them from Sangat, Goa. They've come all the way. We in Bangalore, we know how difficult it is to travel within Bangalore, so they've come all the way from Goa to Bangalore. So we should have a bigger round of applause for them. So thank you very much. So I request.
It's easier to come.
Yeah, it's easier. In fact, it's easier to come from Goa to Bangalore than to travel within Bangalore. Okay. So I request Dr. Jayant to kindly come up the dais and present a memento and a certificate to both our resource persons. So from one addiction medicine specialist to another. Please come to the middle. So we are indeed very honored to have both of you here. Collaborative work. But great, thank you so much. Thank you. So thank you so much to both Dr. Abhijit and Dr. Urvita. So now it's your time. Our time is done, so now it's your time. So we'll give you an opportunity. We have the group discussions. We'll be dividing you into groups first. So I would request one of our PGs to please come up and do the group division. So this is the most important part of the program, wherein we are going to have real consultations among all of you. We've all set up tables there outside. We have facilitators. Many of us would be facilitating, would be dividing you into smaller groups and initiating discussion. So it's a very important part wherein you get to engage with each other and put your point forward.
Hello again. I'm sure all of you are tired, but please bear with us. I think this group discussion will keep you interested. So we'll be dividing you into groups of 12. You have to remain seated. Our volunteers will come divide you into groups of 12. You will be given chits from which you will be picking up a topic, and you will be given a chart also. First, you are supposed to pass the chart within the members of your group, and whatever topic you have given and whatever comes to your mind related to that topic, you can write it down. This will happen for around 5 to 10 minutes. After that, you need to flip the chart and you have to make a presentation which will be presented in front of the other groups also after the high tea. So first our volunteers will divide you into groups. You have to remain seated. They'll escort you to the tables outside. Few of you will be here only. Remaining people will be taken outside. Okay?
Yeah. So what exactly? No, you said first they'll have to write.
Yeah,
then they have to
within the
discuss.
groups, everything within the groups.
So ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Our volunteers will come and take you. Okay, so it's a group discussion. Every group will get one topic, and first you will have to think over. ನೀವೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗುಂಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ವರ್ಕ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ನ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಪೇಪರ್, sketch pen, all material. And then after that, you will have to present. We are going to have prizes here. So who is the, we'll have some special prizes as well for those of you who give us good inputs.
And even if you are separated from your friends while dividing you into groups, please feel free to mingle with everybody within your group. And there is no right and wrong answers here. It is just getting your inputs, getting your opinions, so that this consultation program is a success. Thank you. And one more thing, within the topics that you have given, there will be keywords. It's just to initiate thoughts. You need not stick to those keywords. And you will have 3 probe questions below. So you can use that probe questions to make up a presentation into your chart.
So keywords ಇರುತ್ತೆ. For example, ಊಟ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕೀವರ್ಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿರ್ತವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಊಟ ಇಷ್ಟ, ಯಾವ ತಿಂಡಿ ಇಷ್ಟ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಊಟ ಆರ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಅವರ್ ಥೀಮ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆಲ್ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ಯೂತ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್.
irrespective of whether you are a student or a teacher or NSS representative, all of you are expected to please participate in this program actively. So you will be given half an hour time in the group, and then we will resume after tea. Can get the mics. So the time right now, that is a bit fast, 10 minutes fast. The real time is 3:50. So by 4:30 I think we should be able to resume here and start the presentations. Who are those some people? Why are they remaining here?
There are only 13 tables.
Oh, they won't participate. Okay. Who has the second one? I'll give the mic. Excuse me.
The tables outside are full, so whoever are remaining here will have to do the discussion over here in the hall. Some of you will come over the stage.
Nobody will be. Yeah, that's. Come here. So two groups, please come on stage. We'll have at least 10 people in one group. 12 people, sorry, 12 people. 12 to 14 people, please come. This is your opportunity to talk to each other, work as a team, and like we said earlier in the inauguration, this will go into the Y20 agenda. We'll try to push towards that. You can talk to that guy, Shanda. Maybe arrange some chairs. Jaisurya, chairs.
Jaisurya. Chairs.
Chairs, you can tell Shanmuga. Put it up.
I have
Feels very chilling. Slow this.
Okay, I'll talk.
How many more?
There are total 24 people.
24.
So I'll ask. AC control कौन करता है? कम नहीं होगा?
ಸಿಟ್ ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Hi. Excuse me.
Four.
More than
4 people
four
can go
people
there.
can go to the other group.
Any 4?
Any four.
You guys want to go?
Yeah, any four of you. Yeah. But it should be most of your opinions, your thoughts, and your consultations. What you want to recommend to the minister.
3 more.
3 more.
ಚೇರ್ ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು
I've given you the names, right, of all the students. Till class 9. Yeah, 9 and 10.
Ma'am, please sit.
No, you have to choose 4 because all 4 of them participated.
It won't work outside.
Then give
Speakers
them
are
9,
inside, so
11.
inside, voice will come inside only.
Yeah. Hello.
Speakers are inside. Here it will.
ಆಡಿಯೋಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹಿಂಗಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
Hello. So you need to discuss, before discussing, you need to first think on your own, write down your points, then discuss in a group, discuss and then start writing in your chart paper. Yeah, attention to all the groups. So you need to first think about the topic, right? Yeah, please listen here. All the groups, please listen. Am I audible? Please listen. All groups, please listen to the instructions. Kindly listen to the instructions. First, you need to think of the topic.
Topic is mental disorders, all the disorders, what is their experience, what are the service available.
peer pressure, parent pressure. You understood what you're supposed to do. This is a placard for your group. Keep this safely. After the hiking, we'll have the presentation. At that time, we'll use this. What to do with this, we'll explain. Keep it safe. That's what causes the depression. Yeah. This is a placard for your group. We'll have a group presentation after the activity, during which we'll make this. What to do with this, we'll explain to you. Then keep it safe.
After my time, I'll go through with depression because due to my peers, because no one has talked to me in the COVID lockdown time. So I've gone through with overthinking that I have no peers to share my feelings or opinions and what to do next after my time. I need which course I need to take. I am completely over depressed. So after that, my parents helped me to come out from it. So that's my experience. It really caused like can I speak with Kannada? Yeah. ತುಂಬ ಸಲ ಲೈಕ್ ನಾನೇ ಒಂಟಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಫೀಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆನೂ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ಓನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಈವನ್ ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನಾಟ್ ನೀಡೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ಓನ್.
Just a thought here. So what they have given is common mental disorders. Among the common mental disorders, ಅಂದರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣೋ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು, ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾನಸಿಕ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್, ಆಂಗ್ಸೈಟಿ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್, ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಸಾರ್ಡರ್, ಅಬ್ಸೆಸಿವ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸಿವ್ ಡಿಸಾರ್ಡರ್ ಅಂತ OCD, ವೇರ್ ನಾವು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದೇ ಸಮ ಕೈ ಕೊಡಿತಾನೆ ಇರೋದು, ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ OCD. ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಟ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರಾಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್, PTSD, ಏನಾರೋ ಒಂದು life changing event ಆದಾಗ how they experience the trauma, right? So that is the PTSD. So these are the common mental disorders. So what is your thing in these three things? So they have given these are the common disorders. Based on that you will answer question number 1. So you can keep writing one by one, right? And then go to the second question one by one. So you can just pass the chart so that it will be quick and you can make it clear, right? So now as and when you pass the chart, the first question you can answer, right? So you can start with now. What is your opinion or experience? So she had an experience. So you can have an opinion. So it's like that based on your. So ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರೋ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. So you can just keep writing. You can do that.
We should write about
And
all
then,
this.
no, first you finish, no. In general, mental disorder. They are not specifying ask you to go with all the disorders.
The topic is common mental disorders.
So they have just given you the cues what would be the common mental disorder. Understood? You don't have to go through all the mental disorders. Got it?
Yes.
So now pass the chart.
I think you can start.
Anybody?
Can be as creative as possible, and anyone, any number of people can come and present.
Start writing. Somebody has to start.
You can write everything. Maybe you can write opinions. Divide the chart. Opinions.
I think what you can do is first you can write what their instruction was. On one side you write what is your opinion and experience. On the back side of the chart you write what are the last one, what is the lacking and what can be done in this topic. So how can you make
Basically for the
how can you
presentation.
increase the existing service, or how can you plan for the easy accessible for these kinds of services. So those as the inputs and ideas from your end as an adolescent. So what can be done? That can be a big poster kind. While the other things can be at the back end where you write your opinion and other things.
Just do it free and yeah, actually, I sure. I have not OCD. I don't know. You said you said. Okay, you see, you don't have. Do you have experience of any of them? Obviously, you have anxiety at one point. Oh, you have. Okay, it's not diagnosed. You feel if you guys want anyone else to do so, you also you can dictate and you can yeah, okay, I'll write okay, actually, I don't even also, if you feel that way, I think you can write. It's anxiety. And behind you can do I'm still in school. I do not know about the services and I'm still studying. Current knowledge regarding business services for management. Our school provides something called peer educators who help out the other students because students cannot reach out to the teachers, especially in our school. The main problem is the relationship problem. So we do not reach out to our parents nor our teachers. It's always our peers. So that's one of the initiatives in our school. And I think it's a CBSE program. And 2 people from our school, every school, CBSE school, go and present it in the CBSE board at the end of the year. So that's one thing. You can write. So you can tell in Kannada. So it was after 10. You can tell it out and I'll just make it smaller. Yeah, because we have the other thing also. So mainly it is with the after 10, what to do.
Due to lack of communication.
COVID.
After 10.
You can just write due to lack of communication. You can write
Are you comfortable sitting down or up?
Yeah, I want to do the signing. Basic clinical psychology. I am Chinu.
Reading poets by Vishnu, and I need to film my FAC exams at
Security. Financial security,
I don't know my teachers. Lack of clarity in the teachers.
due to overthinking.
So, what do you do in your life? 13 minutes. Where do you have time till 4:30? 10 because of depression, yours are very low, like your interest in everything. Actually, if you have to say not in a rehabilitation, there is certain criteria. See how right you are. Because if you have depression or the anxiety, that's the problem. You will lose your like then we go to and educated because after that then we go to university. Yes, time for the day. Anxiety, I think we always anyone I all girls have this phase of not eating. Appetite loss. But that's not a disorder. Appetite loss. Like you don't like if you see food you go away from it. And also because you see social media and body and pressure and peer pressure. We have it. You want to look better. Yeah, body shape. You have body shape in school? No. We don't most to, but in general. Experience body shape. Yeah, in our family, not our peers. You can use the I know this. Presentation, we can tell, we can give a brief on what your disorder. I mean, I don't know the definition. I have not even studied psychology one day. To be very honest. Just classes. OCD, anyone who is diagnosed with OCD. Not diagnosed. No, I have
But not
people who are low. One guy had he used to wash clothes. Yeah, he used to just wash clothes. He had to. I've seen people who wash hands for like half an hour straight. I try to open the car door. I don't try to. I have switching Mostly, it's not our experience. You can write as an opinion. Post-traumatic after but if you have been in an accident or you have seen an accident, but then at night I got it recently, but I didn't go for clinical help. Nor did I actually experience it for a long time. But you couldn't see that so basically my grandfather fell. I was alone. And I'm still, 16? So my grandfather fell. He fell on his face. So he started bleeding a lot. And he's 90 something, 80 something. I didn't know what to do. My parents were correct.
What will happen if I close this?
So there's nothing in the call. So I called the ambulance. He didn't appear for half an hour. He did not lose consciousness, but it was the first time I saw my whole family members' blood. And obviously I had nauseousness and all that. And I'm a minor, so I am not supposed to do the formalities, but I had to do it, even though I didn't know it. And I had to go alone in the ambulance and I couldn't, obviously for the whole week I couldn't sleep. I used to get the repeat of the events which happened, the siren of the ambulance. Not that. Not I think little more you can one more experience will write and move on to the next one. Okay, guys, do you know any? So do you guys know of any services provided in your colleges or whatever? All colleges have good schools have counselors, career counselors as well. Counselors, psychologists. What's the last question? A last question. What is lacking and what can be done?
Concentrate on that.
I think we can read it. Is someone writes on the peer educators are there here. Here, your family provide the support. So, family, counselors, mental health, stigmas. You can write a lack of awareness. They don't reach out. They don't reach out to counselors or therapists because they feel. I mean, the society feels it's a bad thing. That they're mentally ill. Society. That's what. Lacking head. So there is one service that I personally know called as Telemedicine. It's a toll-free number. You call 14416. So this telemedicine, if you have any mental health situation, suppose you're going to exams, you don't know if this medicine is okay to give, you are having suicidal thoughts, any of that, you can call this telemedicine number, and the people over there are qualified enough to give you the advice. And if they cannot handle it, immediately they are putting you onto the psychiatrist. If you are having that suicidal thoughts, they are putting you onto a psychiatrist, and they will handle that everything. It's like a library for mental health. So that is one thing that you can give your friends also if they are suffering from any disorder, stress.
Experience.
Yeah, it's all
like service camps, like NSS volunteer.
NSS volunteer
NCC camps.
village people.
The group can please come up on stage. It's all yours. You can pick up 2 mics that are there. You can hold the chart paper, project it. Start the group presentation, please.
Two of you hold the chart paper. I'll start. Yeah, two people hold the chart.
Bring it here, no? 1 minute.
Yeah, so this is over to, which group is this?
It's education.
Group 1 will present. All of you, please be good listeners. You all have been excellent audience. You have cooperated with us. You have supported us immensely. So please give them a chance to talk. Yeah, thank you. Over to you. You please start.
I believe in you. Whoever is a part of it. Mom, it's not a part yet. We'll be there. Everyone stand. What are you doing? Bro, don't make some illegal shit, okay? With rap, with the... Ooh. What the fuck?
Yeah, start.
It's like swag music.
Hello everyone. Education has been part of our lives in many ways. Life always ends up teaching us something. But today here we'll be talking about the education issues that we face in our conventional schools and colleges. So we'll start.
So please note, you have only 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Does everyone understand Kannada? Yeah. See, so okay. Like, I will start my issue. I'll kanta idiyala from morning, like it's like a rope hang to a fan where the student is hanging. And this rope is nothing but the education system of current, our education system. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಈಗಿನ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹೀಗಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೇತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮೇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೇನ್ ಈಗ ನಾವೇನು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳು ಹಾಗಿದ್ರು ಹೀಗಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಗುರುಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಅನ್ಯತಾ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಯಾರು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಸೇಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಈ ಥರ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಯಾರ್ಯಾವುದು BSc ಆಗಲಿ MSc ಆಗಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ವಿಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್. ಯಾಕೆ? ಡಿಗ್ರಿಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ವಾಪಸ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಈಗ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ತುಂಬ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗಿನ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೊರತು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆದಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
My friend just shared the opinion and experiences we face in our education. What is life without challenges? We realized, we all jotted the points and we realized that there is not enough trained staff in our schools. There are a lot of times we face judgments. Some people are good at theory, or some people are just good at the education part, but they are not good at extracurricular, or vice versa. We judge that person based on just their education marks. We realize that there's no proper structured mentorship in our colleges and schools. There are times when we are allotted mentors, but the mentee-mentor communication does not happen regularly. We also realize that there are so many people who are specially able, but there are not enough institutes for them to study and to grow as a person. We've also realized that there's so much infrastructure available by the government, but it's not used properly for students. And there are also so many policies and scholarships available for underprivileged students, but they are not aware of it. Now we'll be discussing what all we lack in our education system.
Hello everybody, good evening.
So in the education system, the things as a student, what we are lacking, that is what we are discussing here. So the first and foremost thing after discussion, we found out that is a personalized education. So each person should be taught in a different way, and so that they understand it and they shouldn't be judged based on that. Okay. Then we have the how to handle students. So faculties doesn't know how to handle certain students because I'm a faculty of PH University. So it is a general opinion. Some faculties, they actually don't know how to handle certain students, and they end up with a problem or something like that. Okay, and then a few things are like poor economy, where the infrastructure is not given properly to the students. And another option also is, even if infrastructures are there, it is not used properly for the benefit of the students. Okay, then the negative attitude of the society. If you are studying in a different degree course other than medical or engineering, so a few people approach you in a, like, you are not even calculated, or you don't have that enough respect when you are doing an engineering. So that is even like, you know, a biased thing in the society today. So that should be taken as a consideration. And out of the box degrees, so they should be given more of degrees other than like, you know, engineering, medical, or the parts of the engineering or medical, like you know, cooking, designing, and there are not enough options. Okay, so this is what we wanted to share. Thank you.
We're not done.
They are not done. Go, talk. Just 30 seconds.
Give it to her. Okay, clear, guys. It's on. You go. Should come from that side. Fine, hold this.
Hey, why are you walking around the school with your hair all open?
Sorry, ma'am, my hair is wet.
Your parents pay money for this school and you're walking around here all with your free hair. Are you coming to school for education or for getting guys?
Ma'am, I'm not getting either way. Scene 2.
Good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am.
So today we'll have a quiz, okay?
Okay.
What's the speed of light?
3 into 10 to the power of 8.
What's 2 plus 2?
10.
Correct. What?
It's over, no? Because you're...
What moves the slowest?
The speed of your teaching.
Do it fast.
You failure. That didn't even land, guys. So this is like actually real. I had this one physics teacher who did this all the time. She went to students and called them failure. So I get that teachers are annoyed with students, and rightly so, we are annoying. But the only problem is they teach with these very primitive techniques of punishment. But often punishment doesn't work. It only creates resentment among students with the subject or the teacher. So what would be better is reinforcing rewarding behavior. Like a student does well, reward them. I feel like that works better instead of punishment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that good presentation. So you have been given placards, right? We don't have time. So we have shot already. 2 minutes extra we gave you. Huh? So you all have been given placards. So there's a green placard, red placard. At the end of every presentation, now you tell us, do you agree? If you agree, you have to show us the green color. If you disagree, you have to show the red color, and then we'll pass on the mic to you, and you should tell us why you disagree. Now nobody will disagree, I know that. Please come on. Mic, pass the mic. One of you can come and collect. Yes, everybody agrees. One person is saying no there. Yeah, okay. No became yes. Okay. Somebody is still saying no.
Undecided.
Undecided. So it looks like all are diplomatic here. Nobody wants to make noise.
Green flag.
Yeah, his presentation was green flag. Very good. So please think of anything you want to add.
You were really good. You guys are really good.
So yeah, so one thing I would request is, please think of some recommendations on how to improve the educational issues. Yeah. So you can just tell that on the mic.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, I'll hold.
You have just 30 seconds. You have to tell the recommendations.
So there's two recommendation points that we left out actually. Guys, just 1 minute.
Not 1 minute. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. There is this one recommendation point, like what can be done point left out. That is like equal distribution of theory and practical testing. Like there is a group of students who can't jot down what they think or what they know, but rather they can speak or do it as in practical. So something should be done in order to like as an alternate to give them like
silence, please.
Justice for their talent or what they know. And the other one is re-evaluation of institutions. There's a particular university and there are so many colleges that come under it. Example, I'm from Kerala, Calicut University. There's a lot of colleges that come under it. So Calicut University actually, they don't look back and know what the colleges are doing much. They just let them go at the first and then don't look back. Yes. I'm sorry for taking the college name. They don't look back. In general, actually it happens in universities. They don't look back, they don't check back often on it, on how well they're providing their education or anything. So, yes, thank you.
So good. Thanks for presenting your recommendations as well. So, fine, let's have the next group. Please come up on stage, you will be given mics. So see, as audience, you need to listen to them. Please don't talk among ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಕೇಳ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ. ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ, 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ಕಷ್ಟನೇ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿ, ಬಿ ಗುಡ್ ಲಿಸ್ನರ್ಸ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಥ್ರೂಔಟ್ ದ ಡೇ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ದ ಸೇಮ್. ಓವರ್ ಟು ಯು. You just have 5 minutes, no extra time. 5 minutes, you have to stop, you have to leave the stage. Okay? The mic will be taken at the end of 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Our topic today is sexual abuse. And one thing I want to mention right off the bat is that we are a very diverse group. So all of us have quite different opinions. And honestly, that's such a great learning experience. So we were to talk about our opinion or any experience about sexual abuse, current knowledge regarding existing services for management, and what is lacking and what can be done. So this is our poster, and I'll be handing over the mic now.
So going ahead, my team will explain the design that I have done here, the diagram. So would request you, please.
So hi. We can see that the victim is here and the person who's abusing, like we can see the abuser's hand on the victim, and rest of them, like everyone else is just watching and they're not doing anything about what's happening with the victim. And over here we can see there's a person and he or she is also being abused. And over here we can see that the message over here is no means no. If anyone says no, then we need to respect their opinion. And there's also another message that's take your hands off. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಅಬ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹುಡುಗನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಅಬ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಬ್ಬರ ಮೇಲೂ ಆಗುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಒಂದಿಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಅಬ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆದರೆ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಪಡೋರು ಅನುಭವಿಸೋದಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ಥರ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಅಬ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೋ, ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಥಾಟ್ಸನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ನಾವುಗಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ಯಾರು ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ಅಬ್ಯೂಸ್ಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತಾರೋ, ಆ ಬೆನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ವುಮೆನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಆಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡಿಗೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಬದಲು ನಾವು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್.
So, sexual abuse is like a spectrum of things. It can be from like just verbal harassment, like from that range till rape and even molestation, trafficking, violence, and many other things. Like the government has looked into this, and there are many sections like IPC sections and criminal penal code which safeguards women or men from getting into this. There's punishment for rape, that is 376 criminal penal code, and there is dowry death. For that, punishment is under section 304B IPC, and many other provisions like under Nirbhaya Act, many other provisions have come up. And further on, what can be done will be explained by sir.
Yeah, so we have few recommendations that we have pointed here. I'll quickly go through it. See, one is there are already policies, like there is a CPP policy which protects the child 0 to 18. There is one more policy which says PSEA, protection of sexual abusement, exploitation and abuse, and there is POSCO law. But the problem is, down to the victim, it has not gone. I mean, the protecting, it's still, we see there is unsafe. So, understanding that, we have made few recommendations here. One is, punishment is already there, but there is fast tracking, courts. But still, we see they are not real up to the mark that as expected. Correct? Nirbhaya Act is there. CCTV is already there, but if you just Google, the data says every day there are 86 cases, rape cases in India, and if you say which is the unsafe country in the world for women, it says India. Correct? So we feel that, being as an Indian, we feel very sad by seeing the Google itself saying that India is a unsafe country for women. Yeah?
Time is up. Yeah.
Correct? Self-defense training has to be done in all schools, no matter government or private or the age.
We have to stop.
Provision of self-defense kit.
So time is up, time is up, time is up. So we will not overshoot time, 5 minutes only. So
we'll quickly conclude in like 30 seconds.
No, I am afraid that is not possible, because we'll have to do that for everybody. So good job. So let us. Sorry, we'll have to stop you because we'll have to maintain time. 5 minutes for each group. So all of you structure it in such a way that the main points can come in the beginning. So will you give them a green flag or red flag? How many red flags or how many green flags for this group?
All red. All green.
All green. Nobody wants to confront or argue or put their points forward. So this is Y20 consultation. Right, youth, young blood. We thought somebody will be there who would want. Yes, so anything you want to add? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಆದರೂ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ. Yes, yeah, you can. Mark, mic can be passed on, please, quickly.
Guys, you did an amazing job.
Yeah,
Valid
please
points
listen,
made.
please listen. Go on.
Valid points made, but I felt like the show was kind of dragging with all that serious notes.
No, let us not be judgmental.
Okay.
If you want to add on something, see, some point was not covered, something like that you can add on.
Okay, then
because
I have
a green and
nothing
red
else.
flag opportunity was given to you, nobody said anything.
Yeah.
This is just adding on. Anything you want to add on, you can add on.
Yeah, you guys did good. This was bad.
Hello. So we are going to be quick here. When we give you a chance to lift the placard, green or red, that time itself you please, if you have to say anything against it, or you can say it that time only. Yeah. And do not comment, let's not be judging the presentation, but about their recommendations. If you have anything to disagree or if you have anything to add, you can add on to it. But good. Okay? Yeah. So good job. Good group work. The group work was reflected. So yeah, again, all of you please stick to the time. Allotted time is just 5 minutes. In the interest of time, we have to adhere to that. So next group is group 3. Group 3 is going to speak on, yeah, they're going to speak on common mental health problems. Participants, please listen here. Don't worry. So at 4 minutes we'll give you a warning. So you can also focus on recommendations. Make sure that the recommendations are highlighted. Yes, other groups, please listen.
Hello. Yeah, so our topic is the common mental disorders. So everyone here has at least heard of the name depression, anxiety. Oh, I'm feeling depressed. Oh, I'm feeling anxious. But usually we say you're undergoing depression or anxiety when you're properly diagnosed, you've done all of the tests, then only you can say that you have depression or anxiety. So now we have some of the experiences shared by our team members. We had people who did not have any career guidance. That is the most, that timing of after 10th board exams where you do not know what to do. So you're under a state of a lot of stress from your society, from your parents. There's a lot of stress on what to do. So at that point of time, there was a lot of depression, a lot of anxiety, a lot of overthinking about what can you do about your future career. There was also a lot of eating disorders that happens in schools. It starts in schools where you have to maintain a healthy weight. You are bullied for being overweight. Oh, she has picked up weight after her holidays. Something like that. That is bullying that is causing eating disorders where people do not have their school lunches at all. Girls, you can see they go play. Men who go play, they do not want to eat their lunches. So it's starting inconsistent diet and it's starting a eating disorder here. And we have where trauma that we have faced, one of us has faced, where we do not have any prior knowledge on what to do when we deal with a medical emergency. So that leads to trauma. Suppose a family member has collapsed, you do not know what to do. And that leads to trauma where you cannot sleep for days after that. Okay? And services. So the one thing that we wanted to highlight is the services that you can provide to a person who is suffering from depression, anxiety, OCD or PTSD. The first thing is the presence of peer educators that was there in DPS, where you have your elder senior class students who help with the troubles that you cannot tell to your parents or you cannot tell to your teachers. The peer educators play a role in that. Family support and lack of awareness programs is also something that we have to work on. This is actually a very good awareness program that we have to educate on common mental disorders. And I also wanted to talk about something called the Telemanas program. The toll-free number, that is 14416. Telemanas is a government initiative. It's like a 911 for mental health. So you call the number if you are dealing with exam distress, if you want to ask about medication, can I take a paracetamol for this disease? You call the number if you're dealing with suicidal thoughts. If one of your friends is not feeling well, they're suffering, they're dealing with a lot of mental stress. You call the Telemanus number and they will help you with that. They will give you affordable therapy. Okay, and we had the NSS voluntary camps that are conducted, mostly health camps, blood donation camps. All of that is for creating awareness. Yeah, and I'll hand it over to what is lacking and what can be done to deal with the mental disorders.
Okay, so talking about what is lacking, obviously lack of awareness. A lot of people are still not aware about mental disorders. Then coming to counselors in schools, only for the entire schools, only about 1 or 2 counselors. And considering that there's so many other teachers for other subjects, it's very concerning. Also continuing towards addiction to social media. Over the COVID time, a lot of us, everything we did was through electronic devices. So it's very, and a lot of our, whatever we perceive nowadays, it's because of social media. So it's very important to also get a detox from this.
What can be done to help others? Firstly, there are 3 levels we figured out, like individual, community and government initiatives. Firstly, individuals need to develop self-confidence and approach the knowledgeable other. They also should listen to the peer and encourage them to
Yes, sorry to interrupt. The time is up. Huh? Okay, thank you. Very good job. Good job. That if everybody will leave, you say that. Whoever wants to go, they can. Huh? Yeah. So the placards. Before we show the placards, there is an announcement over here. One Dr. Yashwant's wallet was here. You can please collect it from the announcer's desk. Dr. Yashwant K. Okay. Yeah. So coming to the coming to the placards. What's your opinion about the recommendations or about the issue that was raised? So everybody is saying green, green, green. No red flag. Anything you all want to add on to, what they presented about common mental disorders? So good job, good group work. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will give you further opportunities. We will keep in touch with you on email. So you might be worried that, we've got only 5 minutes, what? So we are going to have an exciting online competition that will be announced in few days what it is. Okay. So the next group can please come. So please remember, you have just 5 minutes. Nothing beyond 5 minutes. 5 minutes you have to stop. So that's about gender discrimination. The mics can be given to them. Yeah, the other groups, please be seated. Yeah, your time starts. Give the mic. Please collect the mic. Your time starts now.
Who will say scene 1?
No, wait. Hello?
Just a minute. So we are also going to have a group photograph after the program outside. So please, those who want the group photograph and those who want to take selfies, please stay on. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, over to you. Yes, start. Your time starts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shilpashri.
Bhuvan, Atharva,
Siddharth,
Madhupriya,
Nandu,
Yukta, Durga Shetty, Brinda, Hafsa, Kritiksha.
our topic is gender discrimination. Now, scene 1. Men do cry.
ಮಗ ಇವನ್ ಹಿಂಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವನೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತರ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಸ್ಪೈಕ್.
ಯಾಕೋ ಮಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ.
ಮತ್ತಿನ್ನೆಂತ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಯಾಕೋ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Scene 2. Job promotion for women.
Hey, who is the person sitting there?
She is Hafsa.
Who is the boss of her?
It's Ramesh. She got the promotion.
Oh.
Scene 3. Reservation for women in KSRTC.
Free. Come man. Hello man. Ticket ಕೊಡಿ. Okay. Stand up man.
ಏಕೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಮಗ ಹೆಂಗಸ್ರಿಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಅಂತೆ ಕಣೋ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋನೆ, ನಮ್ಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Thank you.
Scene 4. Scene 4.
ಏಯ್, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದೆಯಾ ನಿಂಗೆ? ರಾತ್ರಿ 7 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನಿಂಗೆ?
ಹುಡುಗಿರ್ ಲೇಟಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಡಮ್ಮ.
ಪಿಂಕ್ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವರೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Hey, what? You're wearing pink shirt like girls. You don't have time.
Scene 5. Scene 6.
ಬಾಟ್ಲ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್, ಗ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಗರ್ಲ್ಸ್.
ಏನೋ ಮಚ್ಚ, ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಹಿಡಿಯಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕಾ? ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ, ಏನಾಗ್ಬೇಕು ನಮ್ ದೇಶ? ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು, ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಕು ಇಷ್ಟೇ.
So, thank you everyone. So, this is the just glimpses which you have seen based on gender discrimination, where there is color discrimination, where the boys are not allowed to wear particular colors, where girls are not, they are being judged if they get promotion, like, you know, though they are hardworking, though they are like literally capable, if any women get promotion and the boss is a guy, then everybody know what the story is all about, but it's really not true in every situation. And girls should not booze. Of course, the entire program was about the intoxication. We are not promoting girls boozing, but still this is just a glimpse where the society is being totally unequal, like, you know, for women being boozed, and guys should not cry, because the crying job is only for women. This is really not done, this is really not accepted. So this mentality should be totally changed. All the glimpses, reservation things, all the scene what we saw, basically, please kindly from the bottom of our heart, we literally request everybody to treat men and women equally. We are human beings, treat us as human beings. Guys are not great, women are not low. Please, we request everyone to educate others under gender sensitization programs to bring equality between men and women. Thank you so much from Team 4.
So thank you so much. Yeah, so what about the green and red flags? How many So anything you want to add on to it? You can, the mics can be passed, please. The mics can please be passed. Next team, you have time. Don't go on stage now, please. Wait, you have to finish.
One thing I wanted to add to this.
Yeah. First, you add. Yeah, please listen. All of you, please be seated.
ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿಗೆ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ರೊಬ್ರೊಬ್ರು ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಮೆನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ವುಮೆನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯರ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಬಾಸ್, ಈಗ ಒಬ್ರು ವುಮೆನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ರು ಮೆನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವುಮೆನ್ ಡಸ್ ಲೆಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೆನ್ ಡಸ್ ಲೆಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ವುಮೆನ್ ಈ ಆಪೋಸಿಟ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್. ಈಗ ವುಮೆನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ನನಗೆ ಮೆನ್ ತರ ನೀವು ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ 10,000 ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ 8,000 ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ನನಗೂ 10,000ನೇ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಗೋ ರಾಂಗ್. ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡಿನ ತಪ್ಪು. ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Good. So, one more point. Dr. Chetan wants to make a point. Please. First, pass.
It was a nice way of presenting, first of all. The thing which I wanted to tell you all is that, see, about the addictions and boozing and all, from morning 2 sessions were made. They also commented on that. What you have to remember is that when we talk about equality, it is not about being equal in every aspect. That is bad things also. Okay, there should be equality. When we mean equality, the bad things should come down in the other gender also. When we talk about boys boozing and girls not boozing, boys also should stop boozing rather than girls starting boozing and smoking and having cannabis. So everybody should reduce it, not everybody should increase it. So what happens with the new age literates is that people think that in the garb of equality, people think that we all should do bad things also. It is not like that. Educate the other person to do less bad things.
Positive things.
So that's equality.
Good. Thank you for your insights, Dr. Chetan.
So can I just...
We'll just hear to.
Just one thing, I guess sister said that the men's are not great and women's are not low. I just wanted to correct this sentence that whoever is great is great. Either is man or woman, and whoever is low, man or woman. That's all.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you for your insights. Yeah, she has something
Exactly,
to say.
sir. Literally, that's what I'm just trying to portray in the everything. Even men can cry. We are all human beings at the end of the day. That's what the motive. I literally didn't mean to say men are high and women are... No, I'm just telling we have to bring the equality through gender sensitization. And for sir, as he remarked, as I said on the stage only, we are not promoting this. It is just about the mindset and the mentality what people have.
I know you are not promoting, but there is people may think in that way, so I just wanted to clarify that from a mental health person's perspective.
And one more comment like which came from one of our brothers who just gave the comment, coming to the gender pay, like, let me remind you, we'll just take one example, one instance, whether it is Hollywood, Bollywood, anywhere you can go. They're putting their efforts, equally acting, but always men are paid high. Why? This has always been the question. And one more thing, we are not speaking, whenever it comes to the pay issues, we are not asking for equality. We are asking for equity at least. Be humans and treat us good. Thank you so much.
So thank you. So we had a lot of discussion on this particular topic. So we have some other issues to deal with. So let's go to the next group now. I'm sorry, we'll have only 2 comments after the presentation. Otherwise, this gender discrimination, boys versus girls, is endless. So, one suggestion for the groups from the facilitators is that you need to focus more on the recommendations, because that's what we are looking at as a Y20 consultation program. So, focus on the recommendations. For example, sexual issues. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ತಡೆಗಟ್ತೀರಾ, ಏನು recommendations ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಥರ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. That's a comment from one of the facilitators. Okay, so next group, please, very quickly, we'll have the next presentation. ಯಾರು ಬರ್ತಿರೋ next? What is the topic? So very important topic, sports, which needs to be a part of everybody's lifestyle. So please take your mics. Others, please listen to them. Please please give them some respect. Yeah. So over to you. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Others, please be quiet. Yeah.
ಬ್ರೇಕಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದೀಗ ಬಂದ ಸುದ್ದಿ. ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಅಮೋಘವಾದ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಚಟ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಬಿದ್ದ ಚಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೇಗ್ ಗೆದ್ಲು ನೋಡೋಣ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಆಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹುಡುಗರು ಫುಲ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಓದಿಸಿ ಏನಂತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವಾಗ ಎದ್ದು ಎಚ್ಚರ ಆಗೋರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು? ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮಗ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ನೋಡ್ದಲ್ವಾ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇ ಸಮಾಜ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸಮಾನತೆ?
ನೋಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಆ ಖುಷಿ ನೋಡು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಡ್ತಿದಾರೆ ನೋಡು. ಇದೇ ತರ ಆಗೋದು. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಟ ಆಡೋಗು ಹೋಗಿ.
ನೋಡ್ರಾ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆದ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ಫೋನ್ ಅಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅದು ಕಿತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನೋಡ್ರಿ.
ಕೊಡಿಲೆ
ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಫೋನ್ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
ನೋಡ್ರಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನೈಜದ ಕತೆ? ಇದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಬಂದಿದೀವಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ
Sports are any activity or any game that you play for your interest or your hobby. Sports can be converted into a hobby or a profession. It's a general talk on sports. Generally, sports is activity or any play that you play for an interest. Sports can be converted into a hobby or can also be taken as a profession. Many famous sports player, as you all know, Sachin Tendulkar, MS Dhoni, PV Sindhu, etc. And indoor and outdoor games help us maintain our anxiety or stress. They help us reduce our stress and anxiety. As you play a sport, you forget the time sense. You totally indulge into sports. Any sports, for example, any small game also, a carom game also, you forget the time sense. You totally indulge into it. And sports also teach us the discipline, team spirit, and how to do a fair play, and also a healthy competition.
ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಏನ್ ಕಲಿತೀವಿ, ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಹಮ್ಕೊಂತ ಇದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಮೋಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಮೋಸನ ನಾವು ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟಿ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೂ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಆಡಕ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು, ಈಗ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗಂಡು ಹುಡುಗನ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಡಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ನ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಗುನ ಕಳಿಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವಳು ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಆಡಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂದು ಸಜೆಷನ್ Y20ಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ವುಮೆನ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಬೇಕು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಮು. ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಸರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ನೀವು ಟೈಮ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಸೊ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಸೊ ಎಸ್, ಇವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ರೆಡ್ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಎಸ್, ಮೈಕ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಟು ಸರ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪಾಸ್ ದ ಮೈಕ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್.
ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅರೆ ನಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟು, ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಸಿ ಆಟಗಳಿದಾವಲ್ವಾ, ಲಗೋರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಬಡ್ಡಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಆಟಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಮರ್ತೇ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಮರ್ಕೋತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲ ಮಕ್ಳು ಆಡಿರೋದು ನೋಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೂ. ಈ ಥರ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ನ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕಲಿಸ್ಕೊಡೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ.
ಸೂಪರ್ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಟೈಮ್ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ನ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಗುಡ್. ಸೊ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೆಲ್ತಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಇನ್ನೇನಾದರೂ ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಎನಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೇಟರ್ಸ್, ಎನಿಬಡಿ ವಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫೀಲ್ ಫ್ರೀ. Sports is a very important topic, and I'm sure lots of people will have lots to say about this. Okay, so we should become a sporting nation. So I mean, we are still way off. So hopefully in future we will reach that particular target. Okay, so the next group will be presenting on yoga and meditation. The first talk that was held today. So the mics, you have 2 mics with you. Yes. Good evening everyone. One minute. Time. So one suggestion to everybody, don't ನೀವು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೀಮ್ಸಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಸಜೆಷನ್, ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ your time starts now.
Namaste everyone. So we are here presenting the topic yoga and meditation. So from the morning we are seeing,
be seated.
So from the morning we are seeing what is yoga, what is meditation, and what are the different kind of processes, how we should do it, what is that. So our point is yoga and meditation is not different. Meditation is coming under the yoga. Okay, so we will explain what is yoga in a pointer format. So we have 3 teams which will be explaining. The first team which will be explaining about the benefits and importance of yoga and meditation.
About the yoga benefits bandre, there is nothing like any part of your body indanu yoga ge tumbane help agutte. And specifically I have seen personally ನನ್ನ choice ಇಂದ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, like I am treating patients and I am sending the patients to yoga center. ತುಂಬಾ psychiatric illnesses ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗ ಒಂಥರ adjournment therapy ಆಗಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿ so many people are getting benefited, and they are being discharged very early than expected time. So I will be explaining about the benefits of yoga. One is, first I feel it will get the harmony in your life. Most people in this stressful period, running for short of time, stress and all thing, it brings a harmony in the life. And second is about time management.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಮಗೆ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಪವರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಪವರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Benefits of yoga: improve the mobility and concentration and attention. ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ರೋಗವಿಲ್ಲ.
ಯೋಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಯೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಷರ್ಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ಸ್ ಏನಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಯೋಗ ಡೇ ಅಂತ June 21 ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಲದೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ಯೋಗ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಯೋಗ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾರಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಠಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಯೋಗನ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ನಾನು ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಏನೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವೋ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ನೆಗ್ಲಿಜೆನ್ಸಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬಹುದಾ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂತ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಾಕಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವೇನೇನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಸಾಧಿಸಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಈಗಿನ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಯಂಗ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಗಿನ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಗಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 10 minutes ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಡೇ ಅಂತ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ದಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಜನಗಳೇ ಸೇರಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು half an hour ಸಂಜೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಟೀಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
Answering the question of what can be done, so the first point under it comes as awareness. The first step begins by creating awareness about it, and the second thing is proper professional training is required in the same domain, and we need proper funds for that. And other thing is consultation camps. And so in addition to what can be done, there should be community programs for creating awareness, not only in schools but also in different communities where people can know what yoga is and how it promotes well-being. Another thing is there should be promotion in media. So we are all very influenced by media. It's very important for celebrities, for advertisements, for various programs on televisions and cinema to promote yoga and meditation. And the last one is there should be inclusion in curriculum for yoga and meditation. For example, we have PT periods. Similarly, we can have yoga periods in schools and colleges for the promotion of the same.
ಯೋಗ ಅಂದ್ರೇನೆ ಭಾರತ. ಯೋಗ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒರಿಜಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದಿಂದ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತೀಯರಾದ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವೇ ಬೆಳೆಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾರೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಯೋಗನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗೋಣ, ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೂ ಹೇಳೋಣ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸೊ
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಮೀ. ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ರೋಗವಿಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ರೋಗವಿಲ್ಲ. ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ರೋಗವಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ರೋಗವಿಲ್ಲ. ಯೋಗದಿಂದ
Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for sticking to the time. And now the green or red flags. How many green flags? How many red flags? Please wait. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ wait ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು. Yes, anybody wants to add something to what they already spoke? Anybody? It could be a facilitator, it could be a participant. Anybody wants to ask something? Please give the mic there. Sorry.
ಇದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯೋಗ ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು.
That's why she included the professional trainers in that.
But like the methods, if
that's what the professional trainers will know about it. Ayush doctors
Professional
in daily life who cannot go there, who cannot
ಇದು
go and
ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಮಾಡೋರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್.
ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
So there are teleservices provided everywhere.
Take all the suggestions constructively. Please continue.
So there are teleservices provided everywhere where professionals will teach you how to do it. You should not go to that place if you have not accommodation, transport issues are there. So teleservices is running for patients, for individuals also. And it is in NIMHANS also. Telemanas, free yoga sessions are there. So anyone can join with us also. Thank you.
So good.
ಮೊದಲು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿನೋ ತಪ್ಪೋ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಯೋಗ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಸೋ ಫಾರ್. ಐ ರಿಯಲಿ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಎಂಥೂಸಿಯಾಸಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ವೇ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ group, please come on stage. You will get 2 mics. Please give them 2 mics. Mic ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ sir. So you will be speaking on.
So all our
ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
so all our future ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
So your time starts now.
So all our future doctors presenting on digital health. So give them a big round of applause. Okay, so Firas, today our topic is digital health. So our audience is thinking, what is digital health? Can you please inform them what is digital?
In simple terms, digital, first thing comes to our mind, phone, laptop, technology. Health is our body, no disease, everything. So integration of the two, digital health, simple terms.
Please, quick, done. Okay, so Firas, when coming to digital health, there are few benefits, few negatives, and through those looking at those negatives, we can improve what negative is there in this topic. Cool. So, coming to the benefits, streamlining communication between doctors. For example, this is basically what this means is communication will be established between the patient and the doctor when there is no facility available. For example, during COVID, we couldn't go to the hospitals because we were scared that we'll acquire some COVID because we and also at the same time we had some other disease. So through online practitioners or doctors, we could communicate with the doctor. Then record keeping is easier. This is for the medical professionals. Record keeping, instead of keeping thousands of papers or thousands of files, we can directly put it into a digital format, and record keeping will be easier in that format. Accessibility is easier and time efficient. You can quickly open your phone, tap on an app and get a doctor. This is time efficient. Instead of going to the doctor, waiting for the all the patients to go and then for your turn to come, instead of doing that, you can just go to your phone, tap on the app and talk to the doctor. Health information is securely preserved, as the app may or may not have. So the app may, if the app has the security feature, your communication with the doctor, the video calls or the audio calls will be securely preserved. And control of patient info during pandemics. We can even control the control the patient number of patients coming into the hospital. Like we can do it on a token based system. When slots, exactly. So one person, when a person chooses slot, for suppose it is 23 and 24, 25, etc. So the patient can know when, at what time he can come to the hospital for his prescription.
Okay, now coming to the negatives, as we know in the medical field, patient confidentiality holds a very important role. So through cyber crime, there may be a breach in confidentiality between the doctor and the patient by leaking of medical records. There is difficulty for older people to access because of the technology that's involved. Then difficulty during emergencies. Physical examination is not possible, which is very important. And then the most important thing is for a doctor, what we learn is the examination for a patient and diagnosis begins as soon as they walk into the room. So that is not possible because we are not able to observe how the patient is walking, talking, behaving. That's very difficult to do. Then technical difficulties, and one more thing that came to our minds was fake doctors. So understanding if they are properly qualified or not, that will be again difficult because of the crimes that can happen. And then next, coming to most importantly, how can we improve this? So while going through the points, what we observed is the benefits which we quoted mainly in our country is based a lot on the geography, by which I mean benefits are more seen in the urban setup. So as to create a more holistic approach towards the healthcare, we have to we have to include the rural setup as well. So this can be achieved through educating people, in infrastructure development, like spreading, giving internet access in the rural areas, a better interlinking between the government and the private setups, and securing the information through various cyber security schemes, and educating the doctors about the various local conditions and local problems that are present. Because say a patient is from somewhere in the north and I sitting in the south of India, it will be difficult for me to understand the difficulties they are going through. And then lastly, one more thing that came to us is digital health is not only limited to the telecommunication and stuff, it's also the effect technology and technology has on our mental well-being as well. So effects like that's body image issues and stuff.
So looking at the benefits and assuming that we'll improve on the negatives, we can say, quote in Kannada, Angayalli Arogya. Please note, this is not Congress. This is Angayalli Arogya. That there is health in at the palm of your hand. So this is the quote.
Thank you.
So very good. Again, thank you for sticking to the time. Wonderful job. So yes, green flags, red flags.
All these are medical students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Green, red ಏನilwa? Anything you want to add on? Digital health. So actually I was supposed to take a short session on that, but then due to shortage of time, we sort of took it back. We'll send you all the documents. Yeah. Any question? Mics can be passed to them. Red flag, one red flag is there.
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಲಿ, ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವನೇನಾದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಡ್ ದೂರ ತಗೊಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ನೋಡೋದೇ ದೂರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ಸರ್ ಇದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ?
ಅದೇ ಸರ್, ಅದೇ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಆ ತರ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮನೇಲಿದ್ರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ?
ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಅವರು ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನೇ. ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮು. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗು, ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನುರಿತ ವೈದ್ಯರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚೇತನ್ ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಮೈಕ್ ಟು ಸರ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಮೈಕ್ ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚೇತನ್. ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇದು ಮೈಕ್.
Hello. Just to tell what Telemanus is, ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಇವಾಗ ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಮನೆಯಿಂದನೇ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಪೇಷಂಟು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ನೋಡ್ತಾರಾ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ ಥರ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದನೂ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟಿಂದನೂ ಇದೆ. ಮೊದಲು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ. 14416ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆವಾಗ ಈ ಬರೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೂ ಆ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಹಾಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಲ್ಲಿರೋರಿಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ತೆಲುಗುನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕಿನ್ನೂ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಥರದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಟೆಲಿಮಾನಸ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ ಅಂತ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸತಿ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಈ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಟೆಲಿ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ 2020ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ. ಪ್ರೈವೇಟಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಈಸಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈಸಿ. ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ದುಡ್ಡಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲೇ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಮನೇಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೇಷಂಟು ಮನೇಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 90% ದುಡ್ಡು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ, ನಾಚಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಟೆಲಿ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ.
My question for you, please. Like making everything at a doorstep, do you think the conventional doctor-patient relationship getting compromised, like identifying the human expressions, emotions? What do you feel about that? And what's your opinion?
Yeah, so that's what I meant by we are not able to do physical examination. That's a very key part about diagnosing a condition in a patient, right? So history taking is one part of it, and another part followed by it is physical examination. So that is very much hampered in telemedicine. That's digitalization of the healthcare system. So I feel it is affected, but then we also have to look at the pros, right? So say you are in a rural setup and you don't have access to a super specialty hospital or something. Through this, a PHC can get in contact with a tertiary level healthcare system, and there can be streamlining so that at least some basic help can reach to the rural setup as well. So that I think that outweighs this con. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so this, yeah, that's what the main recommendation was, right? So when I said in India especially, looking at our Indian setup, a rural setup, it's very difficult for this telemedicine to spread. So the main thing is educating the people about the availability and also improving the infrastructure, like providing electricity. It's just such a basic thing, but let's be honest, it's not there everywhere. And providing internet access and making it cheaper. All of this will help eventually. It's a slow process, but will happen eventually.
Thank you. So very well presented, and we had a good discussion. So very quickly moving on to the next group. Please take your mics. The volunteer can please pass the mic. Dr. Meenakshi, the mics. Yeah, so please remember just 5 minutes. Focus on recommendations more. What happened? Yeah, your time starts now.
A pleasant evening to one and all present.
I request everybody to be seated. Yeah, please start. Yeah.
A pleasant evening to one and all present here. Audience, can I have your attention, please? 5 minutes. Okay. How many of us here like junk food? None of us eat junk food? No? Yeah. Okay. And why do we eat junk food? It's tasty. Do we know junk food is bad for our health? And still we eat, right? The only thing is because it's tasty. Okay. And how many of us know what is diabetes and what is obesity? Okay. So diabetes and obesity, do we think the basic idea that we have is if a person is fat, he is not healthy, or if a person is fat, he is diabetic, he is obese. But being fat is not related to obesity. And also we treat the patient, we call a person patient if he is obese or if he is diabetic. But a simple thing, that is a lifestyle change, can make him get rid of this and he can be better.
Okay, so in the entire world, there will be no one who will not know about the term obesity or diabetes. So in the country, almost at least one member from each of the families will be suffering obesity or diabetes. So our topic is like my health is my wealth. So as my friend told, unhealthy foods, so many of the diseases like they had caused, like diabetes and obesity have been caused from unhealthy foods. We consume unhealthy food because it's just tasty, which leads to many harmful diseases. And main reason for this diabetes and obesity is like our unhealthy routines. And in the olden days, people at least go out to purchase their groceries or household things, but now everything are under e-commerce platform. So people get everything at their home, and their work gets reduced, and a very least minimum workout they will be doing. And a person or a patient who is suffering from diabetes or obesity, these type of diseases are not cured by treatment. It can be cured by their daily routines. And this diabetes is a kind of a hereditary disease or a genetical disease, but we can overcome it by changing our daily routine. And since 5 minutes time limit is there, so I will not take much time, and I will pass it for the next topic to my friend.
So I would like to start it with a thought, Namma Arogya Namma Javabdari. So normally when a person is suffering from diabetes or obesity, first thing that comes to our mind is to go to a hospital to find a solution. So what doctor tells us to use, like take tablets, insulin, capsules, etc. So what we should do is we should not completely depend on medicines for the cure. We should first take our step and change our lifestyle, day-to-day activities. So by this we can cure our diabetes, obesity and all. So now I would like to.
ಸೊ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯೂ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮನಸ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾರ್ಗ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಡಯಟ್ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸರಿ ನಾಳೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ, ನಾಳೆದ್ದು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒಬೆಸಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವಳು ತಪ್ಪಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಸಣ್ಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಡಾರ್ಕ್ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅದನ್ನ ಮನ್ಸಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ದೆ ನೀವು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಮನ್ಸು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ? Thank you very much. Again, you have finished on time. So, any red flags here? Let me start with the red flags first. So, how many green flags for them? Green flag is a way of showing appreciation for their teamwork. So, all green flags. Okay, so the topic was lifestyle related issues, lifestyle disorders. ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ರು ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಳಿಮ್ಮ. Mic can be passed to them.
Yeah, so I kept hearing you talk about lifestyle changes to deal with diabetes, but I don't know if you know about type 1 diabetes and how you deal with type 1 diabetes. Do you know about it? Have you heard? What do you do with type 1 diabetes especially? You cannot do with lifestyle changes just because of lifestyle changes. You have to go with medicines, and because it's with kids, daily they have to be monitored with their glucose level, their blood pressure levels. So because you were keep on talking about lifestyle changes, I feel like that was a bit of a misinformation, because diabetes, you cannot just deal with lifestyle changes. You need to have medication, proper medication that has to be revised with your doctor regularly.
Ma'am, you itself mentioned it's not just because of exercise. So we are not telling medicines are not required. We are telling medicines will do their work, but exercise plays a major role.
Yes, but I was emphasizing that you cannot just do exercise, but there is also a role of medications.
Yes,
because,
ma'am.
Type 1 cannot be prevented. It's a genetic.
Their lifestyle, ma'am, not like we should avoid medicines.
Yeah, so they are in favor of medicines. What I'll just speak for them,
Medicines
because
are important.
what they are trying to convey, they are in favor of medicines, but lifestyle is also very important. That is the good question, very good question. So anything else? Yeah, Dr. Chetan wants to add something. So all the facilitators, please feel free to add on.
Again, as a doctor, I can't resist if there is some misinformation. So one thing was about only medication. I know you did not mean that. What also we should know is that you said that being fat is not obese. That is also not correct. So it is. It is because see, there are two
BMI.
There is something called as body mass index. Okay, BMI. So BMI largely depends on how much is the height and how much is the weight. Okay, so if you calculate BMI, the more weight the person is, the more the BMI is. BMI is gold standard. I personally do not agree with that, because it doesn't. If you say for example Prabhas in Bahubali, his BMI would be very high because they had put on 108 kgs because of muscles. But it is not just that, it is something called as body fat percentage. What I want you all to know about this, that's why I thought I'll add on to that. So there is something called as body fat percentage. There is easy calculations for that. If you go to calculator.com, you put your height, weight, neck circumference, waist circumference, hip circumference, etc. You will get body fat percentage. Body fat percentage is better indicator of how much the body fat is. More the body fat is, more the obese the person is. And more the obesity goes on, it is called morbid obesity, and that leads on to various difficulties, stroke, cardiac, myocardial infarction, etc., etc. So obesity is directly linked to fat percentage. We do not calculate fat percentage, we calculate it in another way by using BMI. So more the person has fat in their body, more the amount obesity that they'll have. So that's how obesity is calculated. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. So again, well presented. So let us move on to the, before we move on, just a piece of information. After all the presentations are over, we will be going out for a group photo. So please stay on. And also, we have standee outside. If you want, you can take photos, selfies with that. One group photo will be held outside after the presentations are over. So yes, next group will be speaking on, what's your topic? Relationship with family. You have only 5 minutes. Please tell me when you are ready. Other groups, please sit, please be seated. Please be seated, everybody. Just a minute, we'll get ready. Yeah, your time starts now. All groups, please be seated.
Okay, so
Time
hello
starts now.
everybody, a very good evening. So our topic is family relationships. So family is one of the most important, support system or part of our life as we are growing up. So family plays really importance in our life. Family is the base of how we will be as an individual, right? So I think we've got a really amazing topic to talk about, relationship with families. So the things that we have came up here in this charts are, see, the benefits of having, good family relationships can lead you into a better human being, and you can deal with your emotions because the resources that the family provides are the base or the core values that you get of life to deal with the challenges that come along with, right? So benefits of having, it can provide emotional support and productive environment. It can be as a helping hand. It can act, as I told, values, and it makes us more responsible as a growing individual. So, having positive relationships, there are problems everywhere, right? So we are here to, address the problem and find solutions. Because if we are aware of the problem, just awareness will not be enough. We need to take actions and accountability for our problems. So I'll have Meenakshi to talk about the services and the other things that are there.
So the services provided are NIMHANS Center for Wellbeing, which is our own center. It is situated in BTM layout, and Department of Psychosocial Support and Disaster Management, DPSSDM NIMHANS. Then Save Indian Family, SIF, and also we have Aveksha, which is a charitable women's trust. And all the contact numbers are provided. You can take a photograph if you need. Then what is lacking? What is lacking is misogyny, uneducation, lack of intimacy, and poor communication. Unless all of these are eliminated, we can expect more family conflicts, of course. Then in Malayalam we say Kudumbol Imbamulladanu Kudumbam, which means Malayalis can relate, right? So Kudumbol means together, Imbam means love, which means if gathered there is love. I think that is what a family is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well within time, thank you. How many red flags for this? Does anybody disagree with this? No. How many green flags? Where are all the green flags? There were about 12-15, no? Okay, thank you. Anybody has any questions for the team? ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳೋದಿದೆಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ? Okay, no questions also. Good, great job the team.
Thank you.
Now I call upon the next team to come on the dais. So this teams, most of the members have left the premises. So there are only two of them. They'll be presenting that, and the camera can it focus only on the chart and put it there on the screen. News, you can be on the side. If you are in the center, it'll block you. Okay, you can show that side. The camera is there. The camera is there. So once you are ready, are you ready? Okay, your time starts now.
Namaste, everyone. I am little big in English, so I will add some Hindi word also. Is it fine? Okay. So my all members are left, so I will try to discuss all the points written on the chart. So our topic is relationship with peer. What do you understand about peers? So in my view, everyone here presenting, like facilitators, students, delegates, everyone is our peers, because everyone's words are directly attached with our emotions. We respond on their words. And let's start with benefits of the peers. So benefits, what benefits comes when peers with you? Trust, understanding, and sharing feelings and openly expressive, be feeling, boost communications and confidence, self-understanding, gives motivations, resolves conflicts, explore each others, academic achievement, safety, and intimate connections. So you all know that whenever the conflict is happen, you call your friend that, hey, I have the problem, let's come, ek jhagda ho gaya hai, please come. And everyone come, start supporting you, yeah, I'm coming within 10 minutes. And they also call others peers, not only your peers. And both of them come and support you at the time of conflict. And what is lacking in that peer? So you cannot trust. Now in Bangalore situations, I am from Bihar. I come here and the trust issues is more in the peers. Like I even can't trust on my roommates. That's the great issue comes when you leave your place. And yeah, there is a language barrier. I don't know English well. Even I don't know Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, anything. So when we try to communicate with anyone, I'm hesitated, and I'm also an introvert person, so I don't want to talk to the person. So I always keep my leg back or leave it. It's okay to not to talk others. So what the services available to measure the taken promotion healthy relationships? Like mass media, you all connected to your peers with on social media and on phone, and group discussions that always happen. Hey, my friend is like that, this one is this one. So this will generate a structure about the others, what others think. And also there is a reunion, that everyone wants that reunion, like with your 10th classmate, 12th classmate. And acceptance is great thing that I learned in the Bangalore city. When I came, I didn't accept others' value, but after 3 years, I start accepting others' thoughts, and there is no like belief system. When I'm in Bihar, I thought that this person is this one, this person is this one. It's a rigged thought. But here, I can talk without any biases things.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's a bit late and everyone is bored here, so I'll just wind up very hurry. So I'll be talking about what can be done. So I think from my perspective, active listening is very essential to like continue your relationship with peers. And second thing, clarification. When you have anything in your mind, just clarify quickly with person. And also, I feel like empathy and concern is very important in a relationship with peers. Thank you.
Yes, good job. There were just 3 of them, but still they managed it. They did a good job. So, any green or red flags? Red flags. So, I can see some green flags. What about? So, anything you want to add on to the topic? Any facilitator, anybody, and one of the participants can add on to it. Yeah. Please take the mic. Please take the mic. Dr.
Problem you
Devyan.
suggested that trust
Switch on the
issue.
mic. Yeah. Thank you.
Trust issue, and the second one is introvert. So what recommendation you will provide for that limitation?
So for introvert, introvert is good. It keep up to you. But when you go to as a professional, you have to talk to everyone. Don't bias us with that this person is this person is no. You have to talk everyone, and in that one word that I want to tell, like don't think like that this person has no capability to do anything. This person has no capability to do anything, so just give a chance. Some people do here that in a relationship, they're testing the others, like oh, let's talk with them, date with them, go with them, and then try if he or she is fine, then I will spend time with them. But that is not good. If you talk to them, understand them, make understand that what you want and what they want, and then after there is some comparison.
हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the explanation. So you have highlighted a very important facet related to the theme. So thank you. So we had a good discussion. Let's move on to the next group. So what is this group's topic? Personality development among youth. So you have 5 minutes time. Please take your mics. Both the mics you can use. And your time. Other groups, please be seated. Your time starts. One important announcement before they begin. We have shared a feedback form on email. So please fill it up whenever you get time. And after this, after the group, once again I repeat, after the group presentations are over, we will close it and we will go out for a group photo. Okay? And you can also take selfies there. We have a standee over there, some posters put up. So yes, on that note, your time starts. You're ready? Now, yes.
Good evening all. We are given with the topic personality development, followed with soft skills, personal growth and grooming. And we have lots of points there. And our eminent member, Gabriel, will share our thoughts before you.
Okay. Hello everyone, how are you? My name is Gabriel and I'll be presenting on personality development. Now what is personality? The first thing you see when a person opens their mouth, you can just assume what their personality is from the first thought. It's based on how they dress, it's on what gestures they make, or what, how their shoulders are slouched, or how they present themselves in front of you. Now, how are the ways in which you can develop a personality? Now there are things called soft skills which are required in a job perspective, in a professional perspective. Now these are things like interpersonal relations or conflict resolution, or things where mostly HR related, but like it's about how you communicate with team members in your or your colleagues. And communication skills. We all know communication is truly important. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Okay. Communication skills. We all know how communication skills are really important in this day and age. What I'm saying to you also matters on whether my communication skills is good or not. I mean, that depends on how you receive it as well. and personal growth. Now this depends on how you want to make a change, and grooming starts from your parents, and it goes on until your middle ages, where you start to develop a personality that you're going to show to the world. So there are multiple importances of personality development. Now the first thing where I mentioned was in soft skills, where it's required in a professional perspective, and how you're supposed to communicate things in a way that you make other people or your customers or your clients understand. And personal growth is also really important if you want to really become successful in this world and make a state a point or do whatever. And grooming is also important, how people perceive you as a person, and whether they really want to hear your points. Using the last person, the group that presented before, I really appreciate the guy who presented there, because he reminded me of my father when he was when he wasn't great at English, but still he made a point, and now he's where he is. Now what I appreciate in that person is, I'm sorry, but like the English wasn't great, but the personality he exuded from that shows that, regardless of how he thinks his English is, we all should respect his point, and he wants to be heard. So I really respect him for coming out and saying that. And that's what it's all about, personal growth. It's about whether you want to make a difference in this world, and it's about whether you want to make a point, and it's on you to change. There are various external factors, but come what may, it's on you to change. Now the available services for personality development starts right from school. Now in school there are multiple competitions and services given, like elocutions, debates, speeches, Model United Nations, where it depends on the student to take those parts. My parents forced me to do all that. That's why I can speak decently, I guess. Now because I did all that, I'm able to come here and speak somewhat confidently, and that's what makes a person. Now it also depends on the teachers to provide a platform in which the students can come and speak confidently. Many people are insecure about how they speak, how they look, how people perceive themselves, or people perceive them, and how people judge them every second. I mean, judgment exists everywhere. You can't really do anything about it. You can't change the way another person's mind thinks. It's on you to change or cater to that particular audience, and that could be done based on repeated like practice through elocution, speeches. Talking to yourself in the mirror is also a great way. Smiling in the mirror, seeing how your smile is, or using eye contact, and various like gestures and things like that. I'm not using that, but fine. Now, what is lacking in the in our current society, especially in personality development? Now, people are kind of lazy. They don't want to change. Now, in that situation, they are usually insecure, and they are maybe going through some kind of mental illness, not necessarily. Oh,
time is up.
I'll just make a last point and then.
Yes, last point.
So it's really up to the person to make a decision and change. And only if they change, they'll be able to develop their personality and come to a point where they're really able to make the other person understand and make society a better place as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So anything, yeah, please wait, your chance will come, don't worry. Yeah, anything to add on? Yes, the mic can be passed to him. So any red flag, green flag? Looks like all of you have kept the flags inside.
I want to add one point, that many people think that personality development is a part of a school, lifestyle, anything, and they don't go for the counseling. Especially they're saying that counseling and mental health professional help is only for the person who has disability or anything. But this is not right one. If you want to increase that work on your personality, you can get help of counselors and mental health professionals. Okay, thank you.
Good point. Yeah.
Should I add on to that, or?
Yeah, okay. You're free to.
Like stated many times before, mental health is not a stigma. It should not be a stigma, and going to the therapist or things like that should not be considered wrong, because even I went to therapist and I only told one friend about it because I thought other people would judge me for it. And then turns out she also went. So like everyone, okay, now it's that helped me, I don't know if I should be saying this, but like it was problems with my parents and stuff like that. I can't say that. But
It's okay, don't.
it's fine. It's just like people who want to speak out need to seek help. You don't need to be worried about what people think about you, or you just need to seek help if you want to change, basically. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting personality among youth. Well presented, all of you. So again, now we move on to the next group. So others, please be seated. What ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ? ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ವಿಷಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್, ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಓವರ್ ಟು ಯು ಗೈಸ್. ಆರ್ ಯು ರೆಡಿ? Yes.
I welcome the NSS warriors. So these are warriors means we are going to present on health finance. Okay, so please give them a big round of applause.
ನಾವಿವಾಗ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಬೇಗ ಚೆಕಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲೇ ಕಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನು ಇದಿರಲ್ಲ, ತಲೆನೋವು ಇರಲ್ಲ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕಟ್ಟೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಫರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸ್ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
Next, current availability services. Rehabilitation services coverage for the physical therapy and other rehabilitation treatments. Those who are addicted for alcohol or drugs, from rehabilitation treatment it can be removed. And emergency care coverage for emergency room visits and urgent medical attention can also be done. Then if we go for private facilities will be good, but it will be cost in price. If we go for government, federal government will be managed insurance and tax revenues. It will be low in income.
What is lacking and what can be done is government can establish or strengthen health insurance program. Still they can bring the awareness among the health insurance among the public, and you might know that last year Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, on occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, government has recognized 750 underdeveloped villages. So it has been distributed equally to all the NSS units. Being an NSS volunteer, I am saying this. It has been distributed to all the NSS units. So our college has adopted the Gobbargunte village. So in our village, there are 250 villages. We have done the survey, and village is every home has the life insurance policy, so that we may not know. ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಸಾಯ್ತೀರಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾಳೆನೇ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಲೈಫ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರಿಕವರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ.
So this is the policy bazaar diagram. Here we can health cover, we can get health cover, wealth creation, life cover, tax benefit. In tax benefit we can get a 1.5 lakhs deduction if we buy a policy bazaar insurance. And we can get a convenience, hassle free online purchase while we buy in policy bazaar. Thank you.
And this is the logo of health finance. Get the best health insurance quotes, stay safe against medical liabilities, get coverage for hospitalization expenses, ensure complete peace of mind. Thank you.
ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಮಾರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಜನನ್ನ. ನೀವು ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರೈವೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ಕಾಸು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸತ್ತೇ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ICU ವಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೂ 2-3 ದಿವಸ ಇಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿರೋ ದುಡ್ಡೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಯಾಮಾರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಿ. ಟ್ರಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲು ಮತ್ತು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಹೈಲೈಟಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಎಸ್ ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಬಡ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಲಾಭ ಆಗಿದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದೆ. ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಎಸ್. ಸೊ ಆಯುಷ್ಮಾನ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಎಸ್ ತಾಯಿ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಓಕೆ
given by the government for the public.
Very good, very good. Thank you. So anything to add on? Any disagreements or anything you want to improve or anything, any suggestions from your end? So now as youngsters we tend to ignore this, you know. I mean I ignored it. I cannot speak for others. So but health financing is very crucial. Yes, you want to say something, you can say.
Life insurance only. Where you can apply is you can visit a nearby post office where they will charge 250 rupees per year. So if anything's happen in near future, you will get 20 lakhs or your family members will get 20 lakhs. So it is also one of the health finance.
Life insurance. Okay. Thank you. ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. So big round of applause. Let us keep the spirit high. Josh should be high. Okay. So next group please. I think we have one group that is going to present on your next spirituality, spiritual dimension of health. Yes, please go on to the stage. Please take your mics. So you are ready? All of you go on to the stage. Yes, so your time starts now.
Hi guys, so we're going to be talking about spirituality today. All religions have spirituality, but spirituality doesn't have any religion, is what we all believe. And we believe that spirituality is more of a lifestyle rather than based on religion. Any habit that you do consistently with discipline can be also considered as spirituality. So, benefits.
Okay, so spirituality can mean. You can hear me? Yes. Okay. So spirituality is not just about religion or believing in God. It can mean believing in oneself as well, something greater than oneself. And it does not have to be anything like, it does not have to be anything grand. It can be a minimal thing like, okay, waking up in the morning, making up your bed. That can also be something, for that person it can be something spiritual. So spiritual is a very subjective sense. It's a very subjective topic, I can say that. And spirituality helps in promoting cleanliness. So when you're promoting cleanliness, it also helps in increasing your hygiene. And when you're hygienic, people around you also feel comfortable with you. And it also, what happens is that you are promoting hygiene. So people around you also want to be clean and they want to be nice and they want to be tidy. And this also builds your interpersonal relationships. Not just interpersonal, but good relationships are built. This is what I had to say. Thank you.
So there are negative aspects to spirituality as well, apart from them being a positive influence on the society. there can be misinterpretation of the information that you get, because spirituality is mostly related to religion according to most of the public. And there can be irrelevant practices. The practices that took place back in the day may not make sense right now. They were tested back in the day and they don't make sense right now because the times have changed. They might have worked during biblical times, but they don't work right now. Fear of reality. So there are a lot of people who practice a certain type of ritual or any kind of practice that they do every morning. Like there are athletes who wear the left sock first before they get onto court. And there are a lot of people who, have beliefs that if they do chant a certain kind of mantra, they will, they'll help achieve a certain type of goal. But there are also some people who, so certain beliefs may have negative impacts as well. They are written in, Qurans or in Bhagavad Gitas. They might have negative effects right now. And they don't want to, gain the knowledge and find out what negative aspect it actually has. So that can be fearing reality. And there are certain people who believe certain things, and there are people who may not believe those things. And there can be people who impose their beliefs on someone else. So that is one of them. And there are also spiritual barriers where there can be conflicts between beliefs. And there's also politics that plays in religion, as spirituality is also intertwined with religion. So these are the negative effects.
So I'm here to tell some ways to increase spirituality. One is self-reflection. Take time to reflect on your belief, values, and purpose of your life. Then next one is mindfulness. Engage in activities with full attention and awareness. Self-care. Take time to take care of your emotional, physical, and mental health. Next one is nature connection. Take time to admire nature and appreciate its beauty. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for adhering to the time and also for presenting this. It's a different topic, but something that we all need to inculcate, and you very clearly you told the difference between spirituality and religion. So good, I appreciate that. So let's hear from the participants. Anything you disagree, anything you want to add on? What about the recommendations? Do you want to give more recommendations to improve spirituality or to enhance the spiritual dimension among youth? Anybody, any facilitator wants to say anything? Yes, please, boliye. You can pass the mic, please. The other mic also. You can hold that.
So actually, I want to add on one thing, that there is a gender division in spirituality also, I believe, that in the society. Like, people are still thinking that spirituality is not about to do like women, especially when you do sadhvi and sadhu, you can connect to that. But there's in history, you can see that there is less sadhvi is written like that. This female is doing this, and in male, you can say that only name of the male sadhu. So I want to tell one thing, that this is a discussion like, no, spirituality is not only for men that who went to Himalaya or anything and do the sadhana. Women can also do even in the periods. And thank you.
Thank you for bringing forward your point. Done? Anything you want to say? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Let's go to the next. No, we'll move to the next because we are running very, very short of time. So how many more groups to finish? One more, right? Yes. So what's your topic? Nutrition. Yeah, your time starts now.
Good
You can
evening
start.
all. Today me and my friends like to draw your attention to nutrition. Nutrition is the biochemical and physiological process through which organisms use food to support their lives. Today we are going to discuss on the topics benefits and importance of nutrition, current available services and measures taken for promotion of healthy nutrition, what is lacking and what can be done. Over to Dilna.
Hello everyone. So today I'll be talking about nutrition and the benefits and importance of nutrition. So firstly we have improves health. So maintaining, balancing and leading a healthy lifestyle and maintaining a good diet can help you improve your health. One interesting fact that I would like to draw your attention to is for instance, a very recent study was conducted and it was found that very often consumption of oil fried food, especially French fries, was associated with developing higher risk of developing anxiety, a 12% higher risk in developing anxiety and a 7% of developing higher risk in depression. So it's always said that you are what you eat. So just wanted to bring that up. And then we have maintaining daily calorie requirement. So according to WHO, there is a specific calorie requirement that has to be followed. For men it is around 2,500 calories and for women it is 2,000 calories. So when that is well maintained, it is believed that you can maintain a healthy lifestyle. Then we have prevention of malnutrition and obesity. Malnutrition is nothing but when you tend to follow and lead when you tend to consume the important nutrients in its right intake, right amount, then you tend to have like a proper healthy lifestyle. That is what is malnutrition. And obesity is nothing but overconsumption of anything which may be bad or good leads to something bad, because even though fruits and vegetables considered to be obviously on the healthier spectrum, if you consume too much of it, the extra nutrients that tend to deposit in your body as fat, which leads you to obesity. So overconsumption of anything is towards the negative side of the spectrum. Then it reduces the risk of chronic and other lifestyle based diseases. Chronic diseases we have, as you all know, cancer, everything. Cancer, it's also a study has proven that 30 to 40% of cancer can be prevented simply by changing our lifestyle and our environmental diverse factors. If we change the negative factors in our environment, it can reduce up to 30 to 40% of cancer. Yeah, so that's that. And then we have lacking in prevention. In that we have lack of proper awareness among the present youth. By this we simply mean that among the present youth today there is a stigma that is being followed. Just like for example, if we go out with a bunch of friends, if we go out with our friends, there is like a standard that has to be followed, like a proper type of food, especially like for us it's mainly junk food or whatever it may be. So if we consume that, we follow under that standard. So we have to keep our in order to keep our standards, we need to consume junk food. So spreading awareness can decrease all of this, and you can be on your own stand. Parents, misconception that healthier foods are less tasty. So there is this misconception or a stigma going around that when we say healthy food or fruits or vegetables, especially among kids, they prefer to go their better choices are French fries or chicken or whatever, because that is the kind of conception or a misunderstanding that is being followed. So it has to be removed. Then we have enrolling children into physical activities. Enrolling as well as creating awareness among children, because these days it's more or less more amount of screen time and phones, tablets, less of physical activities and all of that. So that has to be inculcated in children. They has to be from a very young age itself, they have to be promoted to go outside, play, things like that, reduce their screen time, etc. Then for talking about poverty and easy accessibility for healthier food options. So starvation and poverty is, so on one side of the spectrum we have people who are consuming food on, extra, and then on other side we have people who are suffering with poverty and starvation. So in order to reduce that, we can create awareness regarding that as much as we can, and then making healthier food options available for the people who are less fortunate. So this, as one of our Dr. Ma'am was talking about in her lectures. So this is my diet plate, or my diet plate.
Time is up.
Okay.
Please wind up.
Okay.
Done?
Sorry. Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Just one sentence.
Yeah, just one sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would like to conclude by saying health is wealth, and health is the biggest wealth anybody can have. One can survive without excessive money, but cannot survive without health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So anything to add on to their recommendations on nutrition among youth? So good job done by all of you. Sorry? No, it's okay. We have finished the time. No problem. You can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So anything to add? I hope if there's nothing to add, I welcome the last group. This is the last group who will be talking on. Two more are there. Okay. Physical abuse. Yeah, please come. So I know it is very much beyond time, but we wanted to give an opportunity to most people. So, yes.
I'll wait for the other members
Yeah.
to come up. Black eyes, bloody noses, love and red noses. You say you love me, yet you beat me. Abuse, when did it begin, when will it end? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic is physical abuse. Physical abuse can be inflicted with any object, be it hand, be it feet, be it from any sharp object or any flat object. The damage can be as small as a scratch, or it can be as deep as a bruise, which can hurt our internal organs. The scratch might go, the bruise marks might fade, but the pain and the emotional hurt will never fade.
Namaste everyone. What is lacking and what can be done on this topic, that is physical abuse, I would like to say about this. So मैं हिंदी में बात करूँगा. तो फिर बात यह है कि first of all we need to know that who gets abused. Okay? Abusement किसके साथ होती है? तो बात वो है शारीरिक शोषण. ठीक है? शारीरिक शोषण किसके साथ होता है? जो व्यक्ति कमजोर है, शारीरिक रीत्या, मानसिक रीत्या या फिर आध्यात्मिक रीत्या, किसी भी तरह से जो व्यक्ति कमजोर है उसके ऊपर हमेशा ताकतवर व्यक्ति शोषण करेगा. ठीक है? ये एवन नेचर का रूल है. ठीक है? ताकतवर व्यक्ति के ऊपर कभी भी कमजोर व्यक्ति शोषण करने नहीं जा सकता. दिस इज अ नेचर्स रूल. ठीक है? बात क्या है? और बात है ये है, एक और बात है कि हर बार अगर बीच चौराहे में कोई अगर आपके बिना किसी वजह के चाटा मार दे तो आप उस वक्त पुलिस के पास नहीं जा सकते कि इसने मेरे को ये किया, इसने मेरे साथ शोषण किया. तो फिर पुलिस के साथ इंक्वायरी करोगे, फिर पुलिस आएगी, फिर वो उसका एफआईआर वगैरह करेगी. इतना सब कुछ नहीं है. अगर आप में क्षमता होगी तो आप उसी को वहीं पे पटकेंगे, उसको मारेंगे, उसके साथ जो भी है न्याय निवाड़ा वहीं पे करेंगे. वो बात है. ठीक है? और एक और चीज है, हमें कैसे, मतलब शारीरिक शोषण होने से कैसे बचे, तो फिर क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें? तो फिर क्या करना है कि अपने आप की क्षमता बढ़ाइए, अपने आप की ताकत बढ़ाइए. किस तरीके से? अच्छे संस्कारों से. ठीक है? संस्कृत में एक श्लोक है, ऐश्वर्यस्य विभूषणम सुजनताम शौर्यस्य वाक् संयमो ज्ञानस्योपशमः कुलस्य विनयो वित्तस्य पात्रे व्ययः अक्रोधः तपः क्षमा बलवताम. इसमें क्या बताया गया है कि बलवान व्यक्ति, जो व्यक्ति ताकतवर है, उसका एक आभूषण है क्या? क्षमा कर देना. लेट इट गो. अगर आपको पता है कि आप में क्षमता है, चीजों को जाने दो, आप में उसमें बहस करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. ये एक पॉइंट है. ठीक है? तो फिर एक और चीज है, अपने आप को सक्षम बनाइए, अपने आप को सशक्त बनाइए, आत्मनिर्भर बनाइए. शारीरिक रीत्या अगर आपको सशक्त बनना है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? मार्शल आर्ट्स जैसी चीजें, कराटे हो गया, कलारीपायटू हो गया, अपने भारतीय, अपने जो हेरिटेज है, अपना कल्चर है, उसकी तरफ मुड़िए, अपने रूट्स को जानिए. दूसरी बात क्या है? मानसिक रीत्या अगर आपको ताकतवर बनना है तो आपको योगा, स्पिरिचुअलिटी, इन सब चीजों के बारे में आपको और अधिक जानकारी लेनी पड़ेगी, नॉलेजेबल बनना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद आध्यात्मिक रीत्या जो है उसका आपको संगोपन, उसका संवर्धन, दोनों चीजें करनी पड़ेंगी, तभी आप. और एक और चीज बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है, आप हर किसी का कोई ना कोई रोल मॉडल होता है. ठीक है? तो फिर अगर शारीरिक रीत्या, बात ये नहीं है कि आप कितने पतले हैं या आप फिर कितने मोटे हैं, बात यह है कि आपके अंदर कितना दम है, आप क्या मानसिकता रखते हैं उस कंडीशन में, उस वक्त में. तो फिर अपना एक गुड अच्छा रोल मॉडल सेट करिए. महाराणा प्रताप हो गया, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो गए, रानी चन्नम्मा हो गई, उसके बाद झांसी की रानी हो गई. अच्छे अच्छे रोल मॉडल्स रखिए जिन्होंने बहुत सारे ऐसे कार्य किए हैं जिन्होंने इनोवेटर्स को बहुत अच्छे से धूल चटाई है. तो फिर इस बात के ऊपर भी आप ध्यान रख सकते हैं. और एक और बात जो अभी पिछले हमारे ग्रुप ने बोला कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी को एनहांस कैसे कर सकते हैं स्टूडेंट्स के लिए. आई गेस हमारी बहन का एक ग्रुप था, तो फिर उसके लिए बोलना चाहूँगा कि जो अंग्रेजों ने जब हमारे भारत के ऊपर जब शासन किया, उन्होंने भारत के ऊपर रूल करने के लिए डिवाइड एंड रूल करने की कोशिश की. साम दाम दंड पे जब साम दाम दंड से कुछ नहीं हुआ तो उन्होंने भेद करना चाहा. हमारी शिक्षण पद्धति को उन्होंने बदला. दैट इज लॉर्ड मैकॉले. Someone guy was called Lord Macaulay who came and who changed the full education system of the India. हमारा भारत में था कि गुरु शिष्य परंपरा पहले चलती थी. गुरु शिष्य परंपरा में क्या होता था, दोनों चीजें अध्यात्म और विज्ञान दोनों को लेके दोनों का साथ में कोऑर्डिनेशन बना के क्या होता था कि आगे स्टूडेंट्स बढ़ते थे. स्टूडेंट्स की जो पढ़ाई थी, उनका जो अध्यात्म था, उनका जो शिक्षण था वो होता था. तो फिर वो चीज हम कर सकते हैं. अब बात है लैंग्वेज की, तो फिर अंग्रेजी यहाँ पे बहुत लोगों को मैं खुद अंग्रेजी इतना अच्छे से नहीं बोल पाता, या फिर बोलता हूँ मैं बहुत अच्छे से, लेकिन मैं अपने पॉइंट्स को अच्छे से नहीं रख पाऊंगा कंपैरेटिवली अगर मैं अपनी मातृभाषा में बात करता हूँ तो. ठीक है, तो फिर बात क्या है कि अगर बचपन से बच्चों को ABCD पढ़ाया जाता है, अगर उसकी वजह से अपनी भारत की भाषाएं हिंदी होगी, जैसे कि साउथ के लैंग्वेज में साउथ नॉर्थ हो गया, ज्यादातर साउथ के लोगों को नॉर्थ की भाषा जल्दी समझ में नहीं आती, नॉर्थ के लोगों को साउथ की भाषा समझ में नहीं. तो अगर बचपन से ही साउथ के लोगों को हिंदी भाषा की वर्णमाला सिखाई जाए तो फिर दोनों साउथ की लैंग्वेज में आने लगेगी, भारत की भी लैंग्वेज आने लगेगी, मतलब नॉर्थ की लैंग्वेज में आने लगेगी. नॉर्थ में अगर साउथ की लैंग्वेजेस का किया जाए तो वो भी पढ़ाया जा सकता है. तो फिर इस तरीके से अपने शिक्षण पद्धति को और अच्छे से बढ़ाया जा सकता है और फिजिकल एबुचमेंट को रोका जा सकता है.
One last sentence, that's all. Yeah.
To conclude this in the form of a solution, there's a saying that goes, people who go to therapy often go to therapy to deal with the people in their lives who don't go to therapy. So yes, therapy is needed for the abused, but more therapy is needed for the abuser. Thank you.
Okay, good effort. Thank you. Thank you for that good work. Well said. So any one point only we can take. Anybody wants to say something on the recommendations to prevent physical abuse? No, we'll have some new persons, not the same person again. Yeah, Dr. Avanti.
What are the recommendations you are telling? I think it is focusing more on the empowerment of the victim itself. What about the person who is committing that crime?
आजकल लोगों का यंगस्टर्स का रहता है कि यार ऑन द स्पॉट शूट आउट कर दो, because that is what government is recently doing कि somebody has committed some crime, they on the spot उसको शूट आउट कर दो. लेकिन my personal opinion है उसको तड़पाओ पहले, नहीं पहले काउंसलिंग दो, फिर तड़पाओ and then shoot. At least let the
Oh my God.
person be aware कि उसने crime करा तो करा.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just. Yeah. They highlighted that also. Abuser. Yeah, we'll stop this. So next group, thank you. Good effort. Yeah. Round of applause for them. So this is the last group that is going to present on what is your topic? Substance abuse prevention. Please come. We've had sessions on that already. Yes, please come up on stage. Take your mic.
Thank you.
And your time starts now.
Hello. First of all, good evening, and I really want to thank the NIMHANS for giving us an amazing opportunity to come here and witness the lecture that we are having today. So, my group, we are speaking on the topic of substance use and alcohol use. So, in today's lecture itself, 2 lectures we have known what is substance use, abuse, the interventions and everything. So, we have a basic idea about what the topic is. So, here in our project, we have made a big danger sign because as psychology students, as we all are, we definitely do not advise anyone to use any drugs, non-prescribed drugs or illicit drugs. And here it's written drugs end all dreams, and a few quotes that we written. And personally I would like to say trying drugs is not cool actually. I have a lot of friends, or I have personal experiences on people telling me to try cigarettes, to try drinking alcohol, to try to get into drugs because it seems cool, but it's not. It's very difficult. Once you get addicted to drugs, it's very difficult to come back and, you know, to have a normal life. And more about alcohol use, I would like to give the mic to Fatima to talk more about it.
So, yeah, it's on. Okay. Just like substance abuse, another thing that people get addicted is to alcohol. So, these people with alcohol, we can find in de-addiction centers mainly the ones with substance use and alcohol use disorders. So when do we call it as an alcohol use disorder? When they are not able to control their drinking level, or when they are preoccupied with the thought of drinking and they spend most of their time drinking alcohol, and they continue it even though it affects their social or occupational or personal functioning. So there are many causes that can contribute to the alcohol use disorder. That can be biological, socio-cultural causes as well. So coming to the biological causes, it could be genetics. That is, alcohol is broken down with the help of 3 enzymes, and different people have this level of enzymes in their body differently. So according to these level of enzymes, their body metabolizes alcohol differently from others. So if there is more water level in their body, the alcohol will get diluted and the effects on the central nervous system will be much lesser. And another biological causes are weight, gender, age. And mainly the other socio-cultural causes is that if they are exposed to the alcohol abuse, like from a very young age, if someone in their family is drinking, or if they're exposed to a very young age, they're likely, their chances are that they'll develop alcohol abuse at a very early age itself. So, substance, and then the treatment. When we are coming into the treatment, it depends on people by people, because depending on the level of their alcohol, or if they want to quit it completely or moderately drink it and stop it completely. So there are many sort of treatments. So first one is self-help groups. There are many self-help groups that one can follow in order to get rid of alcohol addiction. And 12-step facilitation therapy is another therapy which uses many steps, 12 steps in order to get rid of alcohol addiction. So, yeah. And there are many other psychological therapies as well which can be followed in order to get rid of alcohol addiction. So, in conclusion, we can make many policies in order to get rid of alcohol addiction.
So the recommendations I want to suggest is that we need to implement more good rehabilitation, narcotics policies to reduce addiction, and we need to open more NGOs and rehabilitations. Last but not the least, I want to end with a quote. It's like, let's get high on life, not on drugs. And like as I am from Sikkim, I want to conclude in my own language. Roxy no khau, Jeevan bachao. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for that very good attempt. Sikkimese, no? Nepali. Wonderful. Very nice. So we are done with all the presentations. So we have given an opportunity to all the groups to present, even though I really appreciate your enthusiasm. It's past 7 o'clock. So let's come to the end of this program. I understand it has been very exhaustive. I thank you all for being a very, very patient audience. At the same time, I would like to thank all those who have worked hard for it, starting from our support staff of the convention center, the photographers who were here with us all day, and all our volunteers, the entire Department of Epidemiology, Dr. Chetan, Pradeep sir, everybody. I would like to thank you all and all the staff here who have helped us. So any closing remarks from you, sir? Pradeep, sir? Any closing remarks, if you could please give? Yes. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ. I cannot announce now. It's over now. Just collect. One important announcement. One Dr. Yashwant K's wallet is here. So you can collect it from us.
Sir,
His ID cards are here.
I actually called this Yashwant, but he's not the one who registered.
Yeah, so let us join for a group photograph.
Kindly come forward, fill up the gaps. Kindly fill up the gaps. And you also please join. Somebody is there. Fill the gaps. Fill the gaps. ಇದು ತೆಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಂಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಅಂಟಿಸಿದಾರ? ಹಾಂ, ಉಳಿದವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು? ದಾರ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ದಾರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಅಲ್ಲೂ ನಿಲ್ಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೈಡಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು ಸರ್? ಆ ಚೇರ್ಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅವರು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕಲರ್ ಕೋಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸೈಡಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೈಸ್, इसको ऐसे थोड़ा बांध दिया. ಸಾಕು ಸಾಕು. Hello. Hello. Kindly have patience for another 2 to 3 minutes. That's it. We will have on a group photo session, and you all can leave. Have patience for 2 to 3 minutes.
Just 2 minutes, guys. We just thought of having a group photograph. That's very important for posterity. It is to acknowledge you and your presence, your patience, your participation.
One more thing which I have learned is that documentation. So this is important.
There are 2 seats here.
Whatever you do, it should be documented.
There are 3.
The poster is not there, no? Y20 batch.
It's okay, sir. Sir, what we can do is, sir, Photoshop.
Photoshop ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಸೀಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದೇನಾದರೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದಿರಲಿ ಅದಿರಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಂ 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 ಓಕೆ ರೆಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್. ದಾಸ್ Say cheese. Thank you. Right, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hey, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.